that justify one form of regulation or another, which is important. But what we see is that year after year, action is still at a deficit. The chorus of increasing ambition has not taken effect as it should. So how about peddling opportunity instead, rather than always talking about the problems? A product that people could identify with. This is the point. The point I am making is as simple as it can get. The biggest climate literacy is showing people a solution. It's showing people an opportunity in climate action that they can apply themselves, come rain or come sunshine, that can help them put food on the table and more money in their pockets. That's what matters, because the language is about money. The bottom line of climate action that climate literacy efforts needs to contextualize to, again, is socioeconomics. So the climate literacy in the context of Africa today should be about showing a product that speaks to the socioeconomic priorities of people, and from there tapping into the passionate ones to drive it as first movers to then pull in more. That's the way forward. Anything less will be lip service. We've been here before. And this is the realistic paradigm of climate literacy, and it all starts with appreciating one fundamental premise: human capital, which is the skills, the talents, the abilities of people harnessed to develop climate action solutions that address the continent's socioeconomic challenges. And because people are the most significant resource, fundamental economic theory teaches us that a skilled person capable of turning challenges into an opportunity is 15 times the value of natural capital and 4 times the value of produced capital. Africa, being the youngest continent with a population over 60% of it being youthful, has an abundance of this most precious resource that we need. These youth are not just mere statistics. This youth can no longer become the footnote of Africa's transformational development, because many of them are already proving it that when they are guided and inspired, they can turn challenges into opportunities. They can make the impossible become possible. They can create possibilities where need be. And through what we call innovative volunteerism, we're seeing this happen. This is happening across the continent where willing youth are being structurally guided to turn their passions into profits by retooling their skills and delivering climate action solutions in a manner that addresses on-demand socioeconomic challenges. This is not abstraction. This is not theater. This is reality. And they are doing so not only turning challenges to opportunities, but doing it in an enterprising way that guarantees market longevity. For example, willing youth of diverse backgrounds with different academic careers, different academic qualifications are being guided to engage in waste recovery efforts that are tied to solving a critical societal need, addressing indoor pollution that is caused by unclean cooking. These youth from different areas of training have been guided to retool their skills and work selflessly with the community to convert agricultural waste to clean cooking fuel briquettes. These are simple things we can do, but sometimes we wait for abstractions. The briquettes they have made are up to 2 times cheaper than traditional charcoal and 3 times cheaper than kerosene. They are offering a sustainable alternative to an on-demand, fast-moving consumer good and are tapping into the 20 billion a year charcoal industry. Other willing youth across the entire continent are innovatively volunteering their time and following structural guidance to fabricate mechanical solar dryers, leveraging on local materials. And these dryers have proven not only to be cheaper, but they are providing solutions of reversing post-harvest losses that are costing the continent $48 billion each and every year. The decentralization of these solutions to communities are impacting lives of our mothers. The decentralization of these to communities are putting more money in more pockets in communities. The turning and leveraging fuel briquettes instead of coal is helping save lives, because in the continent today, over 700 people lose their lives each and every year because of indoor pollution. They've committed no crime. The only crime they have committed is to cook a food for their kids and their family, but using the wrong means. So how then do we move from talk to action? Distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, is conversation today, creating such solutions that provides people with opportunities. That we must harness climate action as a solution to key socio-economic challenges in the mainstream of socio-economic activities, especially at the informal sector, that employs up to about 80% of the population. Realizing this approach requires us to ensure that our climate literacy efforts are guided by the following principles. And the first principle is that we must understand that fundamentals are non-negotiable. If you tell a hungry child that you gave him or her food yesterday, that means nothing to that child at this point in time. They are hungry. They need food. So if we are talking about climate literacy to people who are hungry, without providing the solutions that can turn that their hunger, that can provide an opportunity for them to be able to have food to put into their system, to eat, we'll be throwing water on a duck's back. That will not work. Why? The cause of climate vulnerability in Africa is socio-economic. Climate literacy efforts, be it through formal curriculums or informal talks, must be designed specifically to empower audiences to create socio-economic opportunities through the climate action lens. For far too long, climate literacy has been mostly used as a tool for advocacy. That should stop. Advocacy without actually also showcasing solutions will not make that much. Now is the time that we urgently need to become and leverage this tool of climate literacy to drive transformational development. That takes me to the second point, which is that you can only work with what you have. You have little power over what is not yours. In driving this new paradigm of climate literacy that is centered on unlocking socio-economic opportunities, the first question each and every one of us, regardless of where we come from, must answer honestly is, what do I have? What do we have as individuals? Most of us, every action is tied to finances, that if money no dey, we no go do no nothing. If we do not have the finances, which is usually the case in most of the time, then we render ourselves powerless. But this thinking is fallacious. What each of us really have as an individual is ourselves. And by self, what I mean is our individual skills. It is the responsibility of each and every one of us to continuously improve, refine, and adapt our skills to ensure that we are well equipped to win over the prize of socio-economic opportunities for the millions who go to bed hungry each and every day. And that's where climate literacy efforts should focus, so that we can continuously leverage on our skills, reshape them. If you take the ubiquitous internet connection today, many of us go there to batch orders. But this is an opportunity. At the comfort of our phones, we can learn new skills. At the comfort of our phones, we can gather new knowledge. We can get challenged by endless examples of so many opportunities. So let's leverage this opportunity. That takes me to the third point, which is even more important, which is context. Context is everything. We must take our time to understand issues in their entirety, and not to ascribe always to narratives or dimensions presented to us without critiquing and synthesizing better ones to suit the context. And context here, I'm talking about the African continent. And I say so because while Africa stands out as the most vulnerable region to the climate change, changing climate in the world, the continent stands to gain the most from climate action solutions. It also stands to lose the most from the failure of those solutions. But the climate action narrative is always choreographed in such a way that we do not even look at what we have, but in such a way that if we don't do anything with what we don't have, then nothing can happen. We ascribe to such narrative without coming up with more befitting counter narratives as needed, folding our arms and waiting, always complaining. A very typical narrative as far as climate action in Africa is concerned is that it is presented as a social issue. No, it's not a social issue. We should turn a challenge into an opportunity in an enterprising way, and I've just given some examples. It is premised as an issue where if there's no money, we cannot even use our skills. The youth I mentioned today, turning waste into briquettes, didn't need money to start that. They leverage the biggest resource they have, their skill. And we must be able to move away. We have never explored and expanded on a counter narrative that in fact, the changing climate is already inflicting pain in the continent. that in fact, climate action can be premised and leveraged as an investment and enterprise opportunity for the continent. Just to give you an example, consider the challenge of deforestation, which is real in the continent today, driven by charcoal burning. Traditionally, the approach prescribed most of the time is usually just to plant trees. Yes, that's important. We must plant trees. But that's not enough. Because even if you plant 3 million trees today and 4 million are cut down, you know the mathematics, right? You are the deficit. So how do we plant trees and provide alternatives to take people off that? That's the big question that is not always asked. How many enterprise opportunities can this generate alone? Your guess is as good as mine. But on the flip side, the broader waste recovery paradigm provides the most accessible, non-capital intensive, and potentially the most impactful enterprise area that youth can engage in. As we speak today, over 80% of households in sub-Saharan Africa rely on wood-based biomass energy, firewood and charcoal for cooking. As a result, up to 67% of forest degradation is attributed to firewood and charcoal harvesting. This means that waste recovery to energy sets one on track to recoup over 20 billion currently expended on charcoal and firewood, while saving forests. Did you hear that? From briquettes making to fabricating of clean cook stoves and trading in these products, the choices are diverse. So let us not blindly follow narratives, but rather let us interrogate and contextualize them to unlock more opportunities for the millions of young people who in the continent sometimes do not know what they're sitting on. They're sitting on a gold mine. This is what your efforts in climate literacy should espouse. And that takes me to the fourth point. You must cultivate a passionate, purposeful, driven climate action literacy. Passion is the fuel that now moves ideas into real-life solutions. If you didn't know that today. It is what keeps one going. It is what fuels persistence and perseverance until success is achieved. But what ignites passion in the first place is to be attached to a cause greater than an individual. What implements is not material resources as we are made to think most of the time. But what implements is that unquenchable fire that wells from within an individual spirit called passion. It is passion which implements not always money as we're meant to think. Without passion, you throw money at every problem and waste it, and you will end up with no result. Inspiring and igniting the passion in our youth today, and everybody is one of the biggest climate literacy project actions we can ever undertake. But what ignites passion? I know people ask this. The answer lies in developing what I call an unborrowed vision, a purposeful pursuit to do something using what one has, regardless of material gain, and become useful in touching many lives. This is the biggest sustainability. And the actions of each and every one of us must seek to inspire and nurture such an unborrowed vision in all the youth in the continent and everywhere, and in every engagement that we have. This is the real winner, because regardless of what we contribute, if it falls on a passionless population or youth, then no transformation will occur. It is people who drive development for themselves. We do not do development for people. All we can do is to facilitate through our inspirational actions. If we fail to do so, we will be missing out on the biggest enabler of sustainability, which is a self-motivated and self-driven, passionate people. That takes me to my last point. You must become a transformational values-based leader. What did I say? You must become a transformational values-based leader. In the mid-1940s, to the late 1950s and on to the early 60s, as the clamor for self-determined rule reached fever pitch in the African continent, there arose self-appointed men and women who espouse boldness, who espouse unshakable unity, dedication, selflessness, and fidelity to a struggle to liberate their people. A task which was their own unborrowed vision, a task which was a calling they had to execute. Their every move was governed by a laser-sharp focus and clarity of vision to win independence for their people. No amount of persecution, lack, threats could stand on their way. They did it not for themselves, but for their countries and for the continent, and for the future generations. They had no hope of ever meeting. These independent heroes and heroines were joined ideologically in the struggle by timeless values of selflessness and character of humility, not materialism prowess as we see today. They did not postpone this call for a day in the hope for elusive perfection, in the hope that, oh, we didn't have money, we will not do anything. This is the foundation of values-based leadership that we all must identify with and champion wherever we are, drive transformational climate action literacy. It is leadership premised on selflessness to touch many lives with what one has. It is leadership premised on taking personal responsibility, because the first person to lead is yourself, to take actions that will touch many lives, not feeling entitled. It is leadership premised not on positions or titles, but on passion to selflessly touch many lives. This is what we all need to become, values-based leaders, where we retool our skills to devise solutions, where we passionately develop an unborrowed vision. And this is the essence of innovative volunteerism: structured guidance to the willing to improve, refine, and adapt their skills, to work selflessly with others. So go forth and make values-based leadership and innovative volunteerism your work philosophy. That's the only way we can leverage climate action literacy to be meaningful to the context of Africa and the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Richard, for your incredible opening keynote. It was so inspiring, and it has definitely been the best way to kickstart Earth Day Webinar 2021. There is so much to take away from the speech you have shared, and so much to reflect back, right from the way you've spoken about how we need to rethink the way we look at climate literacy, to the importance of passion and understanding innovative volunteerism. We're really grateful to you for opening today's webinar. And with that, I would like to hand it over to Shay to move to the next opening keynote for today. Shay, you can take over.
Okay, it's good to have everybody here. It's a privilege to have wonderful people join this this webinar, and I want to appreciate Dr. Richard for an explosive speech and lecture, and that's really fascinating. So without much ado, we are going to be having the next speaker, who is it's a very special person here. And when we're talking about Earth Day in Africa, then we have someone who is our chairman, and the person of Matt Leffler. And I would like to introduce him as the manager Earth Day Africa, United States. Matt joined the Earth Day Network in August 2019 as the manager of Earth Day Africa. He has a bachelor's degree in international relations and peace and justice studies from Gettysburg College. Matt served for 2 years as a Peace Corps volunteer in the Gambia, where he partnered with waste management entrepreneurs to develop environmental education campaigns, and also he worked at the community local school. So outside of Earth Day, he enjoys hiking, biking, and traveling, and he has been a fantastic supporter of Future Savers from day one, and he has always been there for us. He has been a promoter. He has been a very kind person to the organization. So I want to say thank you, Matt. And he is going to be talking about climate education as well as a tool for a sustainable future. So over to you, Matt. Thank you.
Excellent. Well, thank you for that wonderful introduction. And Dr. Manyang, it was a pleasure hearing you open this. So yeah, my name is Matthew Leffler. I work with an organization called earthday.org. We're a nonprofit located in Washington, D.C., but we also have offices all around the world. And our main mission is to diversify, educate, and activate the environmental movement globally. We're one of the world's largest recruiters for the environmental movement, working on nearly every continent, as I said before. So my role is I'm the manager of the work we do in Sub-Saharan Africa. So I work with a team of staff that currently work in Tanzania, Uganda, and Zimbabwe, along with volunteers and partners that are located, in nearly 30 plus sub-Saharan countries in Africa. So the reason why we are here today is because it's the 51st anniversary of Earth Day under the theme of Restore Earth. So in Africa and globally, we see that climate change and other environmental degradations have broken our natural systems. And we see an increased frequency of disasters, of new and fatal diseases. There's a breakdown of economies. You see lots of poverty and an imbalance of power. Oftentimes, you see that the global South, these are the lowest polluters, but they often bear the brunt of modernization and globalization and the greed of the wealthy. However, we do see that there's hope and there's opportunities to restore Earth, and that is what the theme of this Earth Day is that there are natural processes and emerging green technologies and innovative thinking that can really solve or at least make a positive effect on a lot of these climate issues. So right now for Earth Day, I think, the biggest thing that we try to do as an organization and using the day as a platform to bring people, on this webinar like we have right now is, we are able to create a movement that, acts as an engine in order to drive this change, in order to spark these innovations. And I think along with these innovations, these natural processes and emerging technologies, there needs to be the theme of civic engagement. So, innovation and engagement, I personally believe, at least for the work that I do with earthday.org, this is where change leads. And this is how, we're able to make an impact. And so right now with the theme of Restore Earth, we also see that this is also known as Climate Education Week. So it's, we're activists, we're government leaders, we're everyday citizens, we're students, we're teachers, are able to explore ways in order to learn about local and global impacts of climate change and create a generation of those that are climate literate. So creating, a new generation of leaders that are able to understand what local and global environmental issues are in order to drive change and do things like, start an emerging green workforce, and create jobs and things like that. So, the importance of Earth Day, and at least the theme of Restore Earth right now, is we can work together through individuals and communities in order to promote civic action. So, right now, the environmental movement and, earthday.org, it's built off civic engagement. And the definition of civic engagement is, individuals or groups that address community issues through advocacy and engagement. And if you look right now, this is a community we have. We have multiple communities all on this call all together. We have people from sub-Saharan Africa. We have people from Mexico, I heard earlier. We have people from India. And this really shows that the environmental movement is a community, it's a family, and it's built up of many different communities. And I think that's where, our power is that it's multiple families, it's multiple communities all built into one. And the environmental community is a thriving and sustainable community that addresses, environmental issues large and small with the aim to restore Earth. So I want to take you back to the history of, the modern environmental movement, our organization, earthday.org and Earth Day. So, the first Earth Day was in 1970, but I'm going to kind of go back in time and hit some time points on a timeline to sort of give everyone an idea of sort of, how the environmental movement has grown and where it is today. So if you go all the way back to 1720, the Bishnoi Hindus in Kajadali, India, they fought in order to protect trees from the Maharaja of Jodhpur. So the Maharaja is the king, and the king of Jodhpur he wanted to use wood from local communities in order to fuel the construction of his palace. So you see locals that fought in order to protect these trees, and hundreds of them actually died in this fight. But you see that this is considered, the origin of the conservation and forest movement, at least in India. And I know we have a lot of colleagues from India on this webinar today. And I think this is just a really important point in modern history where you saw people literally fighting for their communities, for their well-being, not just for themselves, but for the environment. If you go further in time, in 1820, that was when the world reached a population of 1 billion. There was industry. It was the start of modernization. You saw communities around the world starting to grow. By the end of the 1800s, you saw scientists that were starting to make claims that industry and the burning of coal was warming the earth due to carbon dioxide being released into the atmosphere and literally warming our atmosphere. By the 1900s, you saw, a lot of governments in the US and Europe, they started to set aside natural land for natural parks. This was a huge step. By 1960, we saw the world reach 2 billion people. And then by the 1970s, when the first Earth Day started, we saw an era of huge environmental degradation, pollution that hurt natural lands, human health and prosperity. You saw oil spills, you saw the belching of carbon dioxide, and toxic sludge from industry, from farms. You saw deforestation, you saw a rapidly increasing population, and just a huge tax on resources in response to this modernization and increase in population. This was truly the tipping point for, action. It was when you saw the first organizers of the first Earth Day in April of 1970, where they recognized that, these issues were detrimental towards not just the environment, but also human health. And this is when you saw 20 million people. This is about 10% of the US population at the time, because the first Earth Day, it originated in the US. It's global now, obviously. They came together to attend, a series of events. These were teach-ins, these were marches, these were rallies, these were cleanups with demands for government to take action. And this was, all walks of life. The original Earth Day, you saw a senator in the US. His name was Senator Gaylord Nelson. He approached a young college student by the name of Dennis Hayes. Dennis Hayes is actually the founder of Earth Day. And they found ways to engage the young, the old, the rich, the poor.
Matt,
It didn't matter what creed, what gender, or what identity you had. These were people that were everyday citizens that were becoming a part of what we now see as a modern day environmental movement. All of you are a part of that now. And what I believe the first Earth Day did was it proved that noise and demand can actually lead to action. So the year after the first Earth Day, we saw that the Environmental Protection Agency, the Clean Water and Endangered Species Act, these became, things in the US. We saw major policy shifts. In the 1980s, we saw the start of huge international treaties. In the 90s, we saw the Rio Summit, and the COP starting to form. In the 2000s, we saw Wangari Maathai. She won the Nobel Prize for tree planting in Kenya and was the first female in Africa in order to win this award. And her legacy still continues today. And then, in the mid 2000s, we saw the Paris Agreement, where 174 countries and the European Union signed on to this. And last year we saw the 50th anniversary of Earth Day, and this was a really special event. And that's how, at least, myself, my colleagues were able to get connected with, the Earth Day movement. And the gentleman that introduced me today, Ransom King from Future Savers Initiative, that's how I formed these relationships that still continue today. So, these issues that we're talking about right now, they're huge, but I really do believe that civic action at a large scale is necessary and is proven effective in order to drive change. It could start at the local level, and people can gain, very basic civic engagement skills in order to shape their communities and in turn influence other communities. And then these communities will grow and they'll influence bigger and bigger and bigger communities. I keep on saying the word community because you look at this call today, there's so many people from different communities that are networking together. And I'll touch on the power of networking again after this. So I do want to tell the story about the 50th anniversary of Earth Day in Africa, because this is when the work that at least I and my colleagues do, and a lot of people on this call today, it's kind of where it all started. So for the 50th anniversary of Earth Day, there was a team that was developed in sub-Saharan Africa. So, I was hired on along with 9 other coordinators in 9 different sub-Saharan countries. And our aim was to bring together like-minded people under the common theme and umbrella of Earth Day. This was a new program. We had no volunteers. We had no established partners. We essentially started from scratch. And what we managed to do was we managed to connect with individuals, with organizations, with institutions, schools, governing bodies, in order to connect them to, our larger campaigns and also learn about the campaigns that these organizations and individuals were doing. This covered things like, education and climate literacy, cleanups and plastic pollution campaigns, habitat restoration and conservation, reforestation, regenerative agriculture. So the list can go on. And essentially what we at least tried to do at earthday.org in Africa is we try to create a platform in order to network, build bonds, and share best practices, stories, and connect, make bridges between different organizations and people that may have not interacted before. And I think that's sort of where our bread and butter is here at Earth Day, is like, we want to connect with people. We want to share like-minded opinions. We want to talk about controversial topics and opinions, but also, do so in a like-minded space. And through this, we're able to create different calls of actions. We're able, to rally people together. We give people purpose, and we provide career building opportunities for beginners, amateurs, and veterans in the environmental space. So right now we see a huge network, at least in Africa. I'm saying that just because that's sort of the region I work in, but we also have networks, in Southeast Asia, in South America, in Europe, in the Middle East and North Africa. And, these networks are made up of hundreds, of partners, thousands of volunteers, and millions of participants. If you look at the Earth Day last year, there were millions and millions of people in sub-Saharan Africa and the world that participated in Earth Day, despite a global pandemic as well. People were able to shift and do things online, start social media challenges, really spread the word and share common messages and get their ideas and their stories out there. These are the stories that matter, the stories of everyday people in small communities, because this is what the Earth Day movement's all about, is many people joining as one and sharing their stories. And here we are again, it's the 51st anniversary of Earth Day, and it feels like it was just yesterday. I was working with Ransom and Future Savers for the 50th anniversary of Earth Day, and it's great. So I mentioned before, but the theme of this Earth Day is Restore Earth, and this really focuses on natural processes, green technologies, and innovative thinking, with the goal of restoring our Earth's, ecosystems. This can involve things like climate restoration technologies, reforestation, regenerative agriculture, equity and environmental justice, citizen science, participating in cleanups, and in particular, climate and environmental literacy. So climate, right now we see on this phone call, you're on the Zoom, climate leaders, we see nonprofit innovators, we see grassroots, activists, thousands of leaders, influencers, and everyday citizens that are all joining together. So I really do believe that combined with civic education, climate and environmental literacy, create jobs to build green consumer markets. It's going to allow citizens to engage with governments and sort of have the knowledge and the whereabouts in order to actually understand what is climate change, and not just the issues, not just the advocacy I was said before, but the real solutions that can spark economic development, growth, and prosperity, not just for ourselves but also for the environment. So what we're really calling on right now is on the ground efforts made by students, made by educators, by nonprofit heads, in order to demand for, national commitments by ministers of environment and education. That's one of the big campaigns we have right now that is involved with Restore Our Earth and climate literacy. Is we're trying to get climate educated mandated by national governments globally. Every school should have a compulsory, assess climate education with strong civic engagement component. This means, and what the goal is here is to create, a band and network of citizens that, are climate literate, that can civically participate in their communities and influence and challenge governments to unite the world and expand the environmental movement. And, the work we see in the environmental movement is typically bottom up. And I think now it's time for there to be a top down approach. It's time for there to be pressure put, on multilateral organizations and governments in order to support and create policies that are going to give students in the next generation a foundation to become climate literate. And this can unlock so many different opportunities. It can create skills. It can give people skills and knowledge in order to enter the workforce. It can give them the know-how of how to advocate and actually create, real policy changes, in order to keep people and the world healthy. So, all this, it all relates to networking. It all relates to us sharing ideas and really joining this larger environmental community and coming as one. I really do believe that there's a movement that's going on, at least in sub-Saharan Africa, in the global South and other countries right now, in terms of, the environmental movement. Like, there's something really big going on. I think this is just the start of something incredibly special. And people, I think the more we educate ourselves about climate change and about different environmental issues, we have, quite the card in our pocket, when it comes to, actually, making an influence and driving change and being able, to demand action from those at the top. So now is the time, and I'm really excited to be a part of this global event for the next 2 days. And if anyone wants to learn a little bit more about earthday.org, I can send out some emails later. I can post on the Facebook Live of all the different contact information of our staff globally, as well as my information, and we can figure out how to restore our Earth together. So I want to thank all of you for inviting me today. This is amazing, and super excited to grow this family, grow this network, and share different ideas and work together. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Matt. That was absolutely wonderful. What a great way to start the Earth Day webinar. You took us on a journey to where it all began, and right to the king in Jaipur against whom people stood up to conserve trees, to where we are today. And I'm really delighted that we could share this with you. And thank you so much once again to you and Earth Day Africa for everything that you do. Before we do head to the next session, we did have a few minutes in hand. So I was wondering if anybody had any questions they would like to direct towards Matt or Dr. Richard before we move on to session 2 for the day. So feel free to raise your hands and we can open the floor for a few questions or discussion. If you do not want to unmute, you can also share your thoughts and questions in the chat. I can wait for a minute more in case anybody has anything they would like to ask or direct towards Matt and Dr. Richard. Yes, please feel free to drop your question in the chat as well. we can wait for a few minutes in case anybody has anything. And we would like to once again, a warm welcome to everybody who has joined us here today. We are so excited to be celebrating this 51st Earth Day webinar with all of you. This 2-day event is going to be filled with a lot of discussion, a lot of engagement, and a lot of learning about how we can push climate literacy and push action for our environment. And we are so delighted to be joined by such an incredible group of participants and experts. So thank you so much, and thank you, Matt, for sharing the details. We will also post all the social media details in the chat time and again for you all to engage and share with us. Yes, the social media handles are also available on the screen right now. And in a minute or two, we will move on to session 2 for the day. So if any of you want to just get up, have a sip of water, take a walk around, please do. And in a minute, we will begin with session 2. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much, everyone. We will now move on to session 2 of the day. We will just check in if we have all the speakers in place. We have Dr. Norma, Dr. Arico, and Afinoli joining us. So we will just take a minute to get all our guests in place, and we will begin session 2. So keeping the momentum going from our opening keynote, where we had such amazing ideas come and such important points that were brought into light, the sessions going forward today and tomorrow will focus on specific topics surrounding climate education. And we would like to go into the next session where we will focus on understanding the role of effective policies and leadership in advancing climate education. Before I move into the panel, I request everyone that all the sessions would be engaging, and we request you all to keep your questions ready so that we can open the floor at the end of the session for any questions you may have to direct towards the experts. So I would like to begin by introducing an incredible panel of experts that are joining us today for this particular session. Our first speaker for today is Afinoli Vaughn. She's an outstanding youth and broadcaster who has profound knowledge in environmental sustainability, climate change, youth development, capacity building, a strong voice for the vulnerables, a reservoir of great knowledge and unquestionable wisdom, and has garnered over 9 years of volunteering for organizations home and abroad. She has proven to be a pace setter for the youth and currently a global partner with Ocean Conservancy USA, host and face of Swim Bay Africa, and the initiator of My Environment, My Wealth, the only pro-environment media advocacy program in the Niger Delta since 2016. Vaughn Afinoli has won several awards, including United Nations Award as Environment Hero. Thank you so much for joining us, and we're very delighted to have you discuss this very important topic with us today.
Thank you so much. I'm so excited to be here.
Same. For our second guest today, a renowned biologist with a PhD in biological oceanography and marine biochemistry specialty, Dr. Norma Patricia is the head of Climate Change Council for the Presidency of the Mexican Republic. Currently a researcher of the Interdisciplinary Center for Research and Studies on Environment and Development at the National Polytechnic Institute of Mexico. She's affiliated with several prestigious environmental organizations. She is a member of the group of ocean experts in UNESCO IOC and also of the National Network for Interdisciplinary Research on Climate Change, among several other global councils. With around 60 scientific articles and 15 books on coastal zones, environmental deterioration, and climate change to her credit, Dr. Norma also co-authored the National Seas and Coastal Policy of Mexico. She has approximately 41 awards for her professional performance, including the Order of the Academic Palms awarded by the government of the French Republic in 2010. Thank you so much, Dr. Norma, for joining us today.
Thank you so much, Priyanka. Good morning to everyone. Nice to meet you, and it's a pleasure to be here and share with all of you this panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Norma. And our final speaker and panelist of the day, Dr. Arico, has worked as a tutor, a researcher, and a consultant with both governmental and non-governmental agencies for the past 12 years. He's also worked with other organizations and persons of diverse ethnic, social, economic, education, and cultural backgrounds. He has been involved in various training as a participant and has also delivered training to farmers, groups, and organizations with a high level of professionalism. These trainings have been carried out in different states of Nigeria and cooperative business school. He's also carried out monitoring and evaluation on various developmental programs, both within the public and the private sector. Thank you so much, Dr. Arico, for joining us today. Dr. Arico, I hope you're able to hear us. Yes, we can.
Okay.
Perfect. So we just begin right away with a quick panel discussion that we wanted to do with the three experts today. And just to ensure that all our experts are pinged to for the live, I will just do that. Yes, perfect. So I would like to begin with, since the topic today is focused on policies, and the one question that keeps coming up all the time is, what are some of the effective policies we can have? We know that all of you all have seen some great policy work within your countries and within your regions. So I was hoping to ask the first question, whether in your countries, do you have policies that are already in place for tackling climate change? And could you share how these policies have been tackling the issue of climate change within your region? And this is open to all the panelists, so maybe Afrin Ali can go first to share a little with us.
Okay, thank you. Prakash, did I get that correctly?
Yes, you can call me Priyanka.
Okay, Priyanka. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. It's a laudable efforts put together by Future Savers, and I'm really delighted that more people are talking climate change, because there's so much we can do, and we need to start acting. We need to take action now. So in terms of policies in Nigeria, Nigeria happens to be an interesting country where they say one thing, but we don't see much actions, basically. For example, the national policy on climate change was actually put into law or enacted since 2013, October 2013. But if we had to delve in critically to see or measure the impact of that law, it is as though the government who put up the law is culpable, because laws that the law is supposed to guide issues like gas flaring, illegal bunkering down south in the Niger Delta, where young people who are unemployed just take on to, extracting this crude oil resources in an unfriendly and not so friendly environmental manner, and there's nobody checkmating them. And it is reported that these government officials actually have these boys in the creeks doing this stuff. So when a government sets up a policy that has been on since 2013, that's over 7 years, one would have thought that at this time in 2021, maybe gas flaring, for example, would have been arrested in Nigeria, but that's not the situation. So we have the climate change policy. We also have the the Nigerian Economic Sustainability Plan that was approved in June of 2020. The gas flare plan, it was documented and approved in July of 2018. There is also the Nigerian Biofuel and Incentives Policy. That law was actually passed in July of 27. So that's about 20 years ago, And then the Nigerian Vision 2020, passed in 2010, was supposed to checkmate all of these other policies that are just coming to limelight. But then this is where we are. We're still battling with air pollution, severe air pollution in Nigeria. So yes, there are policies, but are they active? Are they being enacted? Are they being enforced and implemented by the said government? The answer is no.
Thank you, Afshanali. And in fact, that's exactly why I think this panel is important, because we want to understand that while there are so many policies in place, why is it that we still don't see a progress in terms of our fight against climate change? And with that, I would also like to hear from Dr. Norma, who has worked so in detail with developing policies for Mexico, especially with regards to climate change. So over to you, Dr. Norma.
Thank you so much. Yeah, yes, in fact, Mexico has a very strong policies about climate change since at least 4 or 5 years ago. And this strong system is a national system of climate change where you have all the states from Mexico. We have 32 governors inside. We have the Climate Change Ecology Institution. We have the council where I belong. And we have a ministerial group working with this, of course, senators and deputies, and all the municipalities that in certain moment has a climate change commission in their place. It's a huge system, it's a very strong system, but the problem is that you are always under the expectations of the political will. It depends of the people who is leading the country, who is leading the Ministry of Environmental and Natural Resources, where they take the decisions and the council can stay for a long time as an advisor without anything in their hands, doing okay meetings together, but in reality, we don't advise as often as we should be for the country, because we have a lot of problems like everywhere in the world. Then the system is a good system. We have a law, of course, and we have a national program of climate change that is according with the law in every state. You know, we have in every state, we have a specific law of climate change, and we work together, but it's not enough. I think that we need to have a political will to really put in place a huge system like we have in all sense. And that is a problem, and that thing that we are facing, at least in the developing countries, this situation, and that is not so good. Thank you.
Completely agree, Dr. Norma, the importance of political will, and in fact, we will come to that area of discussion very soon. But I would like to first head towards Dr. Arico to hear from him as to what are some of the policies he has seen in his region getting implemented and what has the effect of that been. Dr. Arico, I hope we are audible to you. I guess Dr. Arico is having some network issues, so we will, of course, have him join us back soon, but we can move on with the discussion while he gets back to us. So, Dr. Norma, exactly taking from the point you mentioned about the importance of political will. So the question I would have is, there are so many issues that, especially if you look at developing countries, they do face, where not necessarily that climate change or environment would take the front seat. So how do we ensure that leaders give equal or maybe even more priority to climate change when it especially comes to decision making? For instance, with the pandemic, of course, climate change had to take a backseat because there were so many other policies that need to be put in place, say, be it in terms of healthcare and everything else that followed. So in situations like this, how do we ensure that climate change doesn't take a backseat? And if decisions are being made, how do we ensure that the climate change has that front seat in the table while policies are being drafted?
Well, you know, we have a lot of public policies also. We are helping to develop some public policies in many issues, or in environmental issues, on coastal issues, on marine issues. But the problem is that we can, as a scientist, we can build up a public policy but we cannot apply it. That is a big problem. We are not the ones who decide. We are not the decision makers. We can push a political public policy, but to put it in place is very difficult for us. Then you have some spaces with the deputies and the senators to show what you are doing, to tell them that why it's so very important, why you need to open public spaces, why people need to be there to discuss about what is good, what is not good, because the people is who is living in the areas, who is suffering the result of this climate change, this global warming. And normally they don't listen to us. You are like in front of a wall with all the information that you have in your hands, that is a scientific information that is very valid, that they need to take in account, and they don't do it. And then it's a difficult fight against the people, against the leaders, the political leaders, because you need to work and to work and to work and to talk and to say, and you lose a lot of time doing this. But I think that in certain way, you need to do it, because if you stop it, you will never succeed anything. And then I think that decision making should be done by the leaders, yes, but with the logic basis, the scientific basis, with all the knowledge that we can give it to them. And yeah, it's so difficult. And in another hand, I think that in some country like in mine, people is sometimes they feel very comfortable, you know. They don't want to fight. They don't want to say anything. They prefer to be at home doing things. But societies start to work now. Society and the youth, they start to push. They start to raise their voices, because it's need. You need to do that, and we need to show adults that the country and the world is from everybody, is for everybody, for everything, and you need to work together, not only because you are okay with your commodities, because you are okay with your job, with your kids, with your family, that you don't have to fight in certain way. I think that we, all of us, we need to fight in the level that you can, but you need to do it. And then this is very important, because in that way, the political class will learn and will take actions together with us. At least I hope that. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Dr. Norma. And the idea that you presented, where we all need to come together, I think I will direct that to the next question, but definitely. You worked a lot in amplifying the voices of the people, the youth. So do you feel that there is enough representation of the civic society and the youth in the policies that are being drafted, especially if you look at the policies in Nigeria that you were mentioning earlier? And if not, why do you think that there's a gap? And if there's a gap, how do you think we can have a more active participation of the youth and the civic society in the policies that get made? I think you're on mute, Afrinadi. I'm sorry.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much for the question. The ma'am already said something major. We're not the decision makers. The people at the top are. But here's something that young people can do. A lot of us shy away. If you were conversant with the NSAS movement that started last year, September, and it got intense in October of 2020, where we had the face-off with the military attacking and, you know, releasing live bullets on young people, youths actually, then I could say that young people in Nigeria are ready. 2-3 years ago, they would always shy away, because in my state, for example, it seemed like I was the only one doing so much, you know, until I started, of course, I do radio. I'm on social media, so I try to engage more young people from the primary school level to secondary to tertiary institutions. I focus on the young people, because at the end of the day, you really do not know how to mend an old person who has lived, you know, but we can focus on the young people. Now, the energy with which the young people in Nigeria have pushed the NSAS movement. Of course, that's ending police brutality in Nigeria. If they would put in same energy to climate change, we can achieve a lot. And then again, there's a process. You know, young people need to understand that before a law is enacted, it goes in phases. First reading, second reading, at the level of the House of Reps, or if it's at the State House of Assemblies, there are phases. Now, at some point, there's an open call for the public to come, you know, review the sections of this particular law, the different points around it, make inputs, disagree where they need to disagree. But when that call is made, a lot of young people just relax. They think it's for their parents. They think it's for people in government. No, every step is important, because if you don't go to these open hearings, you don't even know the content of the law being passed. So you don't even know how to tackle those in governance and demand for good governance. So first things first, we need to get participatory. We need to get more active. Young people need to start asking questions and demanding for good governance at all ramifications, not just at the federal level. We have local governments, we have state governments, and then we have the federal government. So CSOs will need to engage young people and encourage them, coach them, guide them on how to follow the process, so that if, for example, we had a lot of young people at the opening, the open call for the climate policy that was enacted in 2013, many years ago. By now, we would know exactly what we're demanding. We would know the various points the government has achieved and where they're slacking and what we are demanding. But if you ask many young people today, they don't even understand what climate change is. So how can it even know what policies are guiding climate change? Yeah. So we need more awareness to educate more people and let the young people know that they have a right to demand for clean air, for example, for less impact with global warming and whatever causes climate change as well. Thank you.
I think that also very neatly ties up with the idea of building that level of literacy, especially among the young people, as to understand the processes that is involved in putting a policy in place. And it's not something that happens overnight, and it requires a lot of organized movement to push for what we want. And with that, before I open up the floor to questions from the people, I was wondering if Dr. Arico has been able to find his connection back by any chance. Hello, Dr. Arico. It's nice to see you. Thank you so much. We lost you there in between.
Good morning.
Good morning. So, Dr. Arico, of course, the first question where we were hoping to understand what are some of the policies that are actively being implemented in your region and community was something that we wanted to understand from you. And has it been having an impact in effectively tackling climate change?
Okay, the first question is on policies, climate change policies. Yes, just like Afrinelli said, we have a policy in Nigeria on climate change, and it was passed in October 2013. But the conclusion is that I don't think the elements of those policies have been implemented. Okay, and because we still have high growth, we still have emissions, we still have, especially in the oil and gas, Niger Delta, we still have a lot of problems with climate there, and then it's affecting a lot of issues there. So, and that's that about that, because the objective of the national policy is to mitigate measures that will promote low carbon as well as sustainable and high economic growth, and strengthen national capacity to adapt to climate change, but it hasn't been effective. Okay, thank you.
And since you've worked so much with training a lot of young people, Dr. Arico, I want to understand from you that can policies play a role in driving or facilitating climate education into schools and into the learning system? Can policies play a role in that? And if so, yes, how do you think that can be done?
Yeah, that is a very good point for us in Nigeria, if we can incorporate the issue of climate into our education, right from primary school, preschool, to primary, secondary school, to high school. I think we should begin to change our orientation, especially for young people, so that they begin to act in order to promote climate, or in order to protect the climate. Right? A 5-year-old child should at least have an education about climate, what is going on, what was it like 40 years ago, what's it like now, and what's going to be like in 50 years if we continue the way we are continuing. We are abusing a lot of things. We don't respect our environment, and then it's going to decline. The climate is going to be declining every now and then. So I think we should put it in our curriculum, even to the university. In those days, they used to teach us about geography, and in geography, we learn about other countries, we learn about climate and weather. But now we should go past that. We should learn how to protect the climate that we have found ourselves in. Then all our activities we should be conscious of all our activities, and we should let the young people, students, know that there's a problem if we are abusing our activities here, and then it's going to help us a lot. And I think the government we should also create awareness, even in our home. Charity begins from home. Tell your child climate is changing, and these are the causes of climate change. And then this is how you can contribute to improving the climate in our system. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Arico. As we move to the last around 10 minutes of the session, I was wondering if anybody from the participants had questions. Would love to open the floor to any questions that anybody wants. Please feel free to raise your hand. I did see that Shay had a question to ask in the chat. Shay, do you want to? I see Neda's hand raised. Neda, please go ahead. Neda, you're on mute.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone from Uganda. So my question goes to Adeko. Actually, he brought up a point that is very important about how we study about geography from other countries. I would just like to put him in a state of being Minister of Education for his country, and looking at the education system. Yeah, we do learn geography, and you learn the geography of other countries, right? So do you feel like it's bringing impact or making the youth in your country realize the effects of climate change within Africa? I don't know if you're from Africa or you're within Africa. Or do you feel like there's a way it can be upgraded? I am not saying that it shouldn't be done, like teaching us geography of other countries, climate in other countries, because we can relate. But then it ends in theory. I'm giving it from the Ugandan perspective. It ends in theory and yeah, close the book, walk out of class. So what step do you have ahead, or what idea would you have in mind as a Minister of Education for your country in order for us to put it into a more practical program?
Okay, thank you very much for that question. If I am to be the Minister of Education, I'm going to make sure we incorporate climate education in the curriculum right from nursery and primary school. As long as a child can understand that, oh, this is hot, this is too cold, this is too hot, then you should be able to educate that child that the cause of heat is what you are doing, or the cause of too much of cold or coldness is your activity. I think these are emerging issues. We have emerging issues in sciences, in social sciences, in education, and so we cannot remain static if we want to be on the same page in the global world, in the global perspective. We should be moving. And if I have my way and I become a minister, I will ensure that climate education is enforced, not even an option. It should be enforced, because as a child should know that, okay, this is what is happening in my environment. These days we have a lot of heat wave. In Nigeria, the heat in Nigeria can be killing. If you don't have an air condition, you will just be, you could even faint. Every day we drink water. I drink water more than ever before now, unlike before. Even after the rain will just come, and before you know it, after 2 hours, you start feeling the heat again. So I think it's like the foundation of if you want to make a change in climate, in the awareness and in the consciousness of climate, in the consciousness of climate to our young people, we should start from when they are still in the preschool. But there are some people that don't even go to school. How about somebody who cannot afford to go to school, who is poor, basically, doesn't have enough livelihood to send his child to school? Then we should also go to the communities. We should start from the grassroots. Nigeria has a local government, has a state government, has a federal government. And I think if I want to do that, I will go, and even if you are not having formal education, there should be a campaign from the grassroots up to the top, so that even adults and an elderly person who is in his 70s and 80s who did not have privilege to go to school should have an idea of what we're talking about, should not get lost in the issue of climate change, climate education. So we could do that for elderly people, who are in for young people, and then even people that are out of school or who were not privileged to pass through the climate education that I'm going to put up. They should also know that, okay, there's something going on in our climate. There's an issue here. There's glass flaring. There's high carbon emission, and then we should be conscious to take care of those things. And then before you know it, the child is in nursery school. By the time he goes through that to the university, he will live in the consciousness of climate change, and he will be able to address his activities in order to not to jeopardize climate change. Thank you. I hope I've answered your question.
Yes, you have. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Meera and Dr. Arico. There is one question by Dr. Richard in the chat. Dr. Richard, if you would want to unmute and ask that, that works well too, or if you would want to read it out. He's written that policy is the biggest driver of change. Who should implement policy? Isn't this a responsibility for all of us? So I open it to any of the panelists who would want to respond to that question.
Well, I think that the policy should be applied by the government, but we need to work together with them. That is very easy to answer, because if people is not working, the government, as long as they don't have the specialty or the tools to do it, they will not achieve it. Then for me, it's important to put in the front of the mirror that we need to work together with the government. We need to push the policies, and we need to act and to have actions. Otherwise, it's impossible to do something. In Mexico, for instance, the education, environmental and climate education, is compulsory at the level of primary school now, because the government is giving for free since a long time ago all the books for the school. Then they put inside all the information about environmental and climate issues. That is simple, from the high school until the university that belongs to the other system. But in reality, it's a matter of be together, not only in Mexico, to be together as a whole, as a world. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Norma. I think Dr. Richard has a follow-up question. Dr. Richard, please, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much for the wonderful moderation and to the great panelists. Yes, I fully agree. The reason I brought up this question is taking the context of Africa today, where many have actually sometimes described it as a cemetery for policies. That's true. I think when you listen across, every country have got policies, but the biggest challenge has been about implementation. And if we are not careful and only stay at talking policy, we will miss the reality, because it's not absence of policies, but it's absence of action. And now, what the question I wanted, pretty much is a comment, not necessarily a question, but I would appreciate to get the thoughts of the eminent panelist, which is that if you look at Africa, the continent, are pretty much in most developing countries and even developed countries, we have the youthful population that have that ingenuity, that vibrancy, that passion to do things. But what we usually miss when policy is formulated and implementation plans are put, they are not actually always put at the center because they are the biggest non-state constituency for implementation. That's one. The second is that the policy is made to be seen as if it is government to drive it. The role of government is to create an enabling environment. It is non-state actors to pick this up. So to what extent do you think from what you do or what you see, the discussion around climate policy starts to move away just talking climate, but to now more driving socio-economic opportunities and making youth at the center of it? That's one. The second is, don't you think that the blame game of government, it's actually weaponizing the very citizenry who are supposed to leverage the very tools which are policy to create their own opportunities out of that, rather than always blaming? And lastly, what do you think can be a bottom-up approach where we work with what we have, not always demanding what we don't have?
On to that.
I think it's open to anybody who would want to take up.
Okay.
To everybody.
First of all, I'd like to remind or just share one quote that I came up with in 2016 when I started my radio program on environment. A lot of persons have called me to change the quote. But here it is: environmental hazards are not just the government problem, but the people problem. I try to make people understand that without the people, there can be no government. And the government makes up a very minute percentage of the entire populace. So yes, from my end, I push the people. In fact, I pretend like there's no government. Because if we wait on the government of Africa, for example, nothing would be done. So that's why I came up with that quote. Now, to the initial question before Dr. Richard's input, who is to implement policies? Everyone. Like I said, there are stages, except that the citizenry, the electorate, they do not pay attention to their, in fact, it is a civic role that when the process of enacting a law is on, you pay attention to when the open call comes up. You need to participate. Otherwise, when it's eventually enacted, you have no right to complain. So people just sit there and wait on government. Probably we're waiting on government to start giving us 3 square meals a day, morning, afternoon, evening. We'll get to that point where election campaigns would start bordering around, oh, I'm going to feed you every day for 3 days. And that's, people are beginning to get lazy, not just the young people. We need to get beyond that. As for me, I coach young people to pretend like there is no government, because the government of the day is not sensitive to what we're talking about. So let's just pretend they are not there. I'm going to cite a scenario. When the former president of the US won his election, his first term election, he did not give heed or give an ear to the gay community. But when he wanted re-election, because the percentage of the people who were clamoring for gay marriage increased, he had to give in to them. So the people have the power to demand for what they want. The moment Nigerians, for example, in other African countries around the world, demand for good governance in terms of clean air, in terms of less impact in global warming and climate change, the government would adjust. We are the ones to call them to order, not the other way around. So yes, I quite agree with Dr. Richard. We need to keep demanding and pushing until there's results. And any election coming up, you would see the aspirants trying to align with the voice of the people, because that's what they want. But when the people do not show the interest and they're lackadaisical and relaxed, well, the government of the day takes charge. Thank you.
Dr. Norma, would you want to add to that?
Well, I agree with Professor Richard that we are blaming all the time the government. That is true. We say that in Mexico, the government is guilty of everything. But the fact is that the population is not working together with them. And that is a problem. I think that if we work together, I cannot ask to do something that I'm not doing. How I can ask the government to work and to take actions if I don't be involved in the actions? That is so crazy. Then the government needs to do what they need to do, and on my side, the population and the society needs to work toward them. Why? Because only together we can build up everything. And for me, the best way to build up something is from bottom to top, that we did it in the past with the public policies in marine areas. The national public policy was built up by scientists from bottom to top because the society wanted and needed a public policy for the sea. Mexico is a country where you have the Atlantic and the Pacific oceans, one side and the other one, and we are giving the back to the sea because the sea is not important for Mexico. They don't take any actions. Then we decided to do it in that way, from the bottom to top. And of course that it works. After that, they put the words in a political way for the public policy and so. But finally, you are working for that. You are not blaming all the time the government, because the problem also is that you have every 3 or 6 years, you have a changing in the government. And then the ones who comes is a human reaction. Yeah, they did it wrong. They were not so good. I am the good one. And then I decided to build up again from zero. We start again in that way. It's not possible to have really actions for a long time. Very, very strong actions. Then that is my opinion in this area. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Norma. Thank you, Affinity. Thank you so much, Dr. Richard. We're so happy you could join this panel with your question. And I think this panel has been so thought-provoking, and the idea of the power of the people and their voices and the bottom-to-top approach that we just discussed, it's truly something that we'll take away with us and just inspires us to continue with what we're doing no matter what, and we're sure to create change. So once again, thank you so much to the wonderful panelists for joining us for this incredible conversation. And if anybody has questions, please do add it in the chat. I'm sure the panelists would be around for a bit, so they can surely see some of the questions and thoughts you may have in the chat. Once again, thank you, Richard, Dr. Arico, who I think has dropped out of the call. But thank you so much, and we wish you a wonderful day ahead. Thank you for making our Earth Day webinar special.
Thank you so much. See you.
Thank you, Dr. Norma. Thank you, Affinity. Thank you, Dr. Richard.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. With that, we will be moving on to session 3 of today. And just slightly going to stay on time, which I'm very excited. The panelists earlier were incredible with what they shared. So if you all have any thoughts, please do add it in the chat. They are around, and they will definitely keep their eye on the chat to respond to any questions you may have. And with that, I'm going to move on to session 3 for today. And if anybody has any thoughts, please do feel free to add it. Please do feel free to network in the chat as well. We have some very interesting participants who have joined us from across the globe here today. So yes, our next session aims to create an understanding of the role of science, technology, and innovation, and how it can play an important role in advancing climate education. For this session, we are joined by a young and a passionate youth advocate who stands as an inspiring example of someone who has found ways to effectively use technology as a means to drive climate action. So with that, I would like to invite Prachi Shivgaonkar.
Hi, Priyanka.
Hi.
Hi, I've learned
Prachi,
so much from the discussions today, and I feel very lucky to be here.
Thank you so much, Prachi. I am just not able to pin you. If you can, if your camera is switched on, that would be very helpful.
Yes, it is switched on.
Okay, perfect. I'll just pin you in a minute before I go on to introduce you. Thank you so much, Prachi. Prachi Shivgaonkar is a media professional, communicator, and the founder of Cool the Globe, an app and a movement for climate action. Prachi has helped several sustainable initiatives and businesses craft a communication strategy. She has been mobilizing global citizens to fight climate change through technology, innovation, and grassroots action. Her journey started with a simple question: what can I do about climate change? From this was born Cool the Globe app to help citizens reduce their greenhouse gas emissions to a target. Prachi spent months covering stories of youth, farmers, waste picker communities, and citizen groups to understand the impact of climate change in day-to-day lives of people. She firmly believes that when ordinary citizens come together, miracles can happen. And I cannot agree more. So with that, Prachi, I think it's such a wonderful and an inspiring story just with that small bio. I think it's so incredible the way your journey has started. So with that, we would just like for you to firstly share a little bit about Cool the Globe app and what is it and what does it do and how is it helping all of us tackle climate change? Please, the floor is yours.
Right. So as I say in the bio, it just started with a simple question that I asked myself: what can I do about climate change? I was in college at the time, and I went to my father and I asked him, what can I do? And we decided that as a family, we would reduce our own greenhouse gas emissions by 10% every year. And as we started doing that, something strange started to happen, which was that climate action suddenly became fun and interesting and a happy process. And I had so much fun doing it that I also started noticing that a lot of people around me were also inspired to join in. A lot of people also, I noticed that a lot of people were also looking for ways to make a difference while also living their day-to-day lives. And many others like me were also wondering what they could do about this global problem. Then we started figuring out ways how we could share this journey with global citizens. And that's where the idea of Cool the Globe app came in. So we built this app to help citizens reduce their own greenhouse gas emissions to a target. So essentially what the app does is as soon as you come in, it gives you a target of saving monthly greenhouse gas emissions by doing simple changes and simple things in your life. And the default target is to save 10% of your country's per capita greenhouse gas emission. And you can obviously, change your target according to your needs. And as you go in, you see several options that you can take in your day-to-day life. Simple things like, for example, if a person wants to go to their office by cycle instead of a car, then they will find out how many greenhouse gas emissions they saved while doing that. And that saving will be added to their monthly quota. And they would find out how much of their target they've achieved. And I think the biggest feature of this is that on the homepage, you also see a global meter where you get to see the collective savings made by all app users combined. And that shows the power of collective actions. We made this app, and we also made simple videos talking about the app. And we just shared it with people we knew. And the response was extremely overwhelming, where citizens just shared it with their groups, with their friends, with their family. And our cause reached millions of people that way. Now the app hosts citizens from over 55 countries and over 11,000 change makers. This journey has been uplifting and very empowering for me, as well as a lot of other people around the world.
Thank you, Prachi. You are so young yourself, so it's incredible how much you've achieved in such a short duration. And since today's Earth Day webinar theme is climate education and climate literacy, and you're someone who is so deeply involved in science and technology, what role do you think science, technology, and innovation can play in driving climate education, be it in schools, universities, or on, say, a community level? What role do you think that it can play?
Right. So, I think the key challenge with climate education itself is, to be blunt, a lot of people find it boring. And then you add science to it, and a lot of other people might just start yawning. But I personally think that science and technology play a very powerful role in driving climate action. And I'll tell you why. It's because at its core, science and technology, it's not about textbook stuff. It's about people. Technology binds people together. To give my own example, I started Cool the Globe as absolutely a personal quest. And when I started wondering how I could share this quest with global citizens, that's when technology came to the rescue. And this simple tool, a simple technological tool, Cool the Globe app that we built, it bound people from over 55 countries on a common quest for climate action. And that is the power that technology possesses, because at its core, technology is about action. It's about finding solutions. It's about binding people together. But here I would also like to note that sometimes, I've also had discussions with people who didn't want to take climate action. And one of the reasons people would often give is that they would rely on technology and say that sometime in the future, we would come up with some innovation, we would come up with some solution, and we're relying on that. But technology is a foundation for individual actions. It will augment and it will scale up what we do at our levels. It's not a replacement for our action. So technology is powerful to scale up the foundation that we've already built. And that, I think, is the role of science and technology in climate education.
I think you've so beautifully said it. And keeping that in mind, I think what you just added, I hope you are, I think that, yeah, Prachi's back. Okay, great. So adding to what you said, there's a lot of innovation and technology that's coming up these days when you look at, trying to fight climate change. There are, of course, a lot of people on an individual level, organizational level, corporate, so many people trying to innovate and bring in new technology that can effectively make our environment a better place. But in the process, there are also a lot of technologies that are not sustainable in nature. So it's like you're trying to solve one problem, but you're creating another problem in return. Right. So how can we ensure that people keep that in mind, that as they develop science and technology, how can we spread that awareness that technology by itself needs to be sustainable in order for it to bring about that climate change, if we're positive climate change if we're looking for. So what are your thoughts on that?
Right. That's a very valid question. And because of that, my concern is also not about the existence of innovations and technologies, because there are many to do with climate change itself. But we must ask ourselves how many of those are coming from the grassroots. A technology is nothing without the people behind it. And an innovation is only meaningful as long as it's solving real problems faced by real people. An innovation is only meaningful as long as it's bound with the ground realities of communities. And that can only happen when solutions are coming not only from government sanctioned projects, not only from global institutions, not only from research labs, but it is sustainable and is meaningful when it's coming from people and when it's coming from communities that are being affected. Innovation is meaningful when it's coming from us. So why do we not see many of such people-driven innovations? Because ordinary people often find it difficult to accumulate the resources. I think somebody's, yes.
Yeah, I have muted, please. Go ahead, thank you.
So I think the reason we don't see a lot of these people-driven innovations is because ordinary people find it difficult to find the resources to build upon the innovations, to scale them up, to find the right mentorship to grow it. And I think technology and innovation will be sustainable when we facilitate an environment where ordinary people have the resources, the backing, the access to build upon their ideas and their innovations, and when they have the right mentorship to tell them that there is something that you can do about the problems faced by your community. So essentially, it becomes sustainable when it comes from us.
Correct, absolutely. I completely agree. And before I open the floor for questions from the participants, I just had a doubt, and something that's always come in my mind. Of course, there are a lot of apps, there are a lot of digital platforms we see that are trying to push for climate action, but the reach of these sort of platforms and apps is very limited. And why do you think that's the case? And what are some ways in which we can ensure that these sort of digital apps and platforms have a large reach? In addition to that, there are many people who may not be able to access these kind of platforms, especially if you go into the rural sites or people who don't have access to technology in general. So how can we continue to ensure that even though we have this app in place, we're also driving such sort of people to take action? So in a way, an equitable access to it. How do we ensure that?
Right. So, an equitable access to a technology like this, it's a very complex issue. And I must be frank here and say that it is difficult to give equitable access to technology. Because it takes me back to an experience I had a few years back, where I was spending some time with study centers in and around slums in Pune. And I remember I sat on one of the computer classes, and I was very thrilled to know that they have computer classes. When I went in, I saw 30 to 40 students huddled up around a single computer trying to get a glimpse of the screen. And it took me back to my own college, and the posh computer lab in my college with 30 to 40 work desks, but only 2, 3 children working in the lab. And that is the gap that we have currently. So we must acknowledge that it's difficult. Having said that, I continued to spend some more days in that study center, and I saw the students standing in lines so that they could get their turn for 5 minutes with the computer, and they would search their hobby and their favorite thing on Google when they did have that time. So even though it might be difficult to get a computer for every single one of those children, we must acknowledge that there is a power in what a single desktop can do in a classroom of 40. So equitable access to technology is difficult, but we can always try and give equitable access to knowledge and resources. So a single resource can do a lot as long as we are aware of the power of that resource. Coming to climate technology and climate change in particular. So this is something that I have also experienced a lot in Cool the Globe. I would go and give lectures in schools and colleges. And in one of those lectures, we spoke about the impact of climate change and extreme weather events on roughly built slums, roughly built houses that are there in the slums, and how it impacts those communities. And after the lecture, I was surprised when one of the students came up to me and he said, "I live in a slum, and I'm going to go back home and I'm going to try and talk to my community and find a solution of what we can do about these things, because all of these things that we spoke about are what I have experienced firsthand." Even though he did not have a smartphone of his own, he probably could not use Cool the Globe app on a daily basis. But we were able to give him access to that knowledge and to that resource. And in that entire week, that conversation I had with that student was the single most impactful gesture of climate action, which came from the grassroots. I like to say here that a lot of people think that sustainability is for the rich and the privileged, and sustainability is something that you can do only if you have the resources to it. But real sustainability is not about expensive electric cars. It's not about it's not about something you can do only if you have the money to do it. Real sustainability is in simplicity. Real sustainability creates opportunities, and real climate action actually improves your quality of life, and creates a lot of opportunities for you in other areas as well. While I say that, we also must acknowledge that what should happen and what is happening, there's a gap between that. So when climate action becomes about genuinely improving people's lives, not just in the area of environment and climate action, but also in all other areas, that's when it would become accessible and equitable to everybody.
Thank you, Prachi. I think a very important point you made was equitable access to resource and knowledge, which is so important. Right. And I think that's the essence of what we're trying to discuss here today. As we move to the last 10 minutes of this session, I would like to open the floor to all the participants. If they have any questions, please feel free to raise your hand or share it in the chat, and you can ask Prachi to respond. The Cool the Globe app's link has been put in the chat, so do feel free to check it out as well. And if anybody has any questions, the floor is open to all the participants. We will just wait for a minute to see if anybody has any questions.
Yes.
Dr. Richard, please, Dr. Richard, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much, Prachi, for that beautiful articulation. Yes, science, technology linkage is very, very important. What I would just want to find out from you is, sometimes when we talk about technology, it is sometimes presented or manifested in a way that people think it's very complicated, heavy machinery, heavy tools. But when you look across every continent and country, there are simple things that people use each and every day, even farmers in villages using simple technologies to be able to ensure that they can have a bumper harvest, whether it is just inputs like fertilizers that have been produced by people using local machinery. So to what extent do you think that local technologies that do exist and have proven to be working can be promoted without necessarily always thinking complicated technology? That's one. The second is, what do you think is the role of young people in leveraging technology to drive climate action from a business angle without necessarily having to always sit and complain about government? And the last one is, if you were to talk to your government today, what will you tell your government? Just one thing you will tell your government to do that can make the life of young people who are developing technology to be better.
Right. Wow, all of those very beautiful questions and very meaningful commentary in the questions itself. So the first question was about local technologies and the role they would play, right? And like you rightly said, technology is not something, not about heavy words, it's not about textbooks. Technology is something that comes very naturally to us as humans and as people. And technology evolves from field work and day-to-day work that we do. It evolves from practicality. And one beautiful example that we have seen is in Ladakh in India, where the farmers started facing difficulties due to climate change, where they would depend on water melting from the glaciers to do their farming. And because of climate change, the water that gets melted otherwise started to delay. So it didn't happen during their harvesting season. And there were a lot of issues that happened because of now. Now, the simple solution they came up with was to build ice stupa. So when the water would melt, they would structure it in the form of a stupa, so that the surface area of that ice would be less and the water would not melt early, and they would be able to use it for harvesting. And that comes from a brilliant insight, but it's also something that's developed by local farmers over there, and it's working beautifully. And the simple solution has made a great impact on the lives of people that would have otherwise been devastated due to climate change. So there are many more such local technologies, and that is what I meant when I say that solutions should come from the grassroots, because they're always grounded in real issues. The second question of yours was in the role of young people. And this again is something that I've experienced. I've known that even when we release Cool the Globe app, we would often find many adults coming to us to give suggestions, to give feedback, which was also very welcome. But the young people who came to us, they came to ask what they could do. And young people have today started asking, so a 9-year-old girl emailed me saying that she doesn't have a phone of her own, but she would still like to know what she could do in her day-to-day life for climate change. And she had understood a simple concept that many adults often don't, that actions matter a lot more than words. And with young people, it's difficult also because they would tell it to you to your face if they don't find climate action interesting. But they would also be the first ones to take action if they're convinced about it. Another area for hope is that sustainability and climate action is becoming cool these days. And that again is the power of it's soft power, where because something has become cool, now there is hope for it to be for it to happen at a much larger scale. And I think what was your third question again?
That if you were to ask your government to do just one thing, what would it be?
Yes. So just one thing is difficult. And also because I've not spent a lot of time in thinking about what governments can do. All these years, my focus has only been on what we can do, because there are enough people worrying about what governments can do. Having said that, one thing that I would ask for them, because this is purely a policy level change, is for solar in India to be for example, in a lot of countries, your wind energy can be produced elsewhere, and that can be added to the common grid. So somebody living in a city can own a wind farm somewhere far away, and they can contribute to wind energy in their house from that. So in India, we have a very rich resource, which is the sun. So we need to now work on harnessing the solar energy. We need to work on our power, which is so naturally available to us, and we need to make it accessible so that people can own solar farms somewhere in the outskirts of the city. People in the city who can afford to do so, and their entire household can be made from solar. So right now, if you want to use solar panels can only exist on top of your buildings, on top of your households, which is not really sustainable at a larger scale. So be able to do that with solar would be a significant change here in India. But I think, as I always say, the real change would always come from people. And when people start taking actions, governments would have to listen.
Wonderful.
Thank you, Rashi. Thank you, Dr. Richard. Your questions are just absolutely very, in a sense, thought-provoking, and just inspire the greatest answers and the greatest discussions. So thank you for keeping this conversation going and for joining us again with your amazing questions. And thank you so much, Prachi. You are so inspiring as a young leader, doing so much, having such a mass reach with your passion. Like Dr. Richard started in the beginning, passion is so important, and you are doing that with your work. And we wish you all the very best. We would, of course, want to be a part of the Cool the Globe movement, and at the same time, would love to be a part of your journey, the things you do, and we're always there to support you. So thank you so much, Prachi, for joining us today.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Richard.
Thank you.
With that, we now move on to the next session for the day, for which I would like to hand over the floor to Shay from Future Savers Initiative. He would be moderating the next session for today. Shay, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you, Priyanka. That's fantastic moderation from you. Thank you, everybody. The next session, which is the fourth session for today, that is tagged the role of advocacy in furthering climate education and action. We have three powerful panelists today. And this session is certainly going to be not just inspiring, but very relatable to every one of us. And we are actually very certain that our audience today is filled with passionate climate advocates who continue to amplify their voices for our planet. So our next panelist will be, talking so much about their works in towards climate advocacy, because actually they've taken it to the next step. So I will be introducing three of them. The first person is Sheya Adebote. He's a conscious environmentalist with a very strong passion, actually, for youth capacity development, sustained environmental growth, social entrepreneurship. Nigeria's youngest delegate to the United Nations Youth Nation General Assembly. He has a knack for in-depth, up-to-date, and factual research that guides his presentation, broadcast, and print, and indulges people toward consciousness. The second person is Samuel C. Okorie, a passionate
Shay, I think we have lost you.
Sorry for the itch. Yeah, I'm back. I'm back. Yeah, I'm back.
Thank
So I'm on Samuel. Yeah, thank you. Samuel is a passionate researcher and is a grassroots and community development person. Samuel has professional recognition as a climate activist and environmentalist and gender and human rights instructor by the FIGHR, United Nations Affiliated Organization. Samuel has been a speaker in several global forums like World Sustainable Development Forum, Youth Leadership Network, Earth Odyssey, Vox Media, Pop Festival, Mock COP 26, Climate Change Dialogue, Warsaw Executive Meeting, and so on and so forth. He is a team leader and a partner at Echo City and Cheers. Team lead partner representing African and global campaign, Not Yet Recycled by JF Media. Samuel has received global recognition from over 40 countries. He is also a fellow of Federation of International Gender and Human Rights. Also, he is part of the Peace Land Nigeria and SDG Champion Nigeria 2020. And the last person, but not the least, is Meda Hope Malinga. He is an 18-year-old fantastic woman from Uganda, former student of Gayaza High School in Kampala, Uganda, now joining African Leadership Academy in Johannesburg, South Africa. She is the founder and general coordinator of Itaji Africa, which is a youth-oriented organization being driven by 4 major thematic areas: education, GBV, and child protection, food security, and nutrition. Climate change also included. The inspirational goal of the organization is UNSDG 4. She is a youth lover, impacting millions of lives directly and indirectly. She believes that the change we want to see start now with us. Our biggest vision is to have Itaji Africa influence the whole of Africa and the globe at large. I'm so happy to welcome the panelists, and I'm so inspired to read their profile. And I believe this also inspires so many young people listening to us today. So the discussion, actually, I will be asking some general questions. And then the first question to you guys: can you share your experience actually and journey with climate advocacy and how you have used it as a tool to address climate change in your community? I would like any of you to go first, but then Shea Adebote can go first. And then Mida can go.
I was just going to pass the mic to Mida. Mida, if you don't mind, you can go first.
Pardon?
I mean, are you happy to go first?
Yeah, Mida, you should go first. She is trying to pass the mic to you.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon to you all. I'm Malinga Mida Hope. I'm a student, founder and general coordinator of Itaji Africa. Adventure realization, learning and learning. To set my hands on what kind of roadmap needed to address the issue of climate change and its effects to the community. They range from workshops, conferences where I have engaged with my peers interested and already engaged in taking climate action, and the elders who have set the journey and targeted the path for a remarkable time frame. I attended more United Nations conferences under the Environmental Committee for 3 years as a delegate to various countries, which include Turkey, Bangladesh, El Salvador, and Ukraine. Plastics, environmental migration, combating illegal wildlife trade, and addressing the issue of air pollution. I served as a coordinator for events under the School Water and Sanitation Club at Gayaza High School from 2016 to 2019. During my term of service, we partnered up with Environment Club and the 8th houses in the institution to host a 7-week anti-litter campaign, which involved training masses on responsible disposal of biodegradable and non-biodegradable materials, reduce the rate of environmental pollution and soil degradation, which are an outcome of poor waste management. We also made the students and the whole school realize civilization brought out with responsible handling of waste materials. I took responsibility as the student coordinator for Gaza High School to organize outside programs to clean the water bodies within the community while engaging community members that are an outcome of consuming contaminated water. This project was done under the Global Water Crisis class in 2017, which Gaza High School took part. I was lucky to be among the 4 Ugandan youth delegates to attend the conference in Morocco in 2019. It was where I got to realize the importance of quality education as a key influence to sustainable change in Africa. On the 14th of December 2019, we had an anti-litter campaign in Kapchora Municipal Council, where we sorted out the rubbish and in the Duchess area of the municipality and cleaned the market area as well. I attended the Pop Movement Youth-led Climate Action Advocacy Workshop with the theme of to help youth develop ocean-oriented solutions, which happened on the Saturdays of 26th, 3rd and 10th and 17th of October 2020. The workshop enabled us draw a plan on eliminating plastics and addressing the issue of environmental migration, which we upgraded into a project that I'm currently learning and working upon. On the other hand, we're able to share the ideology on eliminating plastics with Kampala Capital City Authority, which was taken up as a project in the institutions that we had connections with. Also was able to take part in the festival hosted by Protect Our Planet that was able to make me learn so many other areas as sensitive topics were handled. Lately, I'm scaling up a project tackling the effects of climate change on food security and nutrition in vulnerable communities. In this case, I'm focusing in Bududa district, which turns out a vulnerable community due to several landslides. Yes, I think I've summarized.
Thank you. Yeah, you really you did great. Thank you. That's a very fantastic experience, and that involves a lot of community work and projects that you've actually involved yourself, even at a very young age, and that, I believe, should serve as a kind of inspiration for so many young people that regardless of your community, regardless of where you are, even in your school, in your institution, you can do a lot, to get yourself involved in your community. And I believe that service to humanity leads to greatness. So that's the most important thing here that you have shared with us. So Sheyi, I would like you to go next.
Yes, totally my pleasure. Good afternoon from here in Abuja, Nigeria. And happy Earth Day to everyone. Really exciting to be a part of this conversation. And I should say many thanks to you, Sheyi, and the Future Savers team, as well as every other partner that has made this possible. I also understand Okorie will be joining this meeting, and it will be really exciting to hear from him. He's someone I respect, and his work around climate advocacy here in Nigeria. So yes, I mean, just to set a background, you did read my profile, which I'm very honored for. Sounds pretty intimidating to me myself. But the point I just wanted to stress is that, advocacy works. If there's anything we should take away from this conversation, it's simply come to realize we sometimes do not know how powerful it is. The little advocacy we devote ourselves to doing, and if there's anything we should be reassured of more than ever before is the fact that advocacy works. I listened when Afro Nelly was speaking earlier, and also to some contributions from Richard Monand and the rest of the team. And I understood that, I mean, it's very inspiring to hear them share their stories. And here also, there's been a lot we've been doing on the ground. I do hope that, as the conversation goes on, I'll be able to share some of the practical advocacy work we've been doing and how it's been a very useful tool to advance climate change in Nigeria and by extension on the African continent. But that's just an introduction from me, and I would also love to hear from other people. Thank you, Shay. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Shay. It's really great. I know most of your work, and I respect that you like to speak the truth, especially when you talk on social media. I know how difficult it is for young people nowadays to speak against government or to scrutinize the government for what they are not doing or their nonchalant attitude or behavior towards climate advocacy or climate change. But I believe that every advocacy, no matter how small it is, it works, and then we cannot be discouraged by the inactivity of the government as expected. So that being said, I want to hand over to Samuel. Samuel, your turn.
Yeah. Okay. Good everyone. Thank you. Hope you can all hear me. Hope you can all hear me. Am I clear? Okay. So thank you very much, everyone. This is awesome. So being here, and also Shay, it's really awesome seeing you as well, because I know you are really an inspiring and an amazing human being as well that I also have learned many things from. Basically seeing your tweets alone and most of the things you've done, they are really inspiring. And then, well, my work in the climate field has not really been ineffective, but it has been super effective because there has been a whole lot of progress and there has been a whole lot of work done. And it's also awesome to know that we as Nigerians, we can be able to put Nigeria in a global map. We can be able to put Nigeria out there to tell the world that we are doing something. So how did my work start in the field of climate change? It started in, I think, in 2016, 17, whereby I was told to organize a project, a campaign to talk about clean and green environment. So I had to mobilize people that came out, and first of all, they promised that they are going to come out, but getting to the D-Day, nobody turned out. So I was left alone to carry out the whole process. And you know how frustrating it is, whereby you have to go on the streets to tell people, promote green and clean environment, and nobody is even like talking to you. Some people are even scared. So when I did that stuff, it was really motivating.
Yes.
And I had people that pledged to keep. Can
Lost you for a moment, Samuel, but I think you're back.
Okay.
Can you hear me? Let me know if you can hear me.
Samuel, you can keep talking now. Yeah, I think you're back.
Okay, so it's really awesome to know that people can actually sign up as green advocates. So my work from there has been really progressive, where we got people to advocate for climate action and also advocate for clean and green environments. We've done a whole lot of work at grassroots level, telling people about the essence of sustainable environmental practices. And at the moment, there is a project I'm carrying out with the POP Movement and Pop Nigeria Initiative, where we want to use climate education as an adaptive to tackle climate change impact. And at the moment, there is even a program that we are carrying out at the moment. I think this would be awesome for everyone to see as well. The passion doesn't just stop from where we are, but the passion goes beyond our own physical environment to tell the story of what we're actually doing. You can see this is a live event we're also doing today. You can see everybody. This is also to tell to people about climate change. And also, we have a whole lot of stream activities involved. Awesome. And as at last week, I was with the Minister of Environment, Federal Republic of Nigeria, to talk about the project. And earlier this week, I was with the VC of University of Calabar as well to discuss about this project. I'm currently in Calabar. We are carrying out a lot of projects in regards to promoting sustainable environmental practice and also climate education. So it's really been an awesome experience. And I think I'll stop here for now, then with further engagement with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Samuel. You're actually doing a great work with your theme. It's obvious, and what you're doing with the pop, with the pop theme. It's fantastic. Trying to move from one state to the other, trying to broker some environmental policy deals, which I think it's a great one. Why some people are on the street trying to clamor for climate change policies. Some people should also be in the offices and trying to broker this deal, trying to lobby the government. I think it's part of the whole process. At the same time, not every one of us can have access to the government, for example, like what you had last week. So it's really a wonderful thing you're doing, and I want to say thank you to you as well. So moving forward, we know that I would say starting our organization, the objective right from the beginning has always been climate education, because we believe that to deliver climate justice, climate education is actually pivotal. Like Afro said the other time, there are a lot of young people in Africa or in Nigeria, for example, who do not actually understand what climate change is all about. They can feel it. They see changes, they complain about it, but they do not know anything about it. But now I think the consciousness is being raised in different parastatals, in different states, in different local governments. And then you're seeing changes, you're seeing young people, having interest, asking questions, what is happening. A lot of young people are ready to volunteer and so on and so forth. And I think that is the power of climate education. Many people feel you just have to always do things, but I think sensitizing people, reorientating them is key, to delivering climate justice and even climate action. So the next question would be for me that, what role does climate education play in shaping young climate advocates? What role do you think climate education plays in shaping young climate advocates? Over to you, Mida.
Well, thank you so much for that wonderful question. One thing I must say is that personally, I do believe education is what made me realize the need for climate action. And it all comes down to the institution that I enrolled into. The institutions have a bigger role to play, but then at personal level as well, you need to realize that you're a member of community, and the things that are affecting community are affecting you as an individual as well. So the thing is, with the education, we shall be able to relate the situations. Earlier on, I made a comment. Actually, I asked a question to one of the panelists, and my reason for asking him that question was to get his point of view as a Minister of Education for the country, because I really do believe that our education system would have been better than what it is if only we stood up and made the private institutions especially realize this. And at the end of it all, the private institutions at some point have influence in public institutions. So one thing is that with the education system, for example, through the geography as we talked earlier on, we are able to learn about the climate change or climate of other countries, Rhinelands, China, and other so many areas. Then you try to relate it to Uganda. What I can say is that with education, we are able to sit down and get it stimulates innovation. For example, I must say that with the project that I'm currently running on building community resilience to the effects of climate change, it's because I realized that, okay, we've sat down in class and I've learned the effects of climate change. Climate change is something that is happening in the country. How did we realize that? It's by the theory we obtained from class. Now, the institution, I'm lucky to be in an institution or one club that, can I say, stimulates or has programs that make you realize your role play as an environmental advocate. So we don't end on the theory, but come out to make the practical work done. So one thing I must say is that while we are sitting, we are able to apply the theoretical knowledge obtained from class into a practical format. Because yes, now you realize the effects of climate change and you add up content. I must say, yeah, that's where the innovation comes in. So, okay, this when you look around and you're like, for example, Uganda is affected by landslides. So, and there are solutions that could, try to address the current problem. Yeah, so you now are able to relate and come up with something that is going to address the current situation. And also probably you are able to meet the socio-economic problems in society. So one thing I must say is, okay, our education system is more of I'm speaking it from Uganda's experience. Youth are energetic, but if you look at the employment rates, there are jobs looking at us, but people do not realize that the jobs exist because we've learned from class about the climate of Uganda. We know about the climate change, but now people are looking at it as a problem, other than what Dr. Richard said earlier on, an opportunity for you to outshine, because it ends as theory. We are not given a platform to, come up and share ideas. It's only a few youth who get the opportunity to come up and get these ideas. So I really do feel, here we can't blame the government, as Dr. Richard said earlier on. It's up to each and every one of us to go and educate the people, make them realize the problems that we are facing at community level, climate change, and widen up their knowledge on what exactly they can do to address these problems. People can come up with brilliant ideas. For example, the youth who are doing charcoal bricks, they're doing it as an entrepreneurship project, but they do not relate it to environmental beneficiaries. So at the end of it all, it comes down to the system and also individual awakening. And in order for us to make it spread all over, it's me realizing my voice and sharing out with others so that I'm able to spread the same word to many more. And at the end of it all, while we speak of education, I got educated from Gaza. That knowledge from Gaza is able to spread out to someone who is about 300 kilometers away from me through advocacy. Thank you so much. I hope I didn't take long.
Okay, thank you, Mida. That's really great. We need to be very fast because the session is almost going to end. And then I'm going to allow Dr. Richard and any other person who will be having one or two questions to ask the panelists. So I would like to go straight to the second question, and that's Shay's to respond. My question is, why do you think advocacy is relevant to tackling climate change? You said something when you started that it works, yeah, but then why do you think it's relevant? Why do you think it's actually relevant in tackling climate change? Shay.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much for that question. My response will be pretty simple. the whole conversation around climate change is, I mean, it's like a long chain, if you want to say it that way. It's a long chain. So there are people who will have to be in government. There will be people who will work on policies. There are people who will maybe review international agreements and all that. And there's also that end on advocacy. So it's like a chain, it's like a very long chain. And we can choose what end of the chain we want to, hold and work with. So if we look at it, it's not about the people in government being more relevant or being more powerful than those who advocate or those who have the knowledge and call people to action or call the government to action. It's about just, individuals finding different ends of the rope and holding on to it. Now, advocacy is a very powerful tool. We can say this for climate change, for environmental issues, but we can also say it for every other, other areas of life. Look at in Nigeria, there was recently the End SARS protest. It was basically advocacy. In the US, there was the Black Lives Matter. It was basically advocacy. And so for climate change, it's not an exception that advocacy works. It's about understanding what context, who are the people we're talking to, how can we get other people on the ground. Richard Monaghan talked a lot about, bottom-up approach. That's what advocacy is about. It's not about, one or two persons reaching the powerful people up there. It's about getting 1,000 or 2,000 people on the ground and saying, you know what, together let us raise our voice about these issues. Together let us work towards addressing these issues. That's basically how advocacy works. And if you look at it that way, you would see that it is really relevant, and on the long run, it indeed works.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I think the point is that every one of us has a role to play. Those in government, those who lobby, those who are on the street, those who can call for action. We all have a role to play by holding that chain. And climate change advocacy is more than just talking about, the change itself, but also few actions, few, influence that we can have, on our leaders. And I think I got a point. That's very fantastic. And the last question will be going to Sam. And briefly, I would like Sam to answer. What more would you wish to see in the area of climate advocacy in order to achieve success? We have been talking about different approaches, but then do you have something unique, or do you think there is something more that can be done, or that you would like to see in young people, in the government, or in different areas? You talk to the government, you try to meet the government. What more do you wish to see in that area of advocacy in order to achieve success? That's
okay. So for me, what role I think we need to see in order to achieve success is, first of all, we have to erase the mentality that we cannot meet these people. That is number one. And secondly, we have to own up to our responsibility, like the word man up. A philosopher would say, man know thyself. So for us to get everything right, we have to know the power we have as youth to get these things done. Because if we don't know the power we have as a youth, we will always be scared of meeting these people. Let me say, for instance, we wanted to approach the Ministry of Environment, Federal Ministry of Environment. I remember what many people say. They were like, hey, Sam, do you know how many years it has taken us to get to the ministry and begin to work? And some told me, hey, Sam, you are a small guy, you cannot get this done. Like, I had a whole lot of discouragement, but that didn't stop me from going for what I wanted. So what I just want to see are passionate youth that are crazy to do something passionate for not just the environment, for not just their survival, but for the protection of our planet. And until we come to that consciousness that we can do this ourselves, and we don't really need anybody to be more like a whistleblower for us, the more important it is for us to get the work done. Okay, so that is all we have to do. Let's focus more, because this in 21st century, we have a whole lot of distraction coming in from left, right, center, of knowing the right persons to meet, knowing the right people to go to, and all that. Yes, those distractions are going to come, because I too for person also had those distractions too. I too for person was also shy and all that, but it all takes a while for us to just realize that we cannot be stuck in this mentality that if we meet these people, they will turn us down. As we speak now, we have gotten a support letter from the Federal Ministry of Environment, giving us access to every minister, to every commissioner in Nigeria to access them. So it means in any state we enter, we have easy access to the Commission of Environment in that state to work with them. And apart from that, we are able to meet with the VC of University of Calabar, the Vice Chancellor of University of Calabar, who is more like presiding over the university. And we have an endorsement letter from them that in any activity we are carrying out in this institution, they will be supporting us full time. And we want to institutionalize this by making sure that every sector in Nigeria is conscious of climate change, and also they adopt climate education as one of the subjects that students can be able to offer in their institutions. And yes, we're working towards that. By God's grace, we've got in contact of someone that is close to a Speaker in House of Representatives. So our pressing need now is submitting our climate education bill to them, and also submitting a template or a framework that incorporates all we want to see students do in sustainable environmental practices, and also all we want to see students learn in climate education. So I know there's a whole lot of things that we're going to achieve together as youth, but we have to come together to have a striking force and also to have one voice to do that. It's not all about organizing projects and events, but it's all about making it sustainable. And for it to be sustainable, we have to do the right thing and not basically doing it anyhow we want to do it. Thank you very much.
Wow, that's interesting. I think running this segment hub before I will allow Dr. Richard to ask his question briefly, is that we Africans, to be honest, it's not our fault. We've been the fear of the government, the fear of people out there has been something, that has been created in our mind right from childhood, that you cannot talk to your elders, you cannot ask questions, the elders cannot be wrong, and that translates to everything that is happening now. We cannot even, I remember when I was in school, I dare not even knock the door of my headmaster. So I cannot knock to ask questions because we are scared, right? So I think that the most important thing is to remove the fear. And then young people should go to those Ministry of Environment, those commissioners, knock their doors, ask them questions. I know sometimes they don't honor these letters, but then we can devise different approaches by going in group. When they see number of young people with less smiling faces, I believe they are going to listen to us. I think that's an approach that we can use. So, Dr. Richard, I would like you to ask your question, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Say, and thanks to the eminent panelists. I think they did an amazing job. I think most of the answers to what I wanted to ask have already been provided, but thank you. Let me start with Meda. Thank you very much for what you are doing. I think that's quite very inspirational. What I want to hear from you is the great work you are doing with the community. I just want, how do you engage them to be part of the ownership? Because what we know, building on what Said have said, most of the time when we hear project, we think money in the continent, forgetting to know that sometimes ideas and engaging the community to do something, also playing their part, actually result into a project, even when you don't even have money. So how do you really engage them so that they become owners of this? To say, Adebote, yes, it's always a pleasure to hear you speak, and thanks for buttressing on the advocacy. You're doing a good job. But what I just wanted to ask to you is, we know that advocacy is the biggest tool. It will always be. But I would rather say advocacy that is contextualized, which you are really doing that very excellently, using podcasts and doing everything. But I just want to ask you, given the context, building on what I said, I've already said, we sometimes love to complain. And the dimension you are bringing is, yes, let's talk solutions, which is really great. And it's not just talking to governments, but it's talking to non-state actors, citizenry and individual actors as well. So how do you think we can inspire people to see themselves as the solutions they will need, not always waiting for an elusive solution to come from elsewhere? Through advocacy, leveraging advocacy to make people, especially young people, to see themselves as the solutions. Then lastly, to Samuel, thank you for the good work you are doing. You said something in your opening remarks, it's like people didn't believe you. But what I wanted to say is, how do you ensure that you work with the willing? Because we have this attitude in the continent that if you don't bring money upfront, you are not useful. Usefulness is equated to material. So how do you win over these people? And one last question to every one of you. You know, yes, climate change is an environmental issue, but the solutions will not come from environment. To what extent are you engaging other actors that are not within the environment space? Thank you.
So can I go first?
Ladies before gentlemen.
Yeah, sure. Okay, fine. Ladies
Can
first, right?
Okay, Meda, please.
Hey. Okay, so about gaining interest from the community in taking part in these projects, I must say it's not about money. Now that's where we've all gone wrong. Bringing change is not all about money. I got to realize it's about 3 T's, which is time, treasure, and talent. Actually, most youth or young people who see you engaging in community development look at it as a money-driven project. Okay, you have the money, that's why you are causing change. But now I've taken it as an initiative. I actually do youth empowerment, whereby I go down to community level and make youth realize their role play towards sustainable development. Here you are able to relate with people and take away that mindset of, I need the money in order for me to bring change. You might have the voice. Your voice is what will cause change. Some of them say change is only for the activists, climate activists, human rights activists. We don't realize that with whatever career we take, as long as you are part of a developing country or a citizen of a developing country, your career has a role play towards sustainable development. So it's all about innovation. Realize why I took up this career, what is lacking in my community, and that's where I need to act upon. So you just need, it's more of like conversation. And because I've sort of like had a wide range of conversation with my peers, it's really easy for me to go down to community and, you know, persuade them and now reach out to government, the local councils, in order for us to mobilize at grassroots level to see the project a success. Yes, and then I didn't get the last question you asked to all of us.
Yes, the last question was that given that climate change is an environmental issue, but the solution is not going to come from the docket of the environment. That's a fact. It will come from energy, it will come from ICT, it will come. So how are you engaging across the board those people? Just a quick one.
I must say, it all comes back to the fixed mindset. When you meet up with people, someone will tell you, because I want to become a doctor, I must not engage with, you know, climate-related content. And you're like, okay, look through your career and try to realize that you are part of this community. You might be a doctor, but you can use your voice. You know, here you bring in talent, leave the career aside. You might be a doctor with the voice, so you bring in your voice. So at the end of it all, I think we need to just trigger the mindset of someone. Take away that vibe of, because I'm an ICT specialist, I'm going to, you know, focus on Facebook, Word documents and all, but make them realize that there can be online advocacies as well, and also make best use of IT for online communications. I must say, make people realize their role play in climate action via IT. Basically, it's just working towards the mindset of people. So you sit down and make, you know, listen to everyone. It's just a mindset thing, I must say. Yeah.
Great.
Thank you.
Samuel, you want to go next? Mida, thank you very much. Samuel, if you want to go next, that's fine.
Yes, so I want to go next.
I'll just intervene for 1 second. I request everyone to just keep time in mind slightly, if we can conclude the session in another 5 minutes, if that's all right. Thank you so much. Please go ahead, Sam.
Okay, so thank you. And then I want to say that, first of all, as youth, we don't work in isolation. And then as youth, we are not neglecting the fact that we all have our weakness and some impediment that may come up. But one thing is that it's much more appreciated as youth if we can be able to see the usefulness of what we are doing now that will reflect our tomorrow. Okay, if we can have that big picture, it will save us a whole lot of stress, and also it will save us a whole lot of time of doing the wrong thing at the right time. Let me take, for instance, we are talking about climate advocacy, and people are clamoring on just meeting people on the streets to talk about climate advocacy, while other people are clamoring on getting policies implemented that will tackle climate change. And another set of people are just interested in hanging out with government just to talk about climate change. But if we are all doing these things without having the big picture of the usefulness of it, that means we have been wasting our time all this while. So basically, you can see somebody telling you about climate change, but if you ask them what's the usefulness of you advocating for this thing, they don't even have anything to talk about. Okay? So first of all is we realizing the usefulness. Now, what is the usefulness? Is that if we don't do it now, nobody will do it for us. That's number one. And secondly, even though people will do it for us, they will not do it better than how we would have done it. That is the second point. And apart from that, if we recognize necessary stakeholders starting from the grassroots, it will help us as well to harness a whole lot of resources from the grassroots. I, for person, I'm one of the people that believe in grassroots development and grassroots action. I'll just give this brief story, very brief, then I'm done. I gave an analogy of the NSAS protest that happened in Nigeria. And I said, when the NSAS protest began in Nigeria, there was what we see as the revolution coming up. But when the NSAS protest was distorted, it was not the people from the top that distorted the protest. What happened? They went to people at the grassroots and convinced them to distort the protest. Now you see the power of grassroots. If we start from grassroots to conscientize these people, they cannot be easily bought off. They will realize the usefulness, and they will see how useful they are too, to also secure what is important for them. So the question falls back to every one of us: what have we been doing at the grassroots? So that in case tomorrow these people will not easily sell out their conscience of not preserving the environment, because what the government is doing is they are going back to the grassroots and making people sell out their lands. So if people sell out their lands, they start deforestation, they start bush burning, they start all manner of things, and we start losing our lands. So what are we doing at the grassroots in this matter? Thank you.
Last Shay, please.
Many thanks indeed. And Dr. Richard, it's really good to see you. Very pleased to see you again. Very good.
Likewise.
Of the shirt too, very African. So, I mean, my response to your comments are pretty simple. If we do not share our stories well enough, we would not know to what extent we can inspire other people. And you understand what I mean. That's why I really appreciate the work you do in telling, your own story coming from Cameroon to, having to grow. It's really inspiring, but you never can tell how many people you could inspire if you did not start by telling those stories. So the whole context of advocacy is about localizing the issues. What are the things happening in this little community where I stay? I don't have to be in Lagos, in Abuja, in the big cities. It could be a very small community in some parts of Cameroon, and then telling the story of, hey, see what is happening here, see what we are doing to address these issues. And that could be a spark that someone else needs. So I strongly believe that it's about telling the stories of our local communities, no matter how uninteresting we think they are. It's about telling that story and being consistent with that storytelling. And then I totally agree with you that the solutions to address environmental problems will not come from environment. If you look at the old sectors, building, technology, transportation, I mean, those are the sectors that we should focus on if we really want to address the impact on the environmental sector. And it's also the financial aspect. So I really do think it's as important. I mean, it's as simple as, taking a step out of shouting climate change and environmental advocacy to looking at what these people are doing and then seeing how we can integrate the environmental component to what they are doing. And that way, I really do think that we can have like an inclusive way of addressing the issues. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much, Shay. Priyanka, I would like you to to take the stage now.
Thank you, Shay. Thank you, Dr. Richard, Shay, Meda, and Samuel. This session definitely deserved a lot more time, and I really wish we could give it because the conversation was just so incredible. I would like to thank Dr. Richard for his intervention once again. It's just incredible. And a big shout out and a big thank you to Meda, Sam, and Shay for all that they're doing. They're true leaders that are inspiring change in their communities, and not just in their communities, but globally as well. So thank you so much for all that you do, and we would love for you to keep sharing your journey with us, and we would love to hear and learn more from you going forward. So thank you so much once again for joining us today.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you very much.
So
thank you very
Billy,
much.
Billy, I'll just give a short introduction before you start, if that's
Thank you
all
very
right.
much.
So we move on to the last session for today, which I think is such an important session because we have been, of course, having a lot of discussion today, but here's a chance for us to see some action that is being taken by some youth leaders who are doing such great work in their communities. And with that, I would just, before I start, I would like to request all the presenters who are presenting their project to stay within the time limit of 10 minutes. And at the 9th minute, I will, of course, give out a signal so that we stay within time and we have the other participants and other speakers also present their project. So with that, I would like to introduce the first presenter for today, which is Billy. Billy has over 6 years of experience volunteering in the humanitarian field, empowering and assisting the underprivileged and youth through community projects and skill building initiatives. Currently, he acts as the Director of Programs and the Chief in charge of the Translation Cell of the Cameroon Debate Association. Having a vision to pave the way for others, he's a project assistant of the Project for the Empowerment of the Internally Displaced Persons in Chang under the French Embassy in Cameroon, and a volunteer at the International Network for the Promotion of Speech Art in Africa, Caribbean, and Pacific, where he has empowered over 500 youth on speech art and leadership. He's currently the founder and acting president of BioDebate. With that, Billy, I hand over the floor to you for your project presentation.
Thank you, Prashkas. Actually, I will first of all start by thanking all my fellow leaders on board, because actually when I came online, I listened to them. They were actually exchanging on a valuable and interesting and insightful topic concerning climate change. And I wish to say, actually, it was really interesting having all their insightful presentation. Now, coming back to my presentation, which has to do with Cameroon and youth engaged in climate change initiative, I wish to say, as the moderator just said, I am Tage Willie, climate advocate. And actually, I'll just cite some of the projects that we have been conducting back here in Cameroon, so much that we should be in line, or so much as you can give you further updates if actually you want some statistics further. Now we'll start with the empowerment of the displaced population. When actually the crisis started in Cameroon, actually we pick up some initiatives so as to see that at the end of the day we actually integrate. We have the displays that were actually English speaking integrate in the west region of Cameroon, and one of the initiatives was actually to build their skills on entrepreneurial on to build their skills on entrepreneurs, after training them on, after organizing capacity building workshops on entrepreneurships, and actually helping them to mount up projects that actually we look for fundings with external and national partners, because we did not only go at the international level, we equally look at the regional and national level, how we could equally fund the project that actually we train them in such a way that they came up with. And now in the area of environment, we came up with a farming project on a 5 hectares of land, because we realized that actually the people were there, they were not doing anything, and they were kind of dizzy. So we actually integrated them in a project of 5 hectares of land, where they had to actually work on beans and corn and granite. It was beans, corn, and granite on the same 5 hectares of land. And in our program as a director of program, we used to conduct cleanup campaigns in town, that is in the community, that is in our municipality. We conduct cleanup campaigns. We go out to actually pick out the dirt, plastic, paper, all the like with youth leaders. We gather youth leaders. We go out, we pick up dirt, and we actually put it into the dustbin. And still in the same sense, we are looking forward organizing a debate and public speaking context that will be to tackle environmental challenges. When I say environmental challenges, is actually, for instance, to actually debate on the pollution of oceans, because in Cameroon we have a coastal region, which is the west region of the southwest region of Cameroon, and specifically Limbe. And at that particular point, people actually they use so many plastic papers, and when you go alongside the coast, you find plastics and all the like. So it's not only there, even in the west region as in the center, people use plastics and they dump them without caring. So we look forward organizing a debate that actually will trigger the youth to actually pick up sensitive initiatives, helping the government to actually clean these stuffs. So why are we passing through the youth? Because we believe if youth are actually drilled on climate change, drilled on equal the pollution of plastics in our milieu, that is the influence, the negative impacts of the pollution of plastic, the negative impacts of the use of the careless use of plastics in our communities. They will go further to sensitize their parents at home. You know, when you train a youth in school, the immediate impact is that the youth, when he gets at home, he actually share the knowledge learned with the parents. And obviously, when they will share with their parents, you go a long way to help the government sensitize better the population. We go a long way to sensitize a wider part of the population, and our environment will be clean, because people will be mindful of the negative impact of the careless use of plastic, and equally climate change. And when we talk about climate change, we can equally enter into the deforestation and all the like. That will be in line with the public speaking and debate competition that we are going to organize. And we equally have a sensitization that we do online concerning climate change. When I say online, I talk about WhatsApp groups. For example, we have WhatsApp groups where we actually sensitize people, especially at this particular moment where it's difficult for us to go out. We use our various platforms to do our sensitizations. And in the same light, we have, for example, in the association Bao Debate, where I am the acting president, one of our members, Berenice Momo, who is currently following a training with the UN. Among the 10 young leaders that have been selected at the national level, we have one person representing the association, who is Momo Berenice, and she's currently following the training with UN on climate change. And I believe that after that valuable training, she will come back with impacting initiatives to boost our team. In the same light, we have, for example, we are working on a displays, on a project of steel with displays to see how we can actually team up and mount a project that will have to do with how to recycle the garbage that we have collected so far through our that we used to collect during our cleanup campaigns. So those are some of the initiatives that we are conducting back here in Cameroon to see that actually the pollution of our environment, of our atmosphere should not be a challenge, no longer be a challenge. And bio debate, as you can see, the concept of bio debate is something I came up with. Bio debate simply means bio is the nature, and debate means debating the nature, exchanging on the nature, conversing on the nature. Why conversing on the nature? Conversing on the nature should pick up to actually discuss the challenges that are evolving from our way of managing the nature, so much that we can actually refine our way of using, or actually reshape our behaviors towards the nature. That's what I talk about bio debate, and it's behind the concept bio debate that we had this this project of debate, a debate and public speaking context. And still in that debate and public speaking context, we have the project of creating 50 climate clubs. So we have the project of creating 50 climate clubs in all the schools that will participate in this debate. All the schools are already selected, and when we participate, we equally train ambassadors, climate ambassadors, that will go in for as presidents or as leaders of these climate clubs in secondary schools and universities that are already clearly selected as I speak. So those are some of the initiatives that we are conducting back here in Cameroon. And I believe that discussing with profound and refined leaders on board that you are, I am going to go back with possible solutions that will actually help me shape better my community as a community leader. Thank you for your keen attention. I'm open for any question of your choice. So, Iblesbo.
Thank you, Willie. Thank you so much. We will be doing a Q&A right at the end after all the presentations, if that's all right. After which we are going to move on to the next presentation for today. Shay, would you want to take over to introduce the next presentation?
Yeah, sure. Who is the next person, Priyanka?
Eco. We'll be having Eco.
Is that okay, Eco? Okay, fine. That's a fantastic presentation. Okay, so the next topic that we are going to be looking at, the next project, it's about reforestation. And there's no better person here to talk about that except Eko Omobola. She's Nigerian. So she is the convener of the Urban Tree Reviver Team, UTRT, an alumni of Federal University of Agriculture, Abeokuta in Nigeria. Our passion for afforestation has gotten many recognition internationally. We are pleased to have you amidst your busy schedules. So Eko, I would like you to share your projects with the audience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shay. Hello, everyone. First, I would like to say it's a great privilege for me to be here amidst great minds and nature lovers to, share my little experience so far in conservation and forest restoration. Thank you very much, Shay. And I want to also commend the initiative and this event you have put together. Thank you so much for giving us this platform to share our story and experience so far. Thank you so much. I would like to start by saying, first, during the introduction, I was mentioned to be the founder of Urban Tree Revival Initiative. And in Urban Tree Revival Initiative, we are a team of nature lovers, and we take pride in, restoring the planet through tree planting activities, majorly in the urban areas, but not limited to the urban areas. We extend everywhere as long as we have the opportunity to plant trees. Okay, before I proceed, I would like to, establish the fact that in Nigeria, we have a history of, overexploitation of natural resources that has contributed drastically to climate change, loss of biodiversity, decline in forest, decline in soil nutrients, and also hunger, poverty, conflict, migration, as we would have. And rural communities, our rural communities in Nigeria, I can relate to Nigeria because this is my local community. Our rural community in Nigeria, they depend largely on timber and non-timber products derived from the forest for their daily survival. And this has contributed, and these people, they take from the forest without replacing this trees they are getting or product they are getting back, without the consciousness or the need. They think it's always available in the wild, so they always go back to take and to take. But guess what? When we take from the forest like that, when we exploit the forest beyond its capacity to naturally regenerate itself, we set in motion environmental chains of environmental degradation, and especially the global climate change we are currently faced in. And it is a known fact that the most vulnerable to the impact of climate change, basically, and environmental degradation, are the poor and developing countries, which Nigeria is one of. And this is what has inspired my interest, my passion in contributing to the solution locally by planting more and more trees. All I just know is that trees, the basic science we were taught, in school, is that the trees absorb carbon and then they give us fresh oxygen. So just this basic science made me realize that trees, they sequester carbon. So if we can get to plant more and more of it, in our environment, we'll be doing a lot of, making a lot of impact in terms of climate mitigation. So this brings me to some of the things we do at Urban Tree Revival Initiative. I and my team, we have a dedicated team of nature lovers who would go to any extent to ensure that we restore the planet. And I'm glad that the theme of the Earth Day is for this year 2021 is Restore Our Earth. And there's no better time, it's a very timely topic, there's no better time to discuss this than now, when we are being confronted and threatened with an irreversible collapse of the ecosystem. We started Urban Tree by embarking on climate awareness and education. We go from school to schools, educating people. I love I was able to join in earlier from the first section where Sheyi Fumi, he mentioned, and then Sam Okori, they mentioned something about grassroots resources, localizing the problem of climate change and getting people to be aware. When you educate people, you empower them, you make them know their left from their right, so they be able to know, the danger that is available, that is at stake if we keep treating the planet the way we have been doing it at all. So now we go from school to schools, educating people, students basically, and we introduce them to the solution. We don't just talk about the problem, we talk about the solution. And our core objective in Urban Tree is tree planting. We give seedlings from our nursery. We give seedlings which we plant and all that. And also we don't just stop there. We also embark on advocacy. And in the last section, the previous section, Sheyi mentioned a lot about advocacy and a lot of chains that, but our advocacy is very relevant. So we, up to date, we've convened 3 major campaigns. And we were inspired actually by Greta Thunberg of Friday for Future, and we've convened 3 major climate strikes, and the last one was focused on indigenous trees. This brings me to our passion in promoting indigenous trees. We've lost touch with our indigenous trees. We want to, as much as possible, imitate and emulate the developed countries as much as possible. But then we are neglecting our own culture, our own cultural values, of which indigenous trees is a major part of. A lot of these trees, you know, in the wild, they are undergoing, they are facing rapid decline, and many of them have been placed on the IUCN Red List as being vulnerable and endangered. So what do? We just need to keep planting more trees. As much as we want to plant new trees, existing trees in the forest need to be, you know, conserved and preserved. These indigenous trees are so important because they help to conserve biodiversity. When you see a tree, a single tree, attached to this single tree are so many life forms, insects, birds, down to the microorganisms in the soil that depend on that particular tree. So when we lose that tree in the wild, we also lose other chains of other, you know, life forms, which might be too, you know, which the impact of which might not be good on the planet as the earth, you know. So our advocacy is centered around indigenous trees. We want to bring life to them. We want to, you know, make people, you know more about them. We want to create awareness around indigenous trees. Not just tree planting is very good. All trees are, in fact, they contribute to carbon sequestration. They give us fresh oxygen. They give us shade, and they beautify our environment. They help to control flooding and all the other amazing benefits of trees. However, indigenous trees need to be, you know, emphasized. And this brings me to our current project. Because of the time, I don't want to talk too much. Because of our time, this brings me to our most recent project, in which we are, you know, planting indigenous trees for the purpose of restoration. And this we are doing in honor and loving memory of people we lost to COVID-19. The recent pandemic we have been faced with globally. And, you know, last year we saw, and we are still seeing actually, the impact of what might the health hazard of climate change might look like. It's just like I tell people that this is just the tip of the iceberg, that the worst is still coming. Okay, so I can say that COVID-19 is directly resultant of climate change, but we know that something leads to another, and we have COVID-19. So we want to use this moment to reflect on the fact that, climate change is real. We want to create awareness, more awareness. We want people to reflect on the people we have lost, and many more are still dying to COVID-19. So, and this also is what should, you know, point us to the many more lives that we might lose to, you know, other environmental hazards, in respect to climate change. So we are planting 70,000 trees, basically indigenous trees, in 14 locations, and we are, you know, kickstarting it very fast. We did a launch last month, and by next month in Port Harcourt, we'll be planting these trees, and we are currently liaising with the University of Port Harcourt and the Ministry of Environment, Port Harcourt, also River State, to get this done. And we are not stopping at that. We are targeting major schools like ABU and some other locations, Kaduna, you know, Abuja, and we are, you know, taking it very. We are moving very fast, because guess what? We don't have time. 2030 is almost upon us. We are given a benchmark of 2030, this decade, to take, you know, urgent and deliberate action. And I want to, you know, commend Neda Malinga. I don't know if I'm sorry if I didn't pronounce your name right. You mentioned something, theory and practical. This is a time to not just stop at the theory, but, you know, get our heads to practical things we can do practically to mitigate the impact of climate change. Theory, yes, we talk, we have you know, seminars, we have webinars, we have a lot of things with respect to combating climate change. We want to create awareness as much as possible. We want to, you know, have climate education as possible. But guess what? We need to go out there. We need to go out there and get our hands dirty, you know, in terms of conservation, in terms of if it is plastic recycling you're doing, your initiative is, you know, working with, if it's cleanups you can get done, you know, we need to get work done. We need to, you know, take action. And this is where I find fulfillment taking action locally in mitigating the impact of climate change, and by so doing, restoring the planet and making it sustainable, for the future generations. I have more to say, but because of time, I will, stop here. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, that's interesting from Eko Omobola. That's a fantastic one, and it is true that we are increasingly linked to the effect of climate change in our diverse community. Wherever you are in the world, the action you take, the trees you plant, the cleanups and all that, has a lot to do, to mitigate the effects of climate change. So that's a fantastic one from Eko. Thank you so much. The next one, the next speaker here is someone from Sierra Leone. Benson, hi Benson. Benson Cadell is a 27-year-old from Freetown, Sierra Leone. He has a bachelor's degree in natural resources management and master degree in water sanitation and hygiene from Njala University, Sierra Leone, and Imas Washsef Supply School in Bolivia, South America. As a young man who grew up in a rural village, he went through a lot of constraints with his family and the entire community as a whole. Some of the major problems he experienced included access to safe drinking water and proper sanitation systems. So decided to work on a simple pump technology that will solve water problem in deprived rural communities and train more young people as water technicians in their various communities. Using this approach today, he has helped over 50 deprived rural communities to access safe drinking water as a means of improving lives. In 2019, he consolidated his effort by formally founding Eco Water, a non-profit organization with goal of providing safe clean water for local community. So the floor is yours, Benson. Thank you.
Hello, thanks to everyone. Once more, my name is Benson Kande from Sierra Leone, and we all know exactly the negative effect of climate change when it has to do with our daily life and the world and the planet as a whole. And my own mission and our own mission here is creating solutions to problems caused by climate change. And we all know, those of us that grew up in rural communities, we have our traditional water source where we normally walk a long distance to fetch water. And most of the sources has been covered by a tree canopy. When you have a tree canopy that is sharp, covering your water catchment, there is a guarantee that you have water throughout the season or for a long time. So because of the effect of these human activities like deforestation, people want to build houses, want to do stick mining, most of those water points have got dried. And as a result of the massive deforestation, there's a direct concentration of sunlight on the ground. And because of that also, the water table has drastically reduced, which results in many water points getting dry. Water from which the people get their water source is not dried. People have to walk a long distance to stream to fetch water, which of course is not really safe. Whenever there is a breakout here, when it has to do with waterborne disease, so many people in rural communities are greatly affected. Yeah, they have to lose a lot of lives, children and women. So having gone through this as a young person who grew up in a rural community, I was thinking to myself, how can we put an end to this? If not put an end to it, but what can we do to be able to minimize such things? One, to minimize the rate of children dying, women dying as a result of waterborne disease, the rate of children and school-going children walking a long distance to fetch water, which has to do with their studies because they always go to school late. They're always late for classes. They don't have time to study because they have to walk a long distance 3 times a day to make sure that there's water at home. So I was a small boy. Even when I was going to school, I was thinking that what can I do to put an end to this or to create an impact as a young person? So it has always been part of me. It has always been, part of me. Even when I went to the university, I was like trying to design some small technology innovation involving this thing, doing this thing over and over. So I was in year two doing my degree. So I decided to look out for some money to see how I can just do some demonstration. And I've been doing it for over 4 months. I never succeeded. I forgot about it and I continued my study. So I started thinking about where I came from and started seeing women and children doing the same working I used to do. So I said, no, I need to concentrate on this. So I decided to buy more materials and started doing it. So I decided to go to my village where I was born and did a demonstration. And special thanks to God when I did a demonstration. It was successful. The entire community was happy. I said, wow, now I've got the technology and the idea how to drill a well. Yeah, using a simple, innovative equipment. So what happened? We did a sample in my village. And the other thing again was the pump system. And we have this India Mark II, AfriDef, KDA, other imported pump systems. They are good, they are helping. But trust me, they are not really helping, because if you have an India Mark II or AfriDef in your community, it will work for something like a month or two. When it breaks down, it becomes a problem. The community people cannot maintain it. And the part, when it breaks down, the part is very expensive. You have to call someone from Freetown, the capital city, or you have to go buy that part in the shop, and it's very expensive. The community people by themselves cannot afford to be buying this over and over when the problem occurs. And one of the things again that really pushed me to do this is, if NGOs or government do not come to the aid of people to provide them boreholes, it's difficult for a community to just run by themselves and say, okay, let's do a borehole, because it costs something like $10,000 to do a borehole, including a pump, everything. So how can a community below 150 or even just below 300 can afford that money? That's a huge money here in Sierra Leone. And the water and sanitation policy says that priority are given to communities that are above 150 in population, 150 and above. Below that, they are not priority, according to the new policy by Water Resources in Sierra Leone. So those communities are my target. So we design the drilling equipment. We go to a community. We train them how to do a borehole by themselves using the self-supply method, because most of their water sources have got dried as a result of this massive deforestation. Because even if you tell them, hey, stop deforesting, the effect of this deforestation will hit you greatly that you will not understand. Some will say, okay, if we stop, where are we going to do our stone mining, coal mining, and timber mining? Because this is what we do to survive. Even though we are trying to do some reforestation, but yes, still we need this thing to survive. Now you don't have water, you're traveling, you're walking for a long distance. Now this is a solution. We create solution as a result of the cause of deforestation. So what happened? We train them how to do a borehole by themselves using local material, locally built equipment. They can drill up to 100 meters a day. That does not require any electricity, little energy. And not only that, I also designed a pump system I named the L-cell pump system that is locally made. And these are pumps, when it breaks down, you don't need to go to Freetown, you don't need to go to shop to buy parts. You can fix it by yourself without going to any shop to buy nothing, because the only thing that wears out is the seal. And we use this halfback, the slippers we used, you can just have one at your place. After 3 months, it wears out, because when you are pumping, it wears out after 3 months. Then you look for something, a plastic or a slippers, shape it and fix it there and continue having water. So presently in Sierra Leone, we have done over 568 hand-dug wells presently, dribble holes with pump systems. And we have over 178 trained technicians from all rural communities in the 12 districts with no support from government. Yeah, because this is the idea of we young people. We always want money. If there's no money, no support from government or international organization, we can't move. But the time when young people need to concentrate or sit and wait on government and NGO to push, it would tend to wait longer while people are suffering when you have the solution. So we tend to use self-supply method, where we go to communities, We ask them, what are your problems? Water is our problem. We don't have water to drink. Okay, no problem. You don't have water to drink. We have the solution. Here is a pump system. Here is a drilling system. We have to do it together. We direct you and you do it yourself, because we allow them to do it themselves to enhance sustainability and to enhance ownership. Because sometimes when you go to a community, just give them a well or a pump, say, this is a gift from organization A and B. They say, okay, no problem. But time goes on, they won't value it because their finance is not in it. There is no ownership because they never took part. All of these things we are done for them as a charity. So what we do, we give them the drilling system, we train them how to do it, they do it themselves, we direct them, we even learn them how to construct the pump system, and they do it themselves. So when we are gone, they can always value that pump, they can always take care of that pump because they did it themselves. They put in their energy and they put in their money. Money in a sense, they provide food for the workers, they provide accommodation for us until the work is done. So today, with no boast, we have provided so many water pumps for so many deprived communities in Sierra Leone. And as a result of our impact intervention, organizations are now contacting Benson, looking at the cost at which we do our boreholes and the cost at which other companies do their boreholes. Everybody's now going in for our own pump system. Of course, if we can do a borehole as an organization at $10,000, that $10,000 can give you something like 6 boreholes with pump system, with completed ones in so many communities. So they tend to go in for a sustainable pump system where the people can maintain it and it's sustainable, it can be controlled and maintained by the people, rather than going in for heavy duty project that will only serve the people for a such amount of time, minimum amount of time. So presently, these are a project we are embarking on in saving lives for people living in deprived communities, giving them the opportunity to take up the responsibility in solving their own problem using their own solution, not outside solution, but their home-based solution, so that at the end, they won't sit and wait for, this is the organization that did this pump for us, we have to wait for them so they can help solve the problem. No, this is not about who came to do it, but we did it, and we have to take up the responsibility and solve our own problem ourselves. So to cut it short, this is what we do as Equitable Solution in Sierra Leone. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Benson, for the wonderful presentation. And before we move on to the final presentation for the day, I think I just got a message that Dr. Richard has had a question to ask Benson as he has to leave. So I think Dr. Richard can go first, and then we move to the next presentation.
Yeah, thank you very much for giving me the floor, and amazingly wonderful. Just quick questions. I think they will be also relevant to the next speaker. Unfortunately, I might not be able to listen. But starting off from Benson, thank you very much for that model. That is actually teaching people how to fish, not giving them fish. So mine is not necessarily a question to you, but a comment. If you can document that and share how you are doing working with the communities and building their capacity so they can take charge. That will be quite a very useful tool for advocacy for others to learn. To echo, thank you for your presentation and for the great work you do. My question to you is this, and I think I said this in the morning, which I know that you touched a little bit, but I just want to bring it back. Yes, planting trees is crucial, but how about you plant 5 million trees and 10 million are cut down? So my question is, what are the alternatives? Because people cut down trees for economic, socio-economic reasons, to put food on the table, just to make sure they can prepare a meal for their kids, for lack of alternatives. So what are the alternatives you are providing to take that pressure off them, depending on forests rather than on others? Then to Willie, thank you for your presentation, which I listened very well, and I understand context, Cameroon, where I come from. But what I want to ask you is, yes, you are engaging youth and you are training them. Which low-intensive capital areas are you focusing on? Because the reality is you will not always have money, but you can still leverage on what doesn't cost money. And more importantly, you talk about funds. To what extent have you leveraged local community cooperatives, Njangis and ton things? I know you understand because I know where you come. We come from the same country. So you mentioned plastics. To what extent are you ensuring that we are not just talking about plastics in terms of advocacy, but also turning them to alternatives that can be used, like fashionable material bags instead of depending on plastic bags? I think this is just what I wanted to bring. But the last question for everyone is what I asked other people. If you were asked today to work with everyone, what one attribute will you need from everyone to work with? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let me just, hold on the first question in terms of what are the alternatives to maybe if the community or the young people, everybody's embarking on deforestation, all the stuff, what are the alternatives? Like for me, of course, it's difficult to go to communities and tell people, hey, stop cutting down trees. Especially in the where I came from, this is one of the major source of living for those people living in this part of community, like coal mining. Some of them will do coal mining where a heat truck will come and buy over how many millions loans. So going to meet someone, hey, and these are family property. They can tell you, this bush belongs to, this is our land, and this belongs to my father. It passed on to me. So what right do you have to stop me from doing what I want to do with it? Yeah, this is what they will say. But look at it. Most of the people who are involved in this are young people, the youth. And young people, though, this is what we always do, because if you are involved in coal mining, all this stuff throughout your life, when you're old, there will come a time you won't have the energy to do what you are doing now, especially when you are young. So you have to do something like learning a skill that will be able to support you. When that time comes, when you are old, you'll still be able to support yourself. So we do. When we go to a community, we look for all these young people. Hey, we call them, if they are 20 or 50 number, tell me exactly what are the things or the activities you are involved in this community. Some will say, I'm a fisherman, I do timber cutting, timber mining, and I do coal mining, stone mining. I say, okay, how much do you derive from that daily or per month? Some will say, okay, I derive 300,000. If I'm able to do a coal mining something like a week, I can have something like 300,000. That's you spend over 3 or 4 weeks before that is done. Okay. These are simple innovative ideas, because what we do sometimes, if you go on my Facebook page, Benson Kanda, you can see that I advocate. I visit communities on my own, visit hard to reach communities, get meeting with people, take a picture of their problems, make a video of them stating their problems. I post it on Facebook and I advocate on their behalf. And I always have fun from individuals. People will say, okay, Benson, I want to support this particular community because the problem I'm seeing is that they need their help, urgent help. So what I do, I go to them. I'm going to train you. I'm going to train you how to be a wash technician and how to be an ambassador and how to be an entrepreneur as well. Reason being, if we train them, we're going to give them the equipment. The equipment is this. They are not going to do the work free for another community. The community will come together to give them whatever amount they have been earning from coal mining. That's why the entire community will come together to give this group, so that the group will leave their own village to go to that village and do a borehole for them with a pump. So by so doing, they keep traveling from one village to another. So they still earning the same money they have been earning from stone mining. And this time around is very simple. They are learning and they are earning money, and the respect is there. So that alone drives their attention from deforestation or timber mining, all this stuff. But they are learning skill and they are providing water for their community, and respect have increased, and they are not important. Because whenever there's a breakdown, they call, hey, Musa, please come to my village. Oh, this is something that I've traveled. I don't think I can. Musa will just go there. He's not going to buy anything, fix a problem. Respect have increased. So this is one of the way we try to drive the attention from anything that has to do with deforestation, anything that has to do with a negative effect on the community, so they can be useful and be entrepreneurs in their entire villages, where they can be wash ambassadors. That's one thing. Like for the plastic, of course, it's difficult for us to see this water plastic in rural communities because they don't have money to buy water plastics to drink. Because when you go to the urban cities, when you look around, you see so many water plastic around the cities, all this stuff. But in rural communities, it's difficult. So the little they have, they use slippers, or they use something like 1 dozen slippers and plastic. They score it in the form of a seal, which can be used on the piston to extract water from the well. So these are just some of the little ideas we use to bring youth from being involved in deforestation, being involved in an activity that will later serve as a negative effect on the community, to be useful and be more important in the community and serve as an entrepreneur in their particular district. So that's how we are reaching out to so many communities.
Thank you. Sorry, we've got the time, so we needed to just, these questions other panelists will answer, but thank you so much.
Yeah, okay.
Hopefully you can also still share more of your views in the chat. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Benson. That was so inspiring and so incredible. And I hope that answered Dr. Richard's question. I know Dr. Richard also directed the question to Eco and Billy. But Dr. Richard, if it's all right, we would like to do the final presentation and then based on time have Eco and Billy also share their thoughts on the question you've asked, if it's okay. So with that, we will just move on to the last presentation of the day. And for the last presentation of the day, we have a group of very young students from India who are going to be joining us. We are joined.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So first, to keep the time, so I'll just start off, right? Hello, everyone, and welcome to the second day of the first edition of the Earth Day webinar 2021. And my name is Fola. I am the CEO of Future Saver Sustainable Development Initiative here in Nigeria. We are very excited to have everyone join us today and cannot wait to initiate the wonderful series of sections that we have planned for all of you today. But before we go any further, I would like to wish everyone and work in solidarity to protect our planet, our home that's always cared for us and nurtured us and giving us everything and beyond. Let's take a pledge on this very important day that we will all work together in the best of our capacities to restore our Earth. This is actually the theme for the Earth Day 2021. And on that note, we would like to officially kick off day 2 of the Earth Day webinar 2021 with our very first section of the day. You're once again welcome, everyone. Thank you so much. Over to you, Priyanka.
Thank you so much, Paula, for that opening and wishing everyone a very happy Earth Day. We are excited to be organizing day 2 of the event on this very special day, the 51st Earth Day. And with that, we would like to introduce the first session for day 2. Today, we are joined for the first session by an incredible expert who has spent over decades reshaping the conversations and actions for our planet. He has mentored so many youth across the globe, guiding us to stay strong and strive harder for our planet. And that's the reason why I believe that there's no better person to discuss the topic for this session, which is the importance of youth leadership, climate literacy, and role of schools in building a sustainable future with. So with that, I would like to welcome Dr. Ash. A quick introduction about Dr. Ash. Dr. Ash is a senior mentor at the POP movement, having worked with McKinsey and Company before pursuing a career in the social development arena. Dr. Ash's experience in the field of public health and management emerges from a range of initiatives, including those of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, PATH, UNDP, IPPF, and CDC program interventions in the US. A master trainer in behavior change communication and strategic leadership, Dr. Ash has led over 20,000 workshops, events, and activities globally to outreach to youth and communities to promote health and sustainable development. He's also the director of the Center for Human Progress. At the Center for Human Progress, Dr. Ash leads youth and community initiatives for behavior change, health education, policy and advocacy, promoting public health, human rights, and sustainable development goals. Thank you so much, Dr. Ash, for joining us today.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm absolutely delighted to be here with you. And at the outset, I'd like to certainly wish everybody a very happy Earth Day, one that we'll see hopefully lots of action to protect our planet. But I also want to say today is the POP movement's birthday. So I'd like to wish the POP family a very happy birthday, all of you are a precious part of the family. And I also want to say my heartiest congratulations to you, Priyanka, to Fola, to Shay, to everyone who's been part of making this happen, including all those beautiful people who join us here today. This has been quite a stimulating couple of days. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ash. And interestingly, we are supposed to have a second panelist on the session today, and he has just joined in. Thank you, Dr. Richard, for joining in and for taking the time out. Shay, would you like to take over and introduce Dr. Richard for the session?
Okay. Thank you. Priyanka. It's good to have everyone here, and yeah, Dr. Richard is 1 minute, please. Okay, fine. So I want to welcome Dr. Richard to this webinar. And Dr. Richard is a very popular name already here in the organization and in our midst, in our circle, in our network. And he is currently the African Regional Climate Change Coordinator at the United Nations Environment Program, UNEP. He is responsible for guiding the actualization of UNEP's climate resilient development strategy for Africa in a manner that ensures human well-being through coordinating implementation of diverse projects. He is also the African Ecosystem-Based Adaptation for Food Security Assembly, EBAFOSA, coordinator in charge of the strategic and operational rollout in over 40 countries. He has won many awards, including the first person to win the prestigious African Green Champion Award 2020, African Environmental Euro Award 2016. He is the 2016 winner of UNEP Recognition Highest Award, the Baobab Star Award for Program Innovation. He has been involved in enhancing skills retooling of youth through a mentorship tool he founded called Innovative Volunteerism, which is a structured, innovative approach to guide and inspire youth to turn their passion into profit through driving climate action enterprises. He is also the author of the book, Making African Work Through the Power of Innovative Volunteerism. Dr. Richard holds a PhD in environmental change and policy from the University of Nottingham and an executive certificate in climate change and energy policy from Harvard University Kennedy School of Government. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Richard.
Thank you so much, Dr.
Thank you, Say.
Welcome, sir.
Though I have only about 45 minutes to be around because I have to rush to another meeting, but I'll come back after.
Perfect, Dr. Richard.
All right,
we will be following the Q&A pattern for the panel session. And with that, I would like to start off with the very first question for today's discussion. And it's a question that is very important because the youth are the leaders of tomorrow. A lot of the burden of climate action and climate advocacy is on our shoulders. So the very first question I had for both Dr. Richard and Dr. Ash is, how can we change mindsets and mentor the youth of today to become climate leaders of tomorrow? So maybe Dr. Ash can begin.
Thank you very much. And I'm delighted to be speaking together with Dr. Richard. Thank you once again for organizing this and for the really important question. To start off, I'd like to say that, I do believe that youth are leaders of today and tomorrow. And I think it's a very important issue to focus on because we want to be able to create a space where young people are able to take leadership in terms of protecting our planet. Certainly, one of the most important things in my experience has been to be able to create a space where young people are able to, one, be aware of what the implications are of climate, not only climate change, but very importantly, what climate action can do. And the important thing is to focus on opportunity. We know that we're in a situation where clearly we have a crisis on hand and we need to be able to deal with it. But the important thing is to focus on the element of hope. And we do have an element of hope that's with us right now, that faces us right now. And it's important that young people realize that we can take that opportunity that is before us and act. And I think that's a critical part of mentorship, because one of the things that can happen is that if we are only faced with all the challenges that lie before us and it's doom and gloom, it becomes very hard for young people to be able to focus on the hope the positivity, and the opportunity. And I do want to highlight that we do have an opportunity. We have a window of opportunity. It is here now. So it's really important for us to act. And while, yes, individual actions will play a part, the important thing is that collective action will play a part. And so it's very important that we come together and take that action, not only in our lives, in our schools, in our communities, but also be able to call into question and vote into power governments, call them into account, and insist that the governments that we vote in are those that will serve us, that will serve our interests, because it is the young people that have a future ahead. And if we don't secure that future today, then what we are leaving for generations to come is nothing but a decimated planet. And so it's really important that young people are able to understand these issues and then also be able to act upon them, but act upon them at individual and collective levels, and be able to create the systemic change that is necessary. We can't only direct effort at individual level and leave out the systemic. So I think that would be, one of the key things that I want to say. And then certainly, I believe that mentorship is a critical part of this, and therefore being able to guide and support, and also be able to bring together networks, because if you think back on moments in history that have shaped our world and changed the course of the future, it has been when young people have gotten together. And I just want to say that it's really, really important that we're able to identify the potential that is embraced by young people, and therefore creating spaces where youth are able to network. An important part of it is mentoring, but also bringing people together to be able to collectively make that change. And therefore, that's what I'm going to encourage all young people over here and those who are listening to be able to do it. And that's what the focus of the BUP movement is. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Dr. Ash. And there were such powerful words right there. And I would like to direct the same question to Dr. Richard, because both of you all are mentors to a lot of young people like us. We come to you for a lot of things just to learn and move forward. So hence, I think there are no two better people who can tell us that what are some effective ways in which we can mold ourselves to becoming climate leaders. So Dr. Richard, the same question to you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Moderator, if you allow me to call you like that, Priyanka, right? Yes, and I will build on what Ash have said. I think he has summarized it so nicely. But the key is that, let's put it in perspective. Actually, the young people are like the tip of the spear. They can tear through every challenge. But what they need is to self-believe that they are the ones they need. So what does that mean? It also means the area in which the young people are growing up in, the area of today is different from the 60s, the 50s, the 70s, the 90s, and even the early 2000s. You have every tool, but you have every tool in their hands that the generations that came before them didn't have that opportunity. And as a result of that, sometimes they do not believe that they have what it takes to build themselves and solve problems. Then they get fixated with the problems and they reduce themselves to be part of the problem rather than being part of the solution. And so what needs to happen is to see every challenge as a disguised opportunity and to self-believe. And climate change, despite the fact that it is actually one of the worst issues that have ever happened in the human era, it is a challenge that is impacting every level of society, but it also presents an opportunity bigger than any other in the entire world. But that opportunity, the window of that opportunity is being closed, because if you look the entire world and you take the African continent, over 60% of the population is youthful. 12 million of them are graduating into the labor market each and every year. And they are competing with jobs that are not even there. And as a result of that, the joblessness and the unemployment level and disenfranchisement is increasing. But no one actually is looking at it from the perspective that if you are waiting for government to create jobs, government can never create the jobs for the 12 million people alone. Government role is not only to create an enabling environment. And if you look across the entire African continent, I think we discussed it yesterday, every country do have a policy, whether it is climate smart agricultural policy, or whether it is energy policy, feed-in tariffs, or whether it is forestry policy. But no one is looking at how do I retool my skill to be able to develop an interest so that I can be able to just turn waste to briquettes. And that is a market opportunity. You do not need government to do that, but you need to self-believe and then avail yourself, because what I say is every young person should be able to avail his or herself to learn a skill, because your biggest ability is your availability. But when we call meetings like this one here today, how many of them are there? Let's also be honest. They do not show up. And because they don't show up, they miss opportunity. And when you miss opportunity, then definitely you cannot be able to blame any other person, because the only person to blame is yourself. And I think the other aspect, which is quite very, very important, is the aspect of not understanding that what matters in the world of today, whether you are young or you are old, is value. Value is not given. Value is acquired. And to acquire value, you need effort. And that effort means that you need to get up in the morning and use your two hands to learn a skill, to contribute to something that is bigger than yourself. And to be able to do that, you need to develop purpose. Purpose is, because the purpose of life is to be useful. It's usefulness. And to be useful, you must be able to contribute in a positive way to society. And that then takes me to the point of being useful also means that you need to be passionate. And passion, because passion is what actually drives people to do things. It's the fuel, I call it the new currency of now. But passionate to turn a challenge into an opportunity. Unless we do that, my worry is, and that worry is real, because unless we do that, the disenfranchisement, especially with young people today, will continue to increase. And they will continue to have a gap that is too big, an inspiration gap that is getting wider, a motivation gap that is getting wider, a passion gap that is getting wider. And then even when we have the resources in place, we will never have the people with the right skills to be able to turn that challenge into an opportunity. And development, transformational, climate resilient development will never be achieved.
Thank you, Dr. Richard. I think there were some very key points, both from Dr. Ash and Dr. Richard, the idea of working individually as well as collectively, the idea of value, the idea of passion. I think some key points that we need to imbibe within ourselves. And with that, I think I will hand it to Shay to take forward the next question.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. Dr. Richard, actually, this is a question that I really love. I think I've asked you before, but I'm not sure if I have done, but I would like to ask you, could you tell us about innovative volunteerism? What inspired you to initiate this, and how you were able to get the youth of Africa to join this movement? I mean, because the first time I heard innovative volunteerism, when I saw it on Twitter, I just fell in love with that. I never knew it was attached to Dr. Richard, to be honest, but I just loved it. So I just want you to talk about that. How did you come about this idea, and how did you get people to join, and especially young Africans? Yeah.
Thank you very much, Say. And that's a very good question. And I knew that this was going to come. It always comes up all the time. And I think I will appreciate that, even though as I answer it, everyone should download a copy of my book and read it. It's free on my website, richardmanang.com. The point is this. I grew up in the northwestern part of Cameroon in a small village called Jinquing. Went to school. That shows it's not an issue. Grew up in a poor family. That's not an issue. People grow up in poor families. The issue is not where you come from. The issue is what you do with what you have. Because of that, when I finally went to school and graduated and started my career, what I noticed, especially in the African continent, which is replicable to other parts of the world, is that projects alone will not be able to solve the monumental challenges that we face, especially that of climate change. That individual action, as Ash said, is not going to be enough. The biggest individual action is collective action. And because of that, project after project, implementation comes and goes, but the problems continues to perpetuate. And then when you look at the entire African continent, 257 million people go to bed hungry. You're getting into the labor market without jobs. And then we're having ecological degradation. Then we're having all these challenges compounding every year and every year. So I asked myself, if you were actually to do everything, how will you engage everybody in a way that the person contribute his own quota towards the solution process without necessarily having to wait and say what we are used to, that I do not have money, so I cannot do anything, which is the easiest excuse. And because of that, I thought through this, and this is actually captured in my book, and given the fact that we have a continent at the moment, 1.3 billion people increasing, we have the youthful population over 60% who are jobless. How will they get the jobs? But I noticed that we are not tapping into something that is quite very, very crucial in driving any transformational development, especially under the changing climate, where we need 50 billion if we are to hit 2 degrees. And currently in the continent, we need every year about 7 to 15 billion to implement. Where will the resources come from? And even if the resources were there, do we have the right skills? Because this is something we always miss. As a result of that, what I thought through was that if we are able to inspire a human being to see himself as a solution by retooling his or her skill, then that person, once you retool his skill and he or she is guided, leverage on inspiration and focus in turning a challenge into an opportunity, just focusing on the agro value chain, which currently is losing about 48 billion in the African continent, just as an example, or the charcoal that that mothers in villages are using for cooking, and as a result of that, that is causing indoor pollution and killing them. If we are able to guide people and inspire them to just turn west to briquettes, that will solve a problem. And that then is the essence, the reason why I came up with this logic of innovative volunteerism, which is structured guidance, leveraging on inspiration, leveraging on motivation, and inspiring people, regardless of age, young at heart, and to retool their skills and tap into these hidden opportunities that are disguised as challenges, but do so in a way that they work with one another, where collectivism becomes the central stage, where selflessness, not selfishness, because a lot of people love to work alone. Selflessness trumps selfishness, and where collectivism trumps individualism, and where hopelessness gets overpowered by hopefulness. And that is the essence of innovative volunteerism, that we can collectively come together regardless of which organization you work, because organizations are people themselves. Without people, organizations will not function. And so even as an individual, somebody will tell you, I cannot do it because I am not in an organization. That's a lie. You can do it because you yourself, you are an organization. You yourself, your skills and talents can inspire someone to do it differently. And when we started it, people didn't believe because it was not a money-first approach that has been fronted most of the time. But when we started to inspire young people, and the few that started to showcase that they can then be able, regardless of educational level, use their skills to start doing something as we guide them, others started to follow. And we're tapping into that passion. And now this has become one of the biggest movements, not only in the continent, but even across the world. There are a lot of people who are practicing innovative volunteerism in India, in Latin America, in Europe, and they are reaching out to me all the time. So the essence of innovative volunteerism, as I've explained, is a mentorship tool, but more focused on a mindset change to see things that sometimes are regarded as challenges, but as opportunities. But knowing that you yourself, you can be able to turn that challenge into an opportunity and create not just impact, but also a legacy, which is self-fulfilling and at the same time what we need.
Wow, that's really mind-blowing. It's as if I've not seen your work before. This is mind-blowing, and I don't think any young African would not want to be a part of this, because one of our major problems is mindset issues, and then it's not because we don't have the willpower. We have the willpower, we have the strength, we have the capacity, the manpower is there. but there is this mental blockage. And then when that barrier is out of the way, and I think an average African youth would be unstoppable anywhere in the world. And that I really appreciate what you're doing, and I believe that you know, a lot of people are seeing your impact, and they are changing every day, and the sky is your limit, sir. I'm 100% sure. Thank you, sir. So Priyanka, over to you.
Thank you, Shay. Thank you, Dr. Richard. That was so inspiring. And I think not just the youth of Africa, but youth across the world will be very inspired to be a part of such a movement. So thank you so much for sharing that. And with that, I'd like to move to the next question and direct it towards Dr. Ash. Dr. Ash, the POP movement is a global youth movement with youth from every part of the world that are part of it, leading their movements, leading their action, their advocacy for the climate. So being the theme of climate literacy this year, firstly, I wanted to ask you, what are some ways in which, so firstly, the issue is that schools don't have climate education as an active part of learning. And that's, of course, a fight that we all are trying to have, where we are trying to push for schools to take it up. So apart from the fact that how can we have schools adopt climate education as a part of mainstream learning, additionally, how can youth educate themselves about climate and the issues that surround it in a more non-stream way? So if schools aren't providing that, where can the youth turn towards, or how can youth educate themselves and motivate themselves in that way? Thank you, Dr. Ash.
Sure, thank you so much, Priyanka. That's a fantastic question, and actually lies at the heart of a lot of what the POP movement is about, because one of the things that we use as our tagline is youth inspired by knowledge. And I think the important thing is that, you know, we must understand, for us to be able to identify the opportunity and take that opportunity and act upon it, we must understand the fundamentals of the issues that we're dealing with, the science of climate change, to understand. In order to be able to actually identify solutions, we need to be able to fully grasp what the issues are. And therefore, your point about creating an environment which is stimulating and inspiring for youth within school and out of school environments is critical. So within a school environment, I think one of the key things is certainly we need to be able to work with teachers. In our experience, one of the things is that the most successful cases where youth are inspired and then take action. And the important part of that is really being able to practice it. We are not, you know, I want everybody here who's listening in to understand that we all have that potential. And it is about catalyzing that potential. It's about tapping into that potential and then being everything that we can be. And we can really only be everything we can be when we act and we inspire and we carry people with us. And therefore, I think the important thing is that even in a school environment, we must appreciate that not everybody's in a school environment, and particularly in the context of our life and work and world today. You know, most people are not in school, physically in school. And we know a lot of people who are not able to even go back to school if they ever were. So I think the important thing is that those who are privileged to be in a school environment, we need to have the leadership of the school, the teachers, to be carried along in this movement. And that means training teachers, because the moment we're able to do that, teachers are able to work with students. But oftentimes what we find is that teachers actually get left out of it, and students are actually way more informed. But working within the school system is very hard if the students are trying to do this without the support of teachers. That's not to say that it can't happen, but I again want to say that for everybody who's here and who's listening, that we all have the ability, everybody has the potential. It's about catalyzing that potential and therefore being able to act along with these tools. And knowledge is a phenomenal tool. And so I can't understand, I can't overstate that enough. And then there's a whole environment outside school. And I want to say that, you know, traditional knowledge, and I know we're talking to so many people, young people from around the world right now, but there's a very important thing, that our local culture and our traditions and that indigenous knowledge is precious. And one of the reasons for the challenges that confront us, and again, I'm going to say flip it and look at the opportunities. And yes, we might be talking about the issue of climate change right now, but I want you to be able to do that with your life. Because remember this, there's always a silver lining. There's always an opportunity. And what I'm going to say is that with this issue that confronts us, you know, we are faced with it because we've also departed from a lot of our indigenous knowledge. And at the moment we start to do that, we go away from what is actually natural, because over a course of time, that indigenous knowledge has been adopted. It's been built up over a period of time because of local culture and regions within which we're working. And the reason our indigenous communities and a lot of local communities are suffering is because we have thrown those out of the window. So I'm going to say, go back to being local. And that is not to say that we keep our minds closed to the many modern and advances that come our way. We want to be able to make the best of both, but we must be able to go back to the traditional understanding, because the moment we lose that, we're going to lose a lot of the fundamental basis on which actually societies have been built. So I'm going to say, in regard to knowledge, oftentimes, you know, it's village leaders, it's people who've been there in the generations before. That wisdom is invaluable. And I'm going to ask young people to listen, keep your ears on the ground, and you know, keep your heart you know, in the right place. And I know with that we can move forward. And so I'm going to say that a lot of that is really what the inspiration is, to take young people forward. But we must be able to identify that we all have the capacity within us. And no matter what it is that we do, it is about being able to tap that potential and to nurture it. And I believe that mentoring, whether it comes from traditional knowledge or whether it comes from school systems or it comes from teachers or it even comes from peers, that is key to the success that we're looking for. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ash. It's as a youth trying to do her bit every day, it's so inspiring to see the POP movement, Dr. Richard's movement of innovative volunteerism. These are innovative tools that we can tap into as well. Even if we are not being provided that support within our school systems, we definitely have such sort of mentorship options outside our school realm. So thank you for opening those gates for us. And also the idea of going back to our fundamentals and staying true to where we come from. It's really what nature is all about as well. And thank you so much, Dr. Ash, for putting that point forward. And with that, I'll hand it to Shay to ask the next question. And I would like to remind everyone that if you have any questions, please keep it ready. We'll open the last 10 minutes of the session for a Q&A with the experts. Go ahead, Shay.
Sure. I just wanted to say another quick thing, which I think I failed to address, Priyanka, which is that, you know, you said for those who are not within that system also, one of the key things is a forum like this. You know, I must say that one of the key tools of inspiration is having young people in a space like this, or even in a field situation where we're able to look at and be inspired by and learn from. And so, you know, I don't want to undermine, I don't want to say that everybody's in this, you know, online and on this platform, but what I want to say is that we do have these opportunities, and therefore keeping our minds, hearts, and souls open to these opportunities is a key. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ash.
Wow. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Ash. That's fantastic. This question is going to be the last question for this session. And I will like Dr. Richard to answer first, then Dr. Ash. Actually, when we're talking about climate education, we have different organizations around the world. We have organizations like ours in India and also in Nigeria, trying to do their bit to, effect climate education projects in the schools. And like Dr. Ash said the other time, that it's very important that what works is trying to, educate the educators, so that they will be able to, teach their students, which is very, very important. my question is this: how do we effectively? Because actually, the answer to this question is something that will really matters to us. I mean, to me, to my organization as well, because that's exactly what we do. How do we effectively train these executors? I mean, the educators rather, to effectively carry out climate education in these schools in Africa and also around the world?
Yeah, thank you very much. That's a very important question. And I think it's not a one-size-fits-all answer, but there is a common denominator that, firstly, I'll build on what Dr. Aish said. You see, the reality is that sometimes we think that climate action solutions are some complicated solution that must come from elsewhere. Some of these solutions are being applied by our mothers in communities and in villages who have never been to a formal school, who have never been through formal education. What's the point I'm trying to bring up here? What I'm trying to say is we must build on what works, regardless of level and regardless of how it's been devised. That's where indigenous knowledge comes in, because we're talking about actions that sometimes have been ignored. And therefore, to be able to ensure that climate literacy or climate education become part of the central stage of transformational development, we must be able to build on what already exists and close the gaps. You cannot go to a village, for example, you go to my own village in Jingwin. My mother have never been to school, but we grew up seeing her using nature-based solutions in her farm, interspersing crop production and planting nitrogen, fixing crops. But she used to have bumper harvest. What am I trying to say? That knowledge that she got, there are also gaps. When we come in, we cannot go to reinvent the wheel and despise her knowledge just because we think that we've had formal education or we're bringing in a solution that is more superior, rather than coming in to identify the gap that she needs to fill to be able to expand her production and also add value to what she is producing to put more money in more pockets. And I said yesterday, climate literacy should be about filling gaps and ensuring that socio-economic opportunities are created. That said, to be able to build a solid transformational movement, both from the bottom up and top down, we must leverage on our strengths and not on our weaknesses. When I say leverage on strengths, we must be able to listen to people and understand the challenges they face without necessarily having to assume that they do not know what climate change means just because they cannot understand the graph we have presented, or because they cannot understand that what we are presenting is precipitation or temperature. They must have been coping with this. So understand what they have done and the challenge they face, and build on that knowledge they have as you bring in a solution to close that gap. That means we need collective effort where everyone matters, regardless of level of education, regardless of creed, regardless of where he or she comes from. Everybody matters in the solution space. And therefore, to leverage on that and drive this transformational climate education, everybody must be seen as a stakeholder and also as part of the solution provider in this process. But lastly, the young people have a lot of role to play in this. We are having more educated people today than we had in the 60s and the 50s. But there is a problem that we must be able to discuss honestly. The level of selfishness today is too much, where whenever people have information and knowledge they do not want to share, they want to shine alone. That egoistic, individualistic tendencies will not help advance transformational development. What does that mean? We need to understand that where you will sit when you are old shows where you stood in youth. And it will not be how tall you were or how light skin or how big you were or small. It will be what you did. And that's called legacy that touched many people's lives. So part of the climate education is in making people know that you must go beyond the limits to do that which touches lives, right? Building on what exists, but not necessarily always thinking that you can do it alone. Because alone, we might not necessarily go that far, but together we can cover so many kilometers.
That's actually mind-blowing, to be honest. If you notice, guys, you understand that Dr. Richard is always keen about trying to find local solutions to our local problems and not trying to import solutions to sort our local problems. We have local problems. We have this old people in the olden days back in Africa. There is a way we check the time. We listen to the birds. We see the sun ray and all the stuffs to determine the time or the season or the climate. What he's trying to say is that we cannot despise the traditions and what has been as solutions, what those methodologies that have been used in the past as solution. But I think there's technology, fine, but we can rebrand, we can look into them and still use them, because when we talk about climate education, every stakeholders, both the educated, the not educated, they are all involved. And that, I think that's exactly what Doctor is trying to say. And I would like to hear the view of Dr. Harsh. I believe it's going to be slightly different about how we can achieve climate education through educating the climate educators, or the educators, so to say. Dr. Harsh.
Sure, thank you, Shay. I just wanted to say that, you know, I put in a comment in our chat here too, and I wanted to say, you know, with the pop movement, we really live by this value of being a universal family. And I think this is a very key part of being able to achieve what we're out together to achieve. And right now, while we talk of the issue of climate change and what we need to tackle is with respect to the climate and the environment, we must understand that it's got many different faces. It's got the face of the farmer in a village in Africa that is not receiving the rain that is necessary to be able to grow the crop to feed the family and the community. It's about those that are washed away with hurricanes and floods and forest fires and extreme weather events that are having to leave home or evacuated, that are citizenless and stateless now because they're not able to live where they belong. So I just want to say that, you know, there is a human face to this issue. And I think it's really, really important to understand behind all of that, we're talking about people. And therefore coming together, bringing hearts, minds, and souls is together, and coming together in a manner that we truly love and care for each other in a way that's genuine is critical. You know, one of the biggest departures in our values that has brought about a lot of these issues, which are all symptomatic of the issue at hand, is that we have moved away from fundamental basic human values. And I'm going to say that, you know, coming together as a global family and really treating each other as such is a key part of this. The other thing, I'm going to address your question more specifically in terms of the need to educate and how to go about doing that. One key thing, Shay, Priyanka, and you know, everybody else, that I'd like to share with you is that while this whole fundamental value of a universal family and being a collective is key to moving in the right direction, because like Mahatma Gandhi said that, you know, if speed is irrelevant if you're moving in the wrong direction, right? So what I'm going to say to you is that at the end of the day, ownership by communities, whether it's us here together right now, or a community in Lagos or Abuja, or elsewhere in Africa, India, Latin America, doesn't matter, is the participatory approach. You know, we cannot assume that we can go into a place and educate people on the basis of certain notions we have, which are a departure from the fundamental values, context, and living conditions of the people we are talking about. And therefore being participatory, which is allowing people to have ownership over the solutions and critically thinking. There's the difference between feeding a man a fish and teaching him how to fish. You know, if you really want to make sustainable change, you have to have participatory approaches. And yes, it might be the longer road to take, but it'll take you farther. And it goes back to the famous saying, which is that together we will go far. Because as long as you're able to engage and engage meaningfully the communities that we are trying to educate and have their participation in finding those solutions, you will have ownership in terms of solutions as well. And I'm going to give you an example, which might be a slight departure, but I want you to absorb what I'm trying to say because I think it's key. And that is, there's an example of this very important sanitation intervention, and some of you might have heard of it, which was conducted in Afghanistan. And they put a lot of money into building beautiful toilets for families in their homes. Okay. And these toilets were built and they thought they solved all the problems of the world. Sanitation was not going to be an issue. People would not be defecating outside, all that. But when their team went back, they found that the women in the houses had broken down all the toilets. And so this whole team asked them that, why did you do this? Because we spent so much money and so much effort putting these toilets together. And they said, well, you didn't talk to us when you did this. And if you had, you would have understood that the only time in the day we are allowed to go out and socialize is when we go out to defecate or whatever, to relieve themselves. And by taking away that and building these toilets, which seemed like the right thing to do from the development standpoint, they'd actually taken away a very fundamental thing. And so what I'm trying to say is that it could be as simple as that, but it's not so simple. And therefore, working with communities and creating their engagement and their participation in finding solutions that are locally applicable is key. And the only other thing I'm going to say to you is that use local knowledge, use science, and use tools that are locally applicable.
I think we've lost you there, Dr. Ash. We wait for Dr. Ash to come back, but yes, you're back, Dr. Ash. Sorry, we lost you there for a minute.
I think we lost him.
We lost you there for a minute, Dr. Ash.
Okay, I was just saying at the end that for any meaningful education to happen, it has to be local, it has to engage communities, and it has to have the voices of communities for it to be participatory and to be locally owned. And again, I'm going to just say one last thing, which was in response to what Dr. Richard said, which is that we have deviated in our values and we've become individualistic. I'm going to say one thing to all of you, that you may aspire to have your name on the most fancy business card in the world, but that business card will quickly replace your name for another name without thinking twice. It's who you are that matters, and what you leave people feeling and what you leave as a print over here, that matters. So I'm just going to say that whatever you do true to your heart and do true to the people you're working with. And you can only do it if you're together. Thank you.
Wow. That's a very touching one. And that goes to every young people here. Because to be honest with you, I can remember last year's Health Day when Dr. Richard said something very strong like this, that many young people pull themselves down, all because they just want that recognition. They just want to have the accolades. They don't want to come together to do anything together and stuff like that. It is so common amongst youth because we want our names to be there. We want to shine alone. And that way we are reducing and we are slowing down progress, things that we could actually collaborate to do. We are trying to break ourselves and all that. So I think this is a message for me. That's the most touching part of everything you're talking about. When we are doing anything called volunteerism, when we are doing anything about this society development projects and the likes, we need to have the interest of the community at heart. It has to be genuine. It doesn't have to be like we are doing it just because we want the world to know that we are doing something. Are we truly helping them genuinely, or we are just doing it so that people will recognize our work or something? I think this is the biggest part of what you said and what Dr. Richard just said, that young people should have the true heart, should have the love in their hearts whenever they are doing anything to their community. And virtually, this is exactly what brings greatness in the real sense and fulfillment at the end. Thank you so much, Dr. Harsh. Thank you, Dr. Richard. This is the mind-blowing session here.
It's an unforgettable session, and I think everyone had so much to take away, some things that we can personally imbibe with what we do, relate with the communities we work in. Just want to thank you once again, Dr. Richard. I know you had to leave in 45 minutes, so I will not hold you back.
Actually, the good news is my boss has just told me we have the meeting in an hour's time, so he could see me typing. That's good news. So I am around for the next one.
Thank you so much, Dr. Richard. Means the world to us. And thank you so much, Dr. Ash, as well. We would have opened the floor for questions, but we are a little over time, and we will be starting the next session in another 10 minutes, before which we had a short presentation from Shay's end. So we would love for everyone to, since Dr. Richard and Dr. Ash are around, please put in your questions in the chat, and I'm sure they can respond to you in the chat. There's a great time to engage with two such wonderful experts and to take away things that you have in your mind. So please don't hesitate and share your questions. And thank you so much once again, Dr. Ash and Dr. Richard, for the greatest way to kickstart 51st Earth Day and the Earth Day webinar. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. It was a pleasure and honor. Thank you, Dr. Richard, Shay, Paula, Priyanka, and the entire family.
I appreciate.
Thank you so much. So with that, we will head towards the next short session, rather presentation. So the Earth Day webinar is being organized by the Future Savers Initiative, Eris Foundation, the POP Movement, and Earth Day Africa. And all of these four organizations are strongly committed to advancing climate literacy within their regions, countries, and the globe. And for the next session, we were hoping to have one of these partnering organizations, which is the Future Savers Initiative, to share a little bit about what they do and their initiative through their climate club. So I hand it over to Shay to take it over.
All right. I want to say thank you to everybody, because it's a big privilege to have amazing young people around the world, amazing mentors around the world. I'm so happy. It's a privilege for our organization here in Nigeria, doing what we are doing. It's a privilege to serve the community, to serve people, and it's a privilege to bring people together. This is the second time we are doing something like this. Last year was also massive. You know, we had Dr. Richard, who has always been our supporter, and I want to say thank you to the likes of Dr. Haj, Dr. Normas. Can you imagine someone waking up this early just to join from Mexico? It means a lot to us. And it will be an opportunity to also share what we are doing in Nigeria, to everybody here. Actually, when we started the organization, the thing that came to our mind was, educating people. Because I must be clear, when you want to solve a problem, you need to look at the questions that people are asking, you want to bring a solution. You need to look at the basic problem of the solution. Climate change is a problem globally, but then what is the cause, and do people really know about it? And in Africa, I'm telling you, we are still far behind about the knowledge of climate change, and that's a fact. So in Nigeria, we thought of, okay, people don't really know much about this problem. What can we do? We need to educate. That is why climate education is like the focal point of our organization, Future Savers here. So what we believe that if we want to deliver climate justice, we need to educate young people, right? And then we focus on these young people. I just want to share two projects to you. Majorly, we have been to over 100 schools. In fact, if I'm not exaggerating, it's going to be more than that. Where we go with our volunteers to teach them about climate education, where we also engage the teachers. The picture that is on the slide at the moment is in a special school in Nigeria, the School of the Deaf. Feel they are the less privileged young people. These kids, they cannot hear, they cannot speak. They are deaf, but we believe that everybody is affected by climate change. How can we communicate with them? So we go to the school, we engage their teachers, because they are the ones who are going to interpret. So if you check that some of those pictures, we were there to plant trees. We're there also to teach them about climate change. And we realized from their communication that many of them understand that the climate is changing. They made us to understand that the climate is changing, and some of the fruits that they used to, see, they are not getting those fruits anymore. Some of them aspire to have farms. Some of them love some certain fruits and they are not getting them. Then we went to the school. We created a climate club in that school, because any school that we go to, our focus is creating a climate club where these young people will take charge of those clubs, where they are going to take control, and they will be able to teach themselves. They will be able to teach themselves. They will be able to learn, and then they will be able to know some fruits, some vegetables, and also have a community garden in their school. So the purpose is when we create this club and they have a garden, they can sell some of these vegetables, some of these fruits, to fund the clubs, and also to buy some water cans. They can also buy this waste basket, yes, in their school. So these are the things that we do here in Nigeria. But then we believe that all these young people, they have a lighter heart and a beautiful heart, a receptive heart to accept some of our messages, right? And I think many educators around the world, they feel climate change is a scary news for young people to accept. They feel you don't have to tell them the truth. You don't have to tell them that way. But I think that's the best way. It's going to scare them now, but it's better they know the truth. The truth is never going to be sweet. The older generation, created this problem. We created this menace. Why do we want to hide the truth from them so that they have to suffer for a future that they are not actually prepared for? So what we do is telling them the truth the way it is, in the language that we understand, and at the same time, for them to be able to act, because that's the most important thing. Telling them that these are the solutions to this particular problem, and this is how you're going to act, and then you can become a climate actor. Now, that is the first project I'd like to share with you. The second project, which is even, it's a mind-blowing project for us. During the pandemic, we couldn't reach out to these schools because of the lockdown. And then we thought about it, that how can we reach out to our children? How can we, but they are at home. So our organization thought of something. I don't know if Thompson can share that slide from the pollination project. Yes. So during the pandemic, we couldn't go to the schools to teach them. We couldn't. So we thought of it that, okay, what can we do? Then the project is the pollination project. And then our organization got a support from pollination project in the United States, about $1,000 to support this project. And we engaged the teachers. So what we do is that most of these schools, they are open actually. But the students are not there. You will see their principals or their headmasters or whatever it is. You will see them there, but unfortunately you can't find the students. So we went to these schools in about 5 states of Nigeria, and then we picked about 10 schools. And then our target was to educate or to connect or to reach out to about 250 students or pupils in these primary schools. So we had an agreement, we signed an agreement with the school teachers, and we nominated 5 educators. So we created a WhatsApp group to educate them about climate change. we taught them about, tree planting. We taught them about how to start a nursery, and so on and so forth. So we thought we gave them recharge card also to mail calls to the parents of these students. So they called the parent, they told them about our organization we want to do, and then we gave them a task to plant minimum of 5 different fruit seedlings at home. They could plant it in a plastic bottle or in a container, in a waste container in their homes. And then we were monitoring the progress. So their teachers, who are the educators that we have in our WhatsApp group, they are the intermediaries. They are the connectors. So they speak to the parents, and the parents speak to their children. They help them to pick these seeds. Many African homes, we take fruits every day, but we just throw those seedlings away, or those seeds away. So their teachers taught them and spoke to them how they can use waste plastics and any waste container to plant these seedlings. It was mind-blowing because most of these young people, they are just roaming around. They are not doing anything at home during the pandemic. And then we taught them the sense of responsibility, sense of patience, how to, to plant seedling. Most of them don't even know how to plant any seedling. And I must tell you, the result was amazing. We were able to plant over 1,250 seedlings during the pandemic, even without having contact or physical contact with these young people. And that goes back to what Dr. Richard and Dr. Hash said, that if you give them that sense of responsibility, they can do these things as if it's theirs. We are not making it look like, oh, this is our organization, come and plant tree, come and do this and not. No, these kids took responsibility. And you can imagine what happened during the pandemic. They planted from day one. Some of these seedlings took about 2 weeks, some 3 weeks to germinate. So some of them were worried. They communicated back to their teachers that, oh, our seedlings are not germinating. What is happening? Oh, my orange is not germinating. What is happening? And we had to tell them that there's a particular period for every seed to germinate. That taught them patience. That taught them resilience. That taught them that in life, before you get anything, before anything comes out, you need to be patient. You need to wait. And when the school resumed, it was amazing. They came to the school with their seedlings. Some of them gave it to their parents to plant in their compounds. Some planted in their schools and stuff like that. And we were able to educate a lot of young people. And automatically, those kids started their climate clubs, and they were able to teach their other colleagues which did not benefit during the during the pandemic. And also, we were able to also educate these teachers, and at the same time, they were able to know much about climate change. So those are just the 2 projects I want to share out of so many projects that we're able to do. And lastly, during the pandemic, it was so difficult. So what our organization did was also to give foodstuffs, like foodstuffs for the educators, for them to have time for themselves and take care of their family. So this is just what I want to share with you, and I'm so happy and I'm privileged to share this with you guys. Thank you so much.
Good job. Good job.
Thank you so much, Shay. That was so inspiring. And thank you for sharing all that you've been doing. And we would love for people, if they're interested in engaging with Future Savers, I think we will share the details in the chat. You can definitely reach out to them and engage with them. And they're doing such incredible work, so please do. And with that, we will move on to the next session for the day. Thank you so much once again, Shay. And I will hand it over to Fola and Shay to take over the next session.
Okay, the next section is Dr. Soja. Shay, please can you go ahead?
Um, Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening,
Okay,
everyone. I
Soldier.
guess we're all in
Yeah,
different time
it's
zones.
good. Yeah, it's good. But please allow me to introduce you, please.
Sure, sure.
Thanks for coming on board. Yes, thank you. Our next speaker today is Soja Lahiri. And then Soja Lahiri, before I introduce you, there is a big family, there is a big Indian family today in this session. And then I'm sure you're going to connect after. So Soja is the founder and chairman of OPL Group of Companies in Mauritius, from financial services, freight, forwarding, EPC, contracting, manufacturing, distributor of FMCGs to renewable energy, soldiers, career span, has weathered many economic conditions in over 10 countries around the world to hold strong and perform against the odds presented. His latest achievement includes being listed as one of the 40 leaders under the age of 40 in the solar energy industry in India during the year 2019, and also nominated by Indian 500 Startup Award of the year 2019 for Solaris Energy Private Limited in India. Remains a known name in the renewable energy circuit in India, whose opinion and accounts of achievements in the sector stands out. Soja holds the key position entrusted to channel the growth of the company and the group at large. I want to welcome Soja to this group, and it's a pleasure to have you here.
Thank you, Say. Good evening, good morning, and good afternoon to everyone over here. I guess as I started, we're in different time zones. Thank you for your kind words, Say.
Yeah, thank you.
It's well, being here with you all is a pleasure. I was happy to attend last year, and I am more than happy to be a part, even if on a very short time scale. Today, I'm very sorry I could not attend yesterday. We had we are closing accounts on various of our concerns and companies, and compliance in Mauritius is a very difficult thing. So I'm really sorry about that, but happy that I could get in today.
Thank you. So
well,
I would like to take the section, and
okay.
the section is going to be asking questions and then, giving us your opinions and answers to some of those questions for every one of us to learn today. Yeah. The session is it's all about the importance of mobilizing reforestation practices in local communities, and that is exactly what we are going to be talking about today. So the first question I would like to ask you is that, what are the economic, social, and environmental impacts of tree plantation?
Well, I mean, as we get into that question of yours, I would, let's put things down to a very small scale. The best way to explain the economic, social, and environmental aspects of plantation or tree plantation or afforestation can be taken by, let's say, if somebody, say a Mr. A, is planting one mango tree. Now, if we look at it, this one mango tree grows to bear fruit, which this person can eat. And in the long run, if this person depends on agriculture, this person can sell this fruit. Now, a mango tree grows to bear wide and large branches, which gives shade. Shades help in reducing the incumbent temperatures during a hot summer day. Water evaporating from the leaves during photosynthesis contributes to rainfall. Photosynthesis during the day gives you pure oxygen. Then, when you're looking at trees like mango trees, you have grass and other vegetation growing underneath that tree. And what you're looking at is a tree like a mango tree lives for 100 to 200 years on an average. So all this, if you look at it with just one tree, you can reduce your cost of life, you can add to your income, you can increase your lifespan. In fact, you can have a better quality of life with the air you breathe. Um, the rain that is caused by this one tree brings about growth of other vegetations and plantations around you. That's the social impact. And basically, just that one planting that one single mango tree can actually give you a good can actually give you a good living atmosphere, a good mm, yeah. So this is exactly what I mean. If you multiply now, just think that this one tree has such a huge impact on one person and the people around. What would this the impact of this be if several trees like this are planted? And that can basically be summarized as the social, economic, and environmental impacts of afforestation. So if one tree is leading to so many advantages, several such trees and several different kinds of trees can really bring about a huge change.
Thank you. When we talk about tree planting in Africa, there are a few things that I personally and many people I'm sure have encountered. They are very funny. I'm telling you, they are funny because sometimes when you go to a neighborhood or a community that you want to plant trees, they will tell you that how much are you paying us to plant trees? You are coming as a volunteer to plant trees for free, like you're not asking anything, but they are asking you for money. That how much are you going to pay us? Sometimes it's ridiculous, but I think that's a problem here in Africa, for example. I don't know about the other part of the world. But the question is, how can we really educate local communities about afforestation? Like, how can we really educate them to make them see this as something that they actually have to do themselves or to take as responsibility? How can we do this?
On this part, you have to go back to the reasons of deforestation. If you really look at it, deforestation happens because more majorly because of urbanization. Of course, there are other factors to it. You have industrial growth, and you have people cut trees because they need firewood and XYZ. Of course, there's bush hunting in many places, because of which, again, there is deforestation. But the major reason is urbanization. And why do we have urbanization? Because of inflation. People need to earn more money. It is a general thought that if you move to the city, you're going to get paid better. Whether it happens or not is another cliche that we can talk about some other time. Now, with urbanization, I mean, this is the main reason why when you go to somebody or when you go to people around you, they'll ask you, how much are you going to pay me? Because for these people, what matters is the food on the table on that day, for that, and the days after. And that happens if this person actually cuts firewood. So you have to, one of the major ways or major reasons, major ways to mobilize or to educate local people about afforestation is actually this is a way of mobilizing as well, and this is also a way of educating, that you have to incentivize afforestation in this. Okay. Wherein, of course, I'm not even getting into the depths of carbon credits and returns thereof. Let us just say that today you have future savers, and you have 10 other such communities coming together, NGOs coming together, going to the various governments, going to the various large industries, companies, corporates who have their CSR allocated. And you can actually form programs in which basically you don't pay them for one tree being planted, but for maintaining, let's say 100 square meters of forest or plantations, and then it makes sense to them. Even if it's just a minuscule amount of money that they get for a year, let's just say if you maintain 100 square meters of forest, you will get $500 incentive for the whole year. But it's still $500. They're getting something. And sometimes $500 is a large amount for a very small family. So these are basically some things that needs to be done. Sometimes education follows the factor of need. So once they realize that, then you can bring in other factors like what deforestation is actually doing. Let's say, for example, today we live in a concrete jungle. In a concrete jungle without forests, without any kind of plantations or very little plantation. And most concrete jungles have high rises in today's state. During the day, the temperatures inside a certain room or inside a concrete room is going to be pretty high. In fact, it is higher than the temperature outside. So you will have to spend money on buying a machine, either a fan or an air conditioner, switching it on electricity. Whereas if you have a forest or if you have trees around you and you're living in a smaller house, usually you can actually profit from having a very you can profit from lower temperatures. Like I mentioned in my for your previous question, that a large mango tree can give you shades, which reduces the temperatures. But there again, if you say this to somebody who needs food on the table every day, they're not going to accept this. So you have to basically follow that process wherein you're showing them their economic benefits first and then the benefits that follow. The reduction in electricity bills and let's say what is the actual advantage of having forests, climatic, these follow thereafter. And yes, of course, there's a huge section. There's the youth needs to be educated. We need to realize one thing. Like myself, like a lot of other people who have spent more than 35 years on this planet, looking at deforestation happening as it is. Like, in fact, you were mentioning that we have brought upon these climatic changes, these condemnable activities that go on these days. It's very true, but we have also lived with it for over the last 35, 40 years. For us right now, if you walk up to somebody who is not very conscious about environment and climate, who really does not care, they would say, and you actually cannot make them care anymore because they've already spent more than half of their life into this. However, if you take a fresh brain, somebody who's just out of school and college, and tell them, you know what, the moment you pluck a tree out, the moment you cut a tree out, you're going to lose these things. And tomorrow, your place may stop having rains. Tomorrow, you will have dramatic climatic changes. They will think, because their brain is still like it's still like water. You can mold it into any shape you want to. And that is where actually I guess we need to begin, because a good section of the population, I'm not saying you need to write them off, but you will have to actually excuse them for the fact that they're too used to the status quo that is. And well, that's how it is. Otherwise, I mean, what you could also bring forth is the advantages of forests, the advantages of trees. Let's say, for example, a lot of forests provide fodder for cattle. There are lots of products which come out of forests. Like, for example, you have, sorry, I need to read. You have acetic acid, acetone, methyl alcohol, creosote, which can be taken out of forests. Otherwise, you can have raw materials like raw materials for broom making, silk, lac, toy, leaf plates, which also come out of forests. So, I mean, for people looking in for self-reliant or people who are into who are into small scale industries, these are the ways that you can educate them. So yes, individuals, daily workers, people who have to sustain their lives on a daily basis, you will have to actually give them that economic incentive. You have to see, this is where the innovation comes in. How do we innovate, and how do we make them believe that there is profit even in planting trees? And that's what needs to be created. That is a task that we can actually do at this point of time. Over to you, Say.
Oh, all right. Thank you so much. Yeah, that's really overwhelming, to be honest, because it's not easy to convince local communities about tree planting. To be honest, I know the challenges we are facing here, but then the idea of tree planting is always good, but then we need to look at the economic benefits of tree planting. And then I remember when we met, you talked about carbon credit, and then I started making a lot of research and all that. And I would like you to share with every one of us if there are some specific benefits to afforestation that young people here can take on to their community and start planting trees with a different mindset. Because yesterday I remember Dr. Richard was talking about, we don't just need to be planting trees. If we are just planting trees, if you plant 1 million trees and 2 million trees were cut down, what is now the purpose of tree planting? What do you think? Maybe you can share with us specifically some of these advantages, not advantages, some benefits, so to say, or opportunities. Let me use the word opportunities. The opportunities in planting trees or afforestation. Can you just try to share some with us? I would really appreciate it.
The primary opportunity that you have with afforestation is, around the world, there are over 50,000 species of trees, shrubs, herbs, and forestry, of which around 4,500 are actually utilizable. As I mentioned, there are trees from which you can pull out methyl acetate and acetic acid, acetone, creosote. So for a lot of the youth who want to be self-reliant, for a lot of the youth who want to be productive, there needs to be research on the kind of trees who in their lifetimes, trees, herbs, and shrubs, which in their lifetimes have such productivities without actually harming them to that accord. When you plant this, first of all, yes, point one, you are stopping or you're working towards arresting the incumbent climate changes, the effects that we see, the negative effects. And second, you are working towards the betterment of the society. You are actually creating a self-reliant society, which can be a supplier of raw materials, or which can basically somebody can do something by themselves using those plants and trees. So this, you can say, is that one opportunity that we can actually look into when it comes to afforestation. Taking cue from Dr. Richard Munang's speech yesterday, of course, of what you've told me. I'm sorry, I wasn't there yesterday. We should not be planting anything and everything. It's actually very, very true, because we are living in a society, we are living at times, especially after the pandemic, where 85% of the world's population is unsure of what they're going to eat tomorrow. Whatever we act for, be it climate action, be it our own economic activities, be it business, be it anything for that matter, we have to consider the economic factor of it. I mean, what you mentioned, say, during one of your questions, I mean, in your previous question, that if you go to ask somebody to plant a tree, they ask you how much are you going to pay them? I mean, that is something that's something which should be put up in bold letters and kept in front of everyone. That is so exemplary. That brings forth so much, of how the situation is today. So, yes, if we're going for afforestation today, it has to be uh, as per what the place, the person, and the times need. It has to be as per what something supports. And of course, you have to actually analyze which works where. You cannot go ahead and plant trees which do not work in a certain topography and expect it to bloom over there. So there needs to be a proper analysis that goes into all this altogether. Other than that, yes, there are other factors. As we all know, each large tree basically reduces carbon emission by 20 metric tons a year. So if that can be established, there are economic advantages like carbon credits. You can list your carbon credits through various exchanges, which are possible, but now you cannot directly go to exchanges. You have to go via brokers, via registered brokers in various markets, and there is a certain percentage that you're allowed. So that is one definite advantage that can happen. And of course, it cannot be done by anybody. It has to be done by a registered organization. Other than that, of course, you can also basically there can be afforestation for various projects. Let's say, for example, we constantly have needs for timber, for bioenergy, for agroforestry. If we can do that in a controlled manner, almost all the times, then we can maintain that balance between consumption and and of course not go ahead and do a lot of deforestation in that on that accord. So basically, first of all, we need to balance it out. I mean, we have to be absolutely balanced in the way that we go with our activities. We need to analyze what is needed, and of course, we also have to. I mean, we need to involve various organizations, financial institutions into the process, wherein we can we can actually take full advantage of the opportunities here.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Soja, for your insightful, presentation. When we talk about opportunities such as the common credits, it's a lot of technicalities involved. Actually, it's not something just anybody can jump into and say, I want to start earning common credits from tree planted. I think it will require many of us who might be interested to do a lot of research work on it, and then, like you have said, putting the priority should be the community and how we can put food on their table, how we can take them out of poverty, how they can be fed. Whatever we are doing in these communities, the well-being of this community must be the top priority, because that's what matters to them. Of course, they know the climate is changing, they have been affected, but how are they going to be fed? That's the question they want to get answers for. And then every of our solutions must be intrinsically linked, to bringing solutions also to these communities, especially economically. So I think that's a fantastic section. from you, and I want to say thank you for your time. And I know maybe one or two people might want to ask you questions. This is a time for us to ask Soja some questions about his presentation. Okay, Dr. Richard
Dr.
is
Richard
raising
has
his
a
hand. Okay, so
just a
over
quick
to you,
reminder. Dr. Richard,
Okay.
sorry, just before your comment, we have 5 minutes before the next session, so I request to stay within the time limit if possible. Thank you so much, Dr. Richard.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Soja. Nice to see you again. And thanks for the amazing presentation. That was really excellent. And I think you've touched most of the aspects that I wanted to ask some questions on. But what I just wanted to highlight is you've mentioned the aspects sometimes where people, I think say you brought this up and then you elaborated on it, where people want things to be done for them, and if they are to do it, then if there's no money, they will not do it. That's dependency mentality, which is not just about afforestation. On anything to be done by a person, if someone doesn't give them that, they will not do it. And that's a mindset issue. So what I wanted to ask you is this: to what extent do you think focusing on afforestation without necessarily also focusing on other aspects can be a solution that is sustainable? And I say this because, as I said yesterday, that if you plant 5 million trees and cut down 10 million, then it doesn't really mean anything. So the point I'm bringing here, not necessarily a question is, we must diversify as we encourage people to plant trees so that they can focus on other alternatives, and that will then drive their livelihoods and spur more socioeconomic opportunity. The other aspect, not necessarily a question, is that sometimes the narrative, I think the narrative when it comes to afforestation is the biggest problem, because if we don't plant trees, then we are going to suffer, but not focusing, that's true, but not focusing in not planting trees for a living, but planting trees for a business. Planting trees for a business is what will sell to the people, because people, they don't really care much about the language of doing things for social endeavor. They want to hear, oh, if I plant, for example, fruit trees, oh, I am going to, in about the end of the year, start making money because I can harvest the fruits and sell. They will plant, they love that kind of language. And that's why my language about climate action, anything we do, we must do it through the lens of an enterprise, not a social endeavor. So, and you mentioned something which I just thought I should bring it up, which is, if you take woodlots, which pretty much is an afforestation way of doing things that is being done in communities. We did some work in Tanzania where people who had woodlots were using that as security in cooperatives to be able to take loans. This is a very beautiful analogy that can be brought up. Yes, I know we talk about carbon trading as if it's a simple thing. It's a very difficult thing. And Africa is on the supply side, not on the demand side. And so they don't really, that's why they don't even really benefit on it. But they will hardly benefit, but the entire globe will benefit. And that's something at the global level that is happening. But what I'm saying is, how about we start looking at the local level, that is, if you have your woodlots, that becomes a security or a collateral for you, that if you don't even have money, you can use that in local cooperatives to be able to secure a loan to do something, maybe an agricultural activity that will give you more money. So we'll start looking at afforestation through the lens of de-risking the whole value chain of activities that people are engaged in, to be able to access financing, which then can then be able to now make people start seeing afforestation as an opportunity for them to build their way to access financing. I will stop there. There are other things, but because of time, I will stop there. But that was a brilliant presentation.
I think Soja has dropped out of the call. Oh, he's back. Okay.
Dr. Richard, I missed the last part of what you said. I guess I was, where I lost you was using logs as a collateral. And then, yeah.
Oh, you didn't get that part?
I lost you there. That's the last what I heard.
And that was the most important part. Anyway, because of time, yeah, what I was saying is that the afforestation narrative needs to be tailored in such a way that it fits into the good fortunes of people. Because what I was trying to say is that if we are now looking at it from the perspective, you planting trees, because people have that mindset, I always say the plant trees is a sort of punishment. It's a terrible mindset I've never understood. So they're planting it for their own benefit, and they're planting it for their business. And in this case, we start to look at innovative ways in which if you plant woodlots, you plant trees, they can actually be used as collaterals to take loans in financial institutions. And in this way, local cooperatives, and we have done this in Tanzania and it worked excellently, but it was never taken off. But actually, when you spoke about this today, I thought I should bring this up because that is a very good way. And I think Say and Future Safe should take this up. People are planting trees for business, and those trees they planted are actually assets that they can take and secure loans to do other businesses. You will see magic working with this if you try it.
Exactly. When you attach an economic perspective to it, and when you attach that financial perspective to it, the whole game changes altogether. What it does is it gives them that incentive to do something more, because the more they do, the more they get. And in a way, it's good. In a way, this can actually help the afforestation drive if you can give them that. But yes, I mean, it's sad that it's come down to this.
And it's going to get worse.
That's the reality. Thank you so much for your contributions. I would like Priyanka to take charge now.
Thank you, Shay. Thank you, Soja. Thank you, Dr. Richard, for this absolutely amazing session. Reforestation is such a critical topic, and very little understanding most of us have about it. And this session, I think, has thrown the right amount of light in all aspects of it. And thank you, Dr. Richard, for the additional comment and discussion. And we hope that the session has been helpful for you. If you have any comments or questions, please feel free to leave it in the chat. The experts are around, so I'm sure they would be willing to answer. And with that, I think we'll move to the next session for the day. For the next session, we have two very interesting experts joining us. So our ocean plays a very critical role in moderating climate change, and many of us may be living far away from the coast, but each of us directly or indirectly have an impact on the ocean through our everyday action. So our next session is going to focus on understanding the interlinkages between our ocean health, climate change, and the importance of ocean literacy. I would like to introduce the two speakers and panelists for the day. Firstly, we have Steph joining us. Steph is the founder of Seas of Change. Seas of Change was founded in 2014 by Steph when she was 10 years old, with a focus on raising funds and awareness of dugongs, sea turtles, plastic pollution, and climate change. Seas of Change also has an emphasis on the power of youth to make a tangible change. To support this, Steph runs programs within schools and at events to educate students on a variety of environmental issues, inspiring them to take action and providing students with mentoring opportunities to ensure their action plan is successful. Seas of Change continues to run fundraisers and support other organizations in their work. Over the past 6 years, Steph has had several incredible experiences within the environmental space. She has been an Ocean Youth Ambassador since 2017, where she volunteers at Sydney Sea Life Aquarium, helps to facilitate Ocean Youth workshops and run other youth events at the aquarium. Recently, Steph was named the 2021 Northern Beaches Young Citizen of the Year at the Australia Day Awards and awarded the 2021 Nanga Mai Award for Student Leadership. Thank you so much, Steph, for joining us.
My pleasure.
And our second panelist for the day, Obasi John is the Lagos State President of Global Environmental and Climate Conservation Initiative, Nigeria. He's an SDGs advocate. During his service year as CORPS member, he executed a personal project which attracted Governor Honor Award and prospect of Presidential Award. His experience spans from environmental, business development, capacity building, advocacy, as well as coaching CORPS member on personal project execution. Currently, he's working with the Nigeria Police Force. John has experience in innovation projects that build leadership, increase awareness for youth to capitalize Africans, development, and social challenges. Obasi John is a famed promoter of global cooperation with years of experience in youth engagement and social programs for development, human rights, peace, and nonviolence. He has a strong focus on youth empowerment and gender equality. He's also a member of International Organization of United Nations. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us as well. Sir, I think you're on mute. We're not able to hear you. I hope we are audible now. So I would like to welcome Steph and Obasi John for joining us for this session on understanding the importance of ocean and its relation to climate change and the importance of ocean literacy. And with that, I would like to have this, we'll follow a panel discussion format where I'll be putting in some questions forward and we can take it forward from there. So the first question that I would like to open to the both of you, and this is a question that's so important to understand because a lot of us don't live very close to the ocean or don't see the impact of ocean on the environment and what we do. So I just want to understand, what do you think is the impact of ocean health on climate change? And maybe we can begin with John to start the answer. I think we have lost. Steph, maybe you want to take over while we have him connect back.
Sure. So I'm really lucky that I get to live near the ocean. I live in Australia, right on the beach. And I think it's really important to understand how the ocean and climate change interconnects because like majority of our Earth is ocean. So hi, Dr. Ash. Our oceans are really important in trapping carbon dioxide and great for greenhouse gases to actually like help delay climate change. However, we're producing so much that the oceans can no longer, they're not able to trap as much as we actually would like. And we're seeing sea levels rise because of this, but also we're seeing a lot of coral reefs dying, and about 25% of fish species rely on coral reefs as like a breeding ground to live, to find their homes, their food. So we're seeing all of these really valuable ecosystems destroyed, the oceans becoming more acidic, all of these like very, very great effects on the oceans because of climate change.
And that's exactly what you said. You're lucky to live right next to the ocean, so you are able to see what is happening. But a lot of us don't have an understanding of it. So thank you for that insight. And I think John is back. So would you like to? Are we audible to you? I hope he can join us very soon, but I will, so if you can hear us, please do let us know. Are we audible?
Please, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you so much, finally.
Oh, okay. I want to use this opportunity to appreciate everybody, the organizer of this great event. The first question was, what is the impact of ocean health on climate change? Yes. Now, let's take the background of the word ocean. The ocean is an integral part of the Earth system, and it has suffered greatly because of our escalating use of fossil fuel. Now, what are the impact of this ocean on our health? Every second breath that we take in comes from the ocean ecosystem. Is very vital and is very critical to our daily lives. Changeably link that role in mitigating climate change by serving as a major heat and carbon sink. Two, we see the ocean also bears the bond of climate
My apologies, sir, but I think we are having a slight issue hearing you. I'm sorry, sir. We're not able to hear you. If there's some way you can reconnect. Our apologies. We are not able to hear you.
Okay, by serving as a major heat, and the ocean, like we see. Please, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. So would you like to maybe switch off your video? That would help you.
Can you hear?
Okay, we will just wait for him to connect back. And I think meanwhile we'll move on to the next question. So Steph, you have done a lot of work in terms of course, education is one front that you've worked very closely with, but you've also tried to understand how our actions are affecting the sea turtles and a lot of the sea animals that live in the coast of where you are. So the one thing we want to ask you was, you must have seen the front-hand effect of plastic pollution on the ocean. So what exactly is the impact? We are very casual in our plastic consumption. The way we go about our daily life is very casual. So what exactly is the effect of it on the marine animals, and something that we are not able to see? What is the picture that you can paint for us that can help us understand that?
Yeah, for sure. So last year I was lucky enough to go visit a sea turtle rescue up the coast. And one of the beautiful, beautiful sea turtles, she was a mature age sea turtle, so beautiful. She excreted like 3 meters of string from a balloon plus the balloon. Some of the other turtles had excreted little bits of plastic, some had excreted plastic bags, and about half of these turtles, unfortunately, passed away due to their plastic consumption. It's really greatly affecting our marine life at the moment. It's just one example. Our seabirds are being affected. It's touching around their feet, around their necks, and incapacitating animals. And we're seeing photos of all these animals now making their homes out of plastic, making their homes out of plastic. And it's just so terrible that all these animals, like, we've taken away all their habitat, and now they're making homes out of plastic. But yeah, I think you walk down the beach now and it's just lots of plastic everywhere. You go swimming, you'll definitely find plastic in the ocean. There's going to be more plastic than fish in the ocean very, very soon if we don't do anything about it. And it's really unfortunate to see all of that destruction.
Yeah, and we absolutely agree. I think seeing that sort of thing firsthand really would hit you hard to and make you realize that we are being so irresponsible in the way we are going by our daily lives. But for most of us, for me personally as well, I live in a city where I don't know what my impact is, and that makes it so much easier for me to just go about my daily life and not think about what my actions are doing. So thank you, Steph, for shedding that light on that aspect. And if Obasi John, so if you're back, then we would love to hear your thoughts as well.
On the first question, right? The first question you asked was, what is the impact of ocean health on climate change? Okay, like I said, we want to start from the background of the ocean, the relationship between ocean health and climate change. And I said the ocean is an integral part of the Earth system, and it has suffered greatly because of our escalating
I'm feeling terrible that this is happening. So would you want to switch off your camera in case, if that's helpful, and just have the audio on? I'm not sure if he's around.
Please, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Please, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Okay. Like I was saying, I said the ocean health on climate change play a vital role. Every second breath that we take in comes from the ocean. So keeping the ocean ecosystem healthy is critical to our daily lives. Secondly, the ocean and climate change are interchangeably linked. There's a conjunctivity, there's a link between the ocean and the climate change. The ocean play a fundamental role in mitigating climate change by serving as a major heat and carbon sink. Secondly, the ocean also bear the brunt of climate change as evidenced by changes in temperature, current, and sea level rise, all of which affect the health of marine species, seashore, and deep ocean ecosystem. So these are the impact of the ocean health on climate change. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. And I completely agree. It's so interlinked, and we fail to realize how interlinked it is to the climate and the world around us. And that's the whole world, right? I mean, we fail to realize how every aspect of this nature is interlinked with one another. So thank you for sharing that. And going by the theme of this year's Earth Day, we are focusing on the importance of climate literacy and education. And something that's very vital in the realm of climate literacy is ocean literacy. And once again, the whole concept of if you are living far away, do we need to have that much knowledge about the ocean, or also not having the enough knowledge leads to us not treating the oceans right. So two things that I wanted to ask, and I can open this to both of y'all. One is, what are some effective ways in which we can make ocean literacy a part of learning and education? And Steph, especially since you do so many workshops and education programs in your organization, what are some ways in which you can make it effective? And additionally, how can you also now start having ocean literacy as a part of mainstream school learning? Where already the focus on climate literacy is limited, and then on top of it, if you want to add ocean literacy as a subject matter into that, climate literacy umbrella, how can we do that? And what are some ways in which we can push for schools to take that up as well? So Steph, maybe I can have you start on that.
Yeah, so I'm 17, I run a charity, and I can't vote. I'm not of age, and I've been running this for 6 years. So my favorite part of education is running education. And I read a quote this morning, and it was, environmental education is just as important as action. If we do not have ocean literacy, if we cannot understand the problems, we cannot spark solutions. If we don't, I've met so many people who were like, I didn't know that plastic was a problem. I didn't know that there was anything happening to the earth. I didn't understand climate change. Therefore, they didn't do anything about it. But as soon as they learned something, as soon as they understood what the problem was, that sparked action. They were motivated to make a change, and their change was so effective. And that's why I truly believe that ocean literacy is so, so important, because we can't effectively create change if we don't actually know what that problem is. And if we're uneducated, we're not actually going to want to make the change because we don't know it is a problem. So as much as it's sometimes challenging to educate yourselves, you have to step out of your comfort zone. You have to be okay with feeling uncomfortable, because some things will challenge your values, challenge your beliefs. It's really important to educate yourselves and continue being that lifelong student as new papers and new studies come out all the time. So how we introduce ocean literacy into schools is that we offer free programs to all schools in Sydney that is like tailored to each school, to a class group, to an assembly, to a year group, and it's all integrated within the syllabus. So and this is all, teachers will reach out with like, hey, we're studying this topic, it's sort of related, can you come do this? So I think offering those free workshops are really helpful for getting children involved. And I think targeting primary school children is really important. I know at least for me, in high school, I definitely studied a lot of stuff about climate change and the oceans and social justice in geography. That was in high school, and you lose a lot of interest from students in high school. Primary school is the best time to target those students because they're so interested and they're so open and they really, really want to help. But you just need to provide them with the tools and the education. So although the syllabuses are starting to introduce new stuff, at least in Australia, and they have project-based learning and challenge-based learning where the students are able to investigate their own passions, I think it would be really, really important to continue to integrate ocean literacy into geography projects.
Yeah, right, absolutely. I absolutely agree that targeting at a young age would be very interesting and also a great way to bring that mindset and behavioral change that we aim for. It's also important that if not through schools, if not through the mainstream, at least through non-stream ways, such as the way your organization is doing it. And I think a lot of organizations across the world are doing it. That's a great way to channel and reach out to children and try to bring in ocean literacy. So thank you for that. And if Sir has his net, John, sir, if you have your connection available, we would like to hear your thoughts on that as well.
Can you come again with the question?
So we want to understand the importance of ocean literacy and how we can make it a part of school learning and try and get it to the children at a very young age so that they learn more about how they can do their bit for the ocean.
Okay, thank you so much. Can you hear me? Are you with me?
Yes,
okay.
We can hear
How
you.
important is to have ocean literacy as a part of our school curriculum? Now, defining a good curriculum is one thing, but achieving may require so many resources. One thing is to have a curriculum. Another thing is to achieve the curriculum, which is the target. So in achieving it, we need the resources. Now, what are the importance? Number one, it's development in enhancing teaching and learning. When you embed or collaborate ocean literacy in our curriculum, either in primary school, secondary school, tertiary institution, it causes development in enhancing teaching and learning. It will make both the teacher and the student to learn faster. And then it makes learning easy. Number two, common goal. When you have a curriculum, it's like a student going to school without no syllable. Syllable is like the framework of the term. So when you have your syllable and the curriculum, it will give you the platform for you to work with one goal. That means at the end of the time, either the year, you will be able to achieve the purpose of bringing such idea in existence. Number three, we have progress. Number four, it states and organize it paths to serve as a great map. It's like a compass. It's like a road map. So on my list here, number one, development in enhancing teaching and learning. It makes teaching and learning so easy and very simple, both to the teacher and the student. Number two, common goal. It will help you for you to achieve your goal while you are bringing those ocean literacy in existence. Number three, we see progress. And then finally, we see a steady, organized path. It serves as a map. It serves as a Google map for the student to be able to follow. Thank you so much.
Yes, I think some very important points that were put forward. And one thing that I really agree is the idea of a solid curriculum or a syllabus. And somewhere I think that's very important, especially when you want to approach schools to take up ocean literacy or climate literacy, is to offer them that solid toolkit that this is what you need to adopt and we are here to support you. And a lot of times I think schools hesitate also because they don't feel like, in addition to the burden that they have of, teaching the regular subjects, they are very hesitant to take up something new that they may not be fully aware of. So that's something I completely agree. And also the idea of making this into a collective action and pushing for things like even composting or encouraging students to do things that are more practical and hands-on would also encourage them to take up climate action. And that's something that's so important and valid. So thank you so for adding that. And as we move towards the end of the session, I have a question, which is, we know that the state of our ocean is really bad at this moment, and there is no better way to put it, that there's no way to cover what's happening right now. So what are some of the immediate actions we can take? Ocean literacy is, of course, something that needs to be ongoing and continuous, but what are some of the immediate actions we can take, say on an individual level, also on a group level, as youth leaders as well? What are some of the immediate actions that we can take to ensure that we start reducing, or at least slightly shift or turn around the situation that our oceans are going through today? So Steph, maybe you can begin if you're Thompson, if I'm sorry, you're present in the screen. Could you just
Sure. So I think a great action that we can, there we go. So some actions for us, I think, first of all, continue educating ourselves, educating our friends and our family and our acquaintances in a respectful manner, but also to reevaluate your life choices. What are your decisions that you're making on a daily basis? Because individual action truly does matter. Like, are you buying cups of coffee every day? Are you buying plastic bottles every day? Like, the top 4 plastic waste has probably been drilled into you 100 times. But straws, plastic bottles, coffee cups, and plastic bags are so bad. They're the top 4 plastic polluters for single use, and they desperately need to be removed. So if you can, like, just bring a drink bottle with you, bring a Kit Kat, bring a reusable bag. You probably don't need a straw, or if you do need a straw, have a reusable one. All of those really basic things, but it's just getting into the habit of reevaluating our decisions and bringing those objects with us, and continuing to recycle, but not just relying on recycling. I know a lot of people who wish cycle, they like to say, oh, it's all fine, it can be recycled. Not everything gets recycled that goes in the recycling. Actually, a very small proportion of what goes into recycling is recycled, so to keep that in mind. But also, as you get older, I assume this is an older audience, but reevaluating our super and where we're investing our money and our electricity bills and all of that. And I'm not ready to worry about just yet, but for a lot of older people, that's, you know, entering adulthood, that's what I'm starting to look at. And it's really important to see where we're investing our money, what politicians we are voting for, and also on a group level, you can join organizations. Everyone wants your help. You're not going to be turned away. And to start that change, start petitioning. Start at local level, unless you desperately need to go to state or federal level. Start at local level, because that's where you'll see the most change. And just don't discount the power of your voice and your action, because you will be very surprised by how powerful one person can be.
And I think that was great. Some very important things that you said, and that we can start doing is, as young people, of course, change our daily actions, be conscious of even the one straw that we are thinking of using, you know, before we pick that straw, can we alternate it, or can we think of not using it? Refusing, such an important aspect. And also the idea where you said that as we're older, look at where we are putting our money, what we are investing into, what we are supporting. Can we support initiatives that are more sustainable? I think some great ideas there. And I would like to direct the same question to John, sir, as well. What are some of the immediate actions that we can take, which hopefully can turn around the situation of our ocean?
Okay. Although the question is so technical, but let me try my best. You said, what is the, what? Oh, please, can you come again? Sorry. Come again, repeat the question.
What are some of the immediate actions we can take for our ocean, and to ensure that we can reverse even slightly what is happening to our ocean today?
Okay. In every problem, there must be a solution. And that's why we are here. The reason why we're having all these programs, not just to stock ourselves with knowledge, but also to be impactful. When they transfer this knowledge to us, we should be able to transfer it to educators, to youth, and then to the world at large. So, undoubtedly, the biggest impact consumer can make is to reduce the use of single-use plastic, which contribute to a significant share to plastic pollution to the sea. Let me just quickly run through. There should be reduction in the consumption of all this ocean plastic, and also recycling, volunteering, and supporting campaign. So these are a little bit where I can come in. There should be a platform where people should avail themselves opportunity to, go out and create awareness, make a campaign by supporting, volunteering to group, and then recycling, and also reduce the rate of plastic. I think that should be a little contribution I'll add to that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for this incredible panel discussion. I think we have two very diverse panelists. Steph, who's just 17 years, but has done so much that I think a lot of us put together wouldn't be able to do. And of course, John, sir, who has had decades of experience, who's also here with us. So thank you for shedding light on both ends of the spectrum, where we look at a youth who is doing so much, and also such an experienced expert who is also doing so much. And it goes to show that age is just something that we don't have to focus on the youth. It's an intergenerational aspect that we need to look at. All of us need to come together. And our ocean is so vital to our planet and to monitoring climate change and to ensuring that our planet has a sustainable future. And I really hope from this session, people can take away some key aspects of what they can do. And at the same time, try to find organizations around you, try to find campaigns, try to find individuals who are doing action, support them, join them, and make it a mass movement, because this cannot be done alone. We all need to come together, and I'm happy we could have this panel discussion to highlight some of these important key points that we needed to discuss about our ocean. So thank you so much, Steph. I know it's late in the night and you have joined us, so thank you so much for taking the time out. And thank you, John, sir, as well, for this very insightful session.
Thank you so much. Thank you, appreciate it.
If anybody has any questions, please do mention it in the chat. I'm sure our experts will be around for a few minutes, so they can definitely add in points. And I would like to thank Sorja, sir, for all these comments that he's been sharing. Thank you so much, sir, for keeping the chat and the session engaging. With that, we will move on to the next session for the day. So once again, any questions, please do put it in the chat. We'd be happy to take it. Paula, I hand it over to you to take over the next session, if you're around. Paula, are you there? Okay, so I will not take further time. I'm not sure if Paula is available. So for the final session of the day, we are delving into a very crucial topic, which is understanding how to successfully raise funds and grants for promoting climate education projects. There's a question that we all at some point in our journey to promote climate advocacy and action have definitely come across. I too have personally come across this so many times. And to shed light on this, we are joined by two very important experts. Our first expert for today is Shaylee. She's a fellow at the Energy and Resources Institute, New Delhi. She's a multidisciplinary professional who has more than 16 years of experience in policy research, advocacy, and capacity building on sustainable development and climate change. She's a board member at the World Sustainable Development Forum and is an honorary mentor motivator at POC Movement. In the past, she has briefly worked with the World Bank in Washington, D.C. and Columbia University and NASA Goddard Institute for Space Studies in New York. Thank you so much, Shaylee, for joining us. Shelley, I think you're on mute.
Hi.
Hi, Shelley.
Thank you. Yeah, let me just try to switch on my video.
No, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Shelley, for joining us. Our second speaker for today is Matt. Matt joined Earth Day Network in August 2019 as a manager of Earth Day Africa. He has a bachelor's degree in international relations and peace and justice studies from Gettysburg College. Matt served for 2 years as a Peace Corps volunteer in the Gambia, where he partnered with waste management entrepreneurs, developed environmental education campaigns, and worked at his community's local schools. Outside of Earth Day, Matt enjoys hiking, biking, and traveling. Thank you so much, Matt, for joining us in the day 2 of our webinar, and thank you for joining us yesterday as well.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Excited to wrap up the program.
Yes, it's such a crucial topic that you're looking at, a very important one that, in a sense, backs everything that all of us as individuals, organizations, groups aim to do and scale the projects that we are trying to work on. So the first question that I had is, and I want to open it to the both of you, is how important is funding for any organization, group, or individual who is working towards furthering their climate protection projects? So if Shelley or Matt, whoever wants to go first, the floor is yours.
Yeah. Hi. Yeah, thank you so much for your project. I think that question that you asked was quite pertinent. And funding is, of course, very important. In a way, it is like a lifeline. But at the same time, I would also urge that before funding, what's more important to have is like clarity on what you want to do. So once you have that in place, especially in terms of what change are you, how do you see yourself as being the change agent and the type of change you want to see? Then I think, then it is a matter of working it out, identifying specific donors, funders, and opportunities. But I think before the funding, what is more important is to really have the concept. Great, thank you.
Thank you, Shelley. And same question to you, Matt. How important is funding and raising money for the projects that we try to do for our climate?
Yeah, so funding is, huge. It's so important. And, like one thing I'll say is that if you look, at nonprofits and organizations, like, they're the ones that provide the actions. And then there's funders, there's foundations, and they do similar things. They're nonprofits as well. And their sole purpose here is to provide funding. That's their form of action. And funding is important because that's how you're able to work with these foundations, or these institutions or corporations that are able to make the projects that you do, even more impactful. Funding is, it's important because you're able to show, why your project is necessary. You're able to show like what problems you're able to solve. And you're able to assess, not your needs, but the needs of communities. You're also, able to identify, the public or the community you're able to, serve. And I think, as you're looking for funding, it makes your work that much more impactful. It really shows that you have a program, you have goals, and there can be measurable outcomes, methodologies, and ways to like engage your staff in your work. So like funding is, in my opinion, that's how work gets done. Especially with climate literacy, as that is a theme we're all talking about today. So
yeah, absolutely. And I completely agree that it's so important. And that's where I think knowing that it's so important is where I think, especially even like an organization like mine, which is really small scale, that's where we tend to struggle as to understand how we can move forward and find those right opportunities for our organization. So with that, the second question that I would like to ask again to the both of you is, how can we get international and local grants to support the implementation of climate education in schools? And maybe Sherry can go first.
Yeah, hi. So yes, from my experience in terms of working, I'm more like a policy researcher, but also like from the institute where I come, and of course even pop movement, which I'm affiliated with as an honorary motivator mentor, is that like there are many ways actually to get funding. There is one example I'd like to give, and this is already given as a case study in WSDF website. One of the very emerging channels of funding is CSR. And sometimes like CSR funding is, especially if it is, if it is, in the location where the particular corporate entity is in operation, it is still easy to get. And this project I'm talking about is Project Nishtha by one of the youth, who was associated with POP. Suhani Giroti. So she had this beautiful idea about promoting a circular economy waste related project. And because in India, we are a very religious country, not like all of us, including me, are religious, but then still a large chunk of people are religious. And so there are like lots of flowers that are offered in the many temples that are scattered around in the city, and then all of that flower then kind of ends up mostly in rivers, and then of course that ends up in seas, and then so on and so forth. That kind of chain goes on. So now in this case, this youth colleague, Suhani, she was able to firstly identify the problem, identify the solution, because the model was that you collect the waste from these temples after they have offered, and instead of them ending up in a dump, and then to collect the waste, you needed like some resources to like a cyclist who would go and collect the waste, and then you needed like a small composting facility, and just you need the flowers to get composted, and then you bring them back to the temple gardens. So that way it's a circular economy. So again, like the way it was for her was going about this was, she had the concept in mind, which was very clear. She wanted to see a certain set of activities, flow, but of course the good thing is you also need to budget a certain amount for awareness. So for example, it took her a lot of time to convince the priests, and once the priests were on board and it was easy to convince them, then all this would be mobilized well. So she identified the various things that would require resources, including getting a person who would collect, a composting facility, then the compost being brought back to the temple gardens, some funding for awareness raising. And so she prepared like this concept, a budget, and approached this local CSR, it was, since it was so clear, and she had little videos about the stakeholders showing interest in her concept and willingness to adopt. So it was very easy for her to kind of mobilize the funding for her project. I mean, this is just CSR. But again, once you have the project, once you have the stakeholder buy-in, identify people around that area. If it is a very local specific project, or if it's a school education project, then it is easy. And especially for school education, there is like a lot of corporates are taking interest, but also governments. In case of education, even governments are a very important source of funding. So if you could just approach your local mayor, some of them have small budgets, they would help you, to help you to support if you have a clear budget and activity plan.
Thank you, Sherry, for taking us through that example, it's very interesting because a lot of us work on similar sort of projects where we are very small scale and local run. And then one thing that you emphasize on is finding those local donors and local CSR who can relate with what you're trying to do, and in a sense also find a connection with the work that you're trying to take forward. So I think that's a great tip that you have shared with us. And Matt, I have the same question to you as well. What are some ways in which we can pull up international and local grants? So of course, Sherry shared the idea of how we can capitalize on local grants that may be available, but even internationally, if I am in India and I want somebody in the US to support something that I'm doing, what are some ways in I can try to pull them to do that, especially in terms of climate education projects, since that's the area that we are focusing on?
Yeah, I actually have a presentation I did have prepared for this, but I think I can just sort of cut through some of it and just kind of answer in real time here. So, I'll start off with this, is that the money is always out there. Like if there's a project, the money's there, and there are people that are willing to pay for things. They're willing, as I said before, these foundations and, these company sponsored, or corporate foundations, their sole purpose is to generate funds and to fund projects. And if you have, an organized proposal, if you really state the purpose, if you have a mission, if, there's, methods, and you give them a detailed overview of your goals, your objectives, what your staff looks like, and how sustainable your project is, there's a good chance that you could get some sort of funding. And the way, I think, international funding works, and what, we try to look for, at least in the work we do in Africa, is there's different kinds of foundations. That's kind of what I focus on, is foundations. So there are private foundations and there's public foundations, and then there's also government as well. So with private foundations, these are independent or family foundations. These are funds that come from individuals or family. If you look at like Bill and Melinda Gates, or Jeff Bezos, he has, a new huge fund. There's also company sponsored or corporate foundations. These are funds and contributions for, of a for-profit business. If you look in the States, there's the Walmart Foundation, but if you look in Africa, there's the Safaricom Foundation. I think there's tons of corporations and businesses and, mobile companies or banks, that are, regionally in every country that, are looking to provide funding for projects. It's honestly pretty good PR for them as well. And then there's public foundations. These are things like UNICEF, receiving funding from individuals, foundations, or corporations. And then I did mention for governments, I've seen this firsthand, is that reaching out to embassies, and foreign governments, there's tons of ways to receive funding. And again, like there's, a lot of times, like they want to fund people. It's good PR for them, but it's also good for you because it's, you're able to make an impact to your community. I know at least in the Gambia, I was able to work with Yali and the Mandela Scholars. So for those in Sub-Saharan Africa on the phone today, I'm sure you're familiar with them. They're, in nearly every country at any US embassy, and they're always looking to fund local projects. You don't have to be, in like a nonprofit even to get that funding, as long as you have a project and you're able, to talk about it, and you're able to get it down in paper and make a proposal, you can get that funding. So one bit of, advice or something is like, the research is so important. And a lot of times people think that you need to have, a database that you need to pay for in order to find these foundations or these funding opportunities. But, a quick Google search will go so far. You can look at organizations that you admire, that you look up to, and that you can realistically be like, and look and see who their partners are, look and see who funds them, and then get on their website and see if they offer funding opportunities. You can also sign up for philanthropy newsletters. If you just go on Google and type in that, you can sign up for newsletters, and that's how you can get, information on funding opportunities. Really identify funders as well that give money to organizations, based in your region. And again, you can do this by a quick Google search. If you just go into Google and type in, environmental education plus Nigeria plus grant, you can find so many different lists of organizations that do funding, and you can go through the website and figure out what kind of opportunities they have. And really make sure that, the donors, they match your interests, they match, your region and things like that. And, as you're looking for these foundations, you really want to see, okay, like, would they be a good partner for us? Are we a good partner for them? Think about it realistically. Do they care about the work that we do? Do they fund in our region? Have they funded similar organizations or projects? What kind of funding do they provide to organizations that maybe you have in your network or admire? So like really find ways to just mimic what other people do. And then, as you're making your proposal, and you're doing your research, you really got to make sure that, you're able to, write down in a proposal, why is your project necessary? What problems are you trying to solve? And describe, what your community needs, and then like use credible sources to back up that statement. I do have some resources I can find a way to send out. If there's, I can talk to the organizers here, but there's some templates I can send out later that'll help people with like any funding opportunities. It just, it gives you an overview of like, sort of how to do research, where to look, and then like what you can start typing up, on Microsoft Word or something as you're, reaching out to organizations for funding.
Yes, that'd be very helpful, Matt. We have the database of all the participants who have joined us, so we would definitely love to share it with them. You can share it with Shay, Fola, or me, and we'd definitely like to share it. I think that'd be so important if they could find a starting point. And somewhere I think what you all spoke covered what my last question for the panel discussion was, but I would still like to add something and ask that question is, firstly, how are some ways in which educators especially can, and by educators, I just don't mean teachers within schools, but educators also who are on their own trying to educate people around them about climate and climate change and environment. How can they identify these kind of opportunities? It's one thing to know that we have these opportunities out there, but how can we rightly identify it? And secondly, I know that even if you look at CSRs or corporate donors or any other kind of people who do offer funding, they're very particular about the projects they pick. It's not that they are open to just picking any project that comes their way. So what are some key ways in which we can, I won't say stand out, but make our project effectively presentable to these donors, because that's what they tend to look at, that how is it that you're pitching your project to us? So what are some ways in which we can do that as well? So I'll open it to Shelley first and then Matt.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Yeah, just one more thing to the previous question about international donors, especially if you're looking at intergovernmental organizations, UN agencies, and even some of the international foundation, is it's very important to also relate to the international discourse. So for example, if you're talking about education, climate education, you can relate it to SDGs, like SDG 4. Find out, which are the international organizations working on SDG 4, which is on education, not just SDG 4. For example, in terms of the education related to environment, SDG 12, which is on sustainable consumption production, in specifically target 12.8 of SDG 12 is on raising awareness and education. Similarly is the case for SDG 13, which is on climate change, and then SDG 13 also has a very, very specific target on raising awareness. Of course, not just only through like school-based, primary, secondary, tertiary, and research-based education, but also like general education to the public. So again, yes. So that is the thing. Now, in terms of standing out, the question that you asked just now is, of course, like depending on your idea, you could identify donors at the international level based on the international discourse out there, which is on climate education, information, on SCP, sustainable consumption production, and identify donors or at the local level CSR or governments. The way to stand out in this aspect is to have a stakeholder buy-in. That is very, very crucial. Even today, as large organizations, which I'm a part of, most of the donors will ask you, you're doing this. Is this just something that you thought out of the blue? Is it something that just, you think is important? Do you have that buy-in from stakeholders? Especially this is the case when you are talking about, very specific, like education again. For example, you need, if it is a school education project, you need to have some school on board, the management on board. If it is more about general, education raising activities, you can have a very clear plan of communications, not just like the web-based social media, but also, in like, of course, it's not very possible in the current COVID pandemic world, but when you have to reach out, for example, for a country like India, you would need channels to reach out to the informal sector, for example. So a lot of both like online, offline, based channels. So that is very important. Another very important thing about this thing is being creative, because communication, awareness, education is a lot about creativity. So a lot of it to stand out will depend on how you package, how you communicate. So that's going to be very important. Another very important source of funding opportunity is, I don't know what they call in other countries, but in India, there is most of the government departments, including the national government, including the subnational or state government, but also municipal and local governments, have a head called IEC. It's called information, education, and communication. So, and they also have budgetary allocation program. So it's also good to know, which department or, which you can approach to for IEC related activities, which is information, education, and communication. And what are the kind of, tools? But yes, you have to be very clear about your communication tools, about the buy-in from stakeholders, and really come out as, one of the most creative person, aesthetic person that will certainly make you stand out.
Such valuable points there, and the whole idea of course, having a strong communication and the idea of creativity also, I completely agree. And the way you pointed out about the idea of knowing your what your government also has to offer is very key. And I think a lot of us don't have that complete understanding. So thank you, Shelley, for that. And I'd like to direct the same question to Matt. If you can just help us understand what are some ways in which we can correctly identify the opportunities that are available around us. And if we do have these opportunities, what is the best way to put forward our projects and to ensure that it, I won't say catches attention, but it makes its way through for what we are trying to achieve.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to sound like a broken record here, but I think, exactly what was just said is having the right package. And I think that what that means is finding the right funders, doing your research, and then, writing the correct proposal. And by correct proposal, I mean, having, clear intent and following steps and making sure that things are clear and concise and to the point. So, as you're doing your research, on different funders, and maybe using some of the suggestions I mentioned before, is making sure that, is making sure that what you are asking for, making sure that your project, fits, what the foundation is approaching, so each proposal should be tailored to the foundation you're approaching. It's almost like you're writing a resume, if you're trying to get a job, you really look at, what that employer is looking for. They're going to be paying you. It's almost like, this is essentially you are applying a job for your organization. And you need to make sure that the motivations for your funding ties into what the foundation or the funder is looking for. And, making sure that it focuses on a community need and can actually make impact, and you have to think, why would I fund this proposal if you were the foundation? And you can also think of why would I hire this person if I was the employer? And making sure that you use credible sources in order to back up your argument. And when you're reaching, I think, a big thing here is attempting strategic introductions, unless they don't want to hear from you. And what I mean by this is like, if you look on a funder's website and it says, oh, okay, we're open to people sending us proposals, or sending us emails, you have to be very strategic about it, like send them a message on LinkedIn, or find ways to, send something that's appropriate, over the phone or something like that. And just really knowing the application process for these proposals. And as I said before, you'd be surprised at the amount of information you can find with a quick Google search, or maybe, looking at some of the corporations in your region that, may have corporate funding, or maybe reaching out to embassies and stuff like that. And then, I think as you're writing the proposal, really making it something that's organized, having a statement of need, why is your project necessary? What are the problems you're trying to solve? Describe the need of the community, not your need, and using credible sources to back it up, sort of as I said before. And then, as you're writing this, make sure that, the project program and description is, again, very detailed, like really writing down, like what your concrete goals are and how you're going to achieve these goals and how they're being measured. I think like one of the biggest things is making sure as you're writing these in order to stick out from others is have, measurable outcomes. Say, hey, if we got this money, this is exactly what we do with it, and trying to get numbers in there, not just writing very vague things like, oh, we're going to plant trees and educate people. Okay, talk about how many trees you're going to plant, when and where, and talk about how many people you're going to impact, and what methodologies that you're going to use to do this. And also talk about your staff as well. You really want to show that you have strong staff and they're able to support this project and, support the money, that, is going into this. I think one key thing with staff is you really need to describe the population you're serving, and also be able to hit on a variety, of demographic factors. You want you want these proposals to affect your staff, but also those you're serving, and you want it to be inclusive. You want there to be a variety of ages involved, races, ethnicities, genders, economic statuses, or a combination of all of these. And just really making sure that you show that your organization is highlighted well. You want to show the history of your organization, the mission and vision you have, the programs you have, what you've done, and that you have strong leadership. I think lastly is showing that you have a strong network. If you're a partner with earthday.org, mention that in your proposal, and try to showcase work you've done with other organizations. Maybe they would reach out to these organizations to say, hey, is this organization a good fit? They're applying for, a funding proposal. As I said before, it's similar to a job. It's almost like a letter of recommendation. And I know that we've done this with Future Savers in the past. So I think these are some of the key things. I could talk more about it, but I think just having a really organized proposal and doing your research well, these are the keys, and making sure that, you show your case. It's almost like you're being interviewed for a job. So treat it like a job.
I think that line sums up so well, that it's like applying your organization for a job. And I think some very valuable points that you both shared included things like looking at the CSR options that are there around you, presenting your organization in a more organized form, building your entire package, having the creativity. And I think something else that you mentioned was the idea of networking. Try to bring in as many partners, members that you can get on board, build a strong community. And these are some good ways in which you can have a good way to put forward your organization and catch the attention of people who you're trying to reach out to. And since this topic is so vital, I think for so many of us, I just want to take 5 minutes to see if anybody had questions in the audience to ask. Please feel free before we move to concluding this event. Does anyone have any questions? Please feel free to raise your hand and we can open the floor to you.
Okay, I have a question to ask.
Yes, please.
Please, can I ask? Can I go on?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, my question is to Dr. Matthew or Mr. Matthew. How do we handle the situation of, we talked about raising funds or writing a standard proposal. So how do we handle the issue where you have a project at hand and then you have written a standard proposal and then you have done all the necessary things, but still you find it difficult to acquire all this grant? So please, how do we do? Because I've seen the case where, I've seen the case where we have sent proposal, we have written, we have sent out, and still our savings is very difficult to get. Please, how do we, what are the organizations that that can respond quickly to all these proposals? Because to me, it's like a very difficult task over here. So please, how do we address those situations?
Yeah, that's a great question, because I find the same issue too. There's so many times where I reach out to, I reach out to foundations or organizations that I want my program at earthday.org to be funded with. And a lot of times we don't get a response. And I think one of the hardest things is sending emails. If you send an email out, people's inboxes are so flooded. And, even if you have a great proposal and you send this long document, it's like, people are busy and and time is precious. And I think when you send emails that are lengthy and maybe have like an entire proposal in there, it's hard for people to look at that. So I'd say the first step is this: if you are going to go the route of sending an email, try to keep it super quick and simple. Just say, and also very professional. just drop somebody a line and say, hey, my name is, so-and-so. I live, in Nigeria or the United States, and I work with this organization. I'm curious to learn more about earthday.org. I do this, and keep it at one sentence and say, hey, would you have a time to connect on the phone just to discuss? I feel like there's some sort of there's synergy between our organizations. I think leaving it very simple like that and just getting on the phone with somebody, that's the best way you're gonna get a response. Because when you are talking to someone on the phone, you can really relate to somebody. You're already building a relationship. So sometimes even when I get emails, I'm guilty of this. If I get emails from people and they send a long email with a long proposal, it's I don't, not that I'm a insanely busy person, but it's I sometimes don't have time to really look over all these proposals because I get so much things. But if someone sends me something like that, saying, hey, I'm so-and-so from here, I want to get on the phone with you because I'm interested in you and your work, I want to learn more about it, I'd be much more keen to answer them and say, hey, let's get on WhatsApp or Zoom. You can do the same thing on LinkedIn. I would say LinkedIn is such a powerful tool these days, especially with donors, is if you have a really clean looking LinkedIn, you can probably, if you don't have one, just do a Google search or YouTube search and figure out how to make a really professional profile, and then researching who works these organizations that may be involved with, funding and things like that, and connecting with them and sending them a very light note saying, hey, a quick introduction, I want to get on the phone with you. I think that's sort of the best route, is trying not to only focus on sending emails, but finding other ways to reach out to people, and then go with people who you may already have connections with. If you have connection with an organization, say, hey, I see you guys are connected with this organization. Are you able to get me connected with someone there? I would love to get on the phone with them. I think getting on the phone is how you're able to really work with somebody. So try your best to do that and be creative. And don't send too much. I think short, sweet, and simple, that's the best route.
Thank you, Matt. There are two more hands raised. If it's all right with two panelists, we'll just take the last two questions. Oyewol, if I'm saying the name right, please, you can unmute and ask your question.
Oyewole Fatula.
Okay. Yes, Oyewole, please go ahead. You can unmute yourself if you're there. Okay, otherwise we'll begin with Galaxy J6. I am sorry, I don't know what your name is, but that's how I see your name here. So you can unmute and ask your question.
If you have a question, you could just unmute yourself, yes, and then ask your question. Yeah.
Yeah, please.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I want to ask because I have a team of organizations, and a lot of them are doing very great things, and in conservation, and we all have this problem of funding, and I also believe that through third party, I also believe in the possibility of third party funding. Yeah, but then how can we identify organizations that operate with third party funding through that model? Like an organization gets the main grant, and then it now spreads it to some other sub organizations that have been really identified, and verified that they are doing a lot. We have a lot of organizations. My team, I have a lot of organizations that are really doing very great things. Real, long time work, really doing things in conservation, doing things in recycling, and it's just things that are very good for the climate. So how do we get to this third-party funding? How do we explore the opportunities in that model. Yeah.
Shirley, Matt, any of you who would like to take that question?
Yeah, so I'm not quite sure if I understand the correct of the third party
Yeah.
funding exactly, but like of course there are like various models of funding. One is there are calls, there are open calls, funders or organizations, international organizations, or even governments. They announce calls and they are very specific in what they want, at least at a broad level. And then, you apply in that call, and just like Matt said, that you have to really have a good, it is almost like applying for a job, and you really have to do your research well, and you have to put together the package well, which appeals to the funder. So if you're applying to to UN and you're not really like relating to their call, or relating to even if you're approaching them more like proactively, then you have to just have that messaging correct. uh, the other model of funding is when you approach proactively, when you know that you have an idea, and then you approach to organizations. Now in this case it may be anyone, it could be local organizations like local communities, governments, mayors. It could be like CSR funding. You could even actually use crowdfunding. In fact, for youth projects, one actually should also, like, this is another model of crowdfunding, wherein you start small, for initiating something, in your own community, pool together funding, send that out to others who may want to kind of fund as well. So in this particular aspect, this is also like an option. The other thing is, now of course in both these largely the idea is yours, but then also there is another way in which a lot of youth projects and a lot of education related projects can be a part of, if you approach as partner organizations. Say for example there is already an initiative going on, if there is already a large, say an NGO or a think tank or even university, working on a specific issue on a large project, sometimes they also look for for subcontracting, very specific components. Say if they want to reach out to youth, if they want to have a stronger outreach thing, the only way to identify is actually to communicate. There is no shortcut to that. I mean, whatever way you want to is really just to have that communication channel. And by that it just doesn't mean email. You have to even like, you have to exhaust all channels. You have to try to call them, request them to set up a meeting, but also approach them through common contacts. I mean, there is no silver bullet, and there is no like sort of a single answer. I can't say like, okay, click this and you will know what you want. The more important thing is just to have that communication, two-way communication channel sort of open. It can be directly to the funder, and where you have a direct arrangement with a potential like funding organization, and between you, whether it's via a call or via direct initiation, or it is as a partner organization. Again, even as partner organizations, sometimes you can be involved right from the proposal stage. So it is very important for you to perhaps have your own brochure of what you want to offer, and start approaching organizations. Say you're just small and you're starting small. So sometimes you may want to work in partnership with larger organizations. So you may just want to say that, hey, this is us. We are offering these things, and we can help you in these things. So if there are any potential proposal opportunities where we can partner with you, you can of course take a lead, but you can keep us as one of our partners. That is one way. And there is also a chance that there might already be an existing project. So again, like for these things, the important and the most important thing is to communicate, and keep that channels open. So have these various things in mind. I mean, one just doesn't have to apply for a project on, just by yourself. You may want to do it with another big organization, not just an organization. You may want to do it with the government. So there are so many models of getting your idea or your project into action. So, but I think in this, the most important thing is keep that channel of communication open.
Thank you,
Okay.
Shelly. And Matt, yes, if you want to add something. Matt, you had mentioned that you would want your colleague to unmute and share. So maybe you can, I'll hand the floor to you for that.
Okay, thank you so much. Just to add on to some of the contributions in terms of funding, I work with Matt and the other earthday.org Africa staff. We launched last year through Earth Day and our partnering organizations in Zimbabwe, what we call Endangered Challenge, which was a multidisciplinary sporting event that had running, motorcycles, like bicycles, canoeing, for the purpose of fundraising, getting some resources from the area, which is Lake Chivero, so that we can implement some environmental projects within the lake. So what you have to do also maybe is co-opt this initiative or this idea, you be creative. What's just needed is to probably engage the local authorities within your area so that they give you the permission to do such initiatives, and be creative on what activities that are fun for people, because this comes in as an ecotourism initiative. So maybe that type of creativity can help you and give you resources to fund your projects as well at local level.
Thank you so much for that insight. While I see Oyewale's hand up, I think your question is directed to Dr. Richard, who is currently not in the meeting. So we will definitely make sure your question reaches. If you do have a question for Matt or Shirley, please feel free to unmute and ask them. Otherwise, we move towards concluding this session. Thank you so much, Matt and Shirley, for this very insightful and a very critical session of the webinar. And the reason why we did want to ensure that we open the floor for questions was so that we can have some sort of engagement with the audience, and for them to also have an opportunity to understand right from you all what they can do. So thank you so much once again for all the pointers that you shared. I'm sure there is so much that we can take away from here today and implement it in trying to scale our projects within our countries, communities, and areas. And Matt, as you're offered to share some templates, please feel free to share it to Fola, Shay, or me, and we would love to share it with the people who are here today. So thank you so much for that. And with that, I would like to hand the floor to Shay to conclude the event. Once again, thank you so much, everyone, and wishing everyone a very happy year today. Shay, the floor is yours.
All right. Thank you, Priyanka. I want to say thank you to everybody who joined this webinar, from Dr. Richard, Matt Leffler, Afronelli, Dr. Norma from Mexico, Dr. Adiekor, Prachi, Sheyadobote, Mida, Samuel, Benson. I can see you just joined us, Willie. The young group from India, Dr. Hachi, a fantastic man, Soja, Seth, and Sally also. That's a very fantastic time. I really want to appreciate everybody for honoring us this year, 2021. The webinar, I believe it's a success. Without you, it wouldn't have been. I want to appreciate Elvis Foundation, the Pop Movement, Healthy Africa, for your support, for everything you're doing. Specifically, Matt, you're a fantastic person, to be honest. Your support for this organization is immense, and without your effort, we can't actually achieve much. And I want to appreciate my team. For last day, I want to appreciate Priyanka, Thompson, and the likes of volunteers around Nigeria. I want to say thank you for your efforts. And I believe that it's not just all about debating and talking about climate education. It's all about taking these things, these tools that we have learned in this 2-day webinar, to our communities, to create a sustainable future for the younger generations. We have talked about policy, leadership, and advancing climate education. Let us look into means of how we can, take climate policies, to another level, lobbying, trying to create awareness and also to create the urgency for our leaders in the legislators, in the local communities, how they can, make laws and how we can push these bills so that this can be enacted and also executed accordingly. And then we have talked about the roles of science and technology. This is a science and technology world, whereby wherever we are thinking of any solution, we need to, to make it tech-based. Tech-based solutions are the ones, we can use in advancing climate education. Of course, like Dr. Richard said, we cannot neglect the traditional ways of solving problems in Africa, but it's very important as well to make these traditional means and solutions with the recent technology in trying to bring solution to climate crisis in Africa. And then the role of advocacy is something that we need to always, to hammer on. We cannot say because the government are not listening or the government is not listening to us, or maybe they are not doing the right thing, then we should stop or we should be tired. I know sometimes as young people, as non-profit, like many of us, complain we are not getting the right funding, we are not getting the support. It's just like fighting against the wind, and it seems like we're not seeing results. But definitely when we don't stop talking, when we don't stop moving, there is an assurance tomorrow that we are going to get results to our cries, and definitely climate justice will be delivered accordingly. And then I want to, and also, the importance of reforestation in Africa and in the world, in our communities, cannot be overemphasized. Let's look into ways that we can use to mobilize our communities and, think about their well-being, the economic value of whatever we are doing, of our projects, so that they can take it seriously. When they see it from the business mind's point of view, definitely they are going to take it more seriously. They want to do more, and then we can create the desired change. And then to our oceans, we need to protect our oceans. We need to, because the oceans are definitely suffering at the moment because of the global warming. I believe that what we have learned also, we can protect the biodiversity, the marine biodiversity, and then we can protect our oceans, and we can have a cleaner oceans and also a cleaner environment. And then when we talk about the final one, which is very, very important, I want to encourage young people to keep looking inward, local donors, families, friends who can help their mission. You don't always depend on international organizations. You can see people in your environment. You can see even schools, even local companies. They can support your initiative. They can support just one tree to be planted. They can support one child to be educated. These are things we need to also look into. When we look into our local solutions to solve our local problems, I think we have a long way to go, and that can be a step at the right direction in taking the biggest steps. So this concludes this fantastic 2021 webinar, with smile, with happiness, with fulfillment. I want to say thank you. And I believe that next year will even be greater. And I would love to see every one of you. I would like to keep connecting. Future Saver is here in Nigeria. Elvis Foundation is there in India. POP is there in the United States and so many African countries. And the Health Day Africa, very, very strong and supporting organizations around the world. So I want to say thank you once again. And I'm so happy to see you. And I would be glad to see you next year again. Happy Health Day 2021, everybody.
Thank you, Shay. Happy Earth Day, everyone, and hope you all have a wonderful day, evening, night, wherever you all are. And yes, we hope to see you all next year, Earth Day webinar 2022, hopefully. And please do share we have shared all the contacts and social media in the chat. Please feel free to reach out to us. Just as Matt shared, I think in an hour's time, there's a Earth Day live panel happening on the Facebook page of Earth Day Africa. So please do join in, and that's sure to be interesting and very enriching as well. Thank you so much, everyone, once again for joining, and we hope to be connected with each and every one of you. Happy Earth Day.
Okay, Can we switch on our video to take a picture,
Yes,
like a group picture?
Yes,
Just
that's a
everybody
great
switch
idea.
on your video and
Switch on your
try
video.
to give a thumbs up. Just
Yes,
try to give it a
that's
thumbs
great.
up so that we can have a group. Yeah, just a thumbs up for Mother Head. A thumbs up for Mother Head. You can switch on you can unmute yourself, and then you can say hello in your language. You can say good night in your language. You can say bye in your language and start happy head in your language. Yeah.
Everyone, please switch on.
Just switch on and let's have this group picture. Yeah.
Yes. Are we ready? We have some more people who are switching on. If I'll wait for a minute. Okay, I'm clicking one.
Yeah, people are switching on.
One,
so, 1, 2,
3. Awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think we have one more
page.
One.
From Nigeria.
Thank you so much.
Thank you,
everyone.
Dr. Ash.
Happy
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Matt.
Thank
Sorry,
you,
you didn't hear my
Dr.
voice because I
Thank you, Dr.
was
Norma.
last. Awesome.
Thank you, Bertrand. Good to see your face. Cheers, everybody.
Guys.
Thank you.
Thank you,
everyone. Thank you, Shelley, for joining.
Thank you. Thank you
Bye.
all.
Thank you.
all.
Thank you,
Bye.
Dr. Ash.
Bye. Thank you, Koma.
Happy Earth Day and a happy
Thank you,
Komal.
Sally. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Dr. Norma.
Hey.
Thank you,
Yes,
Dr.
happy birthday.
Dr. Noma. I think you can get some sleep.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Thanks so much.
Thank you,
Gracias,
John, for joining.